Mari Mazzi looks at Chen Mo in shock. Since the monsters invaded the Earth, human beings have been in a passive defensive state. Even when she drove the dangerous vagrant into the wormhole, she just wanted to blow up the wormhole and prevent the monsters from entering the Earth again, but she never wanted to take the initiative. Let's not say that it's like Chen Mo's conjecture that there are pioneers involved in it. Even if it's what he said, can they really fight back? Moriko shook his head with a solemn face. It's too risky, in case of failure. Jack was very excited and agreed with Chen Mo's words. He had long wanted to fight the monster's nest and kill all those damned guys. Pockmarked, I think what he said is right. The conspiracy that was discovered is no longer a conspiracy. We've got our guard. You can pull Xiao Luan on again. No matter what kind of conspiracy they have, we can deal with it. This is a great opportunity to completely eliminate monsters and pioneers. Senmazi still frowns when hearing the words. As the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Army Defense Force, she is no longer just a brave and fearless hunter machine armor pilot. She has more to think about. On her shoulder, she bears the life of all mankind. She has to be careful. But as Chen Mo said, this may be their best chance to fight back and wipe out the pioneers and monsters. Chen Mo looks at Sen Mazi's eyes flashing under his frown, and knows that Sen Mazi's heart has been moved by him, but the responsibility on her body makes her unable to make up her mind easily. What Chen Mo is going to do now is to add a little weight to the balance that swings in her heart. The pioneer's plot must have something to do with the drone armor. You can ask Xiao's industry to deliver half of the drone armor first, and inform the major bases in advance when the deployment is completed to be well prepared. Even if there is an accident, it can completely cope with it. Hearing this, Mari Mazzi's frown gradually opened. According to Chen Mo, the risk is indeed much lower. Just when the balance in Moriko's heart began to tilt, Chen Mo's deep voice continued to ring in her ear. In addition, in the period before the deployment is completed, we can also secretly launch operations to find out their real goals and plans in advance, so that the situation will be completely in our hands. If necessary, we can even stop the deployment of drone armor at any time. I think you should have this right. Chen Mo's words completely dispelled Sen Mazi's concerns. What she was worried about was just the huge risk after failure, but if she carried out according to Chen Mo's idea, the risk of the whole thing would be greatly reduced, completely within the controllable range. For so many years, Sen Mazi has not been a white elephant in the position of Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force. She is not the former Secretary General of the United Nations. She has no real power. She has a strong control over the whole Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force. Even in the committee composed of high-level members of various countries, her influence and prestige are also very high. This time, the UAV proposal was originally favored by the committee. It was because of her concerns about the security of remote control that the situation of half-to-half has emerged. The final decision-making power is always in her hands. Chen Mo said that no matter the number of drone armor deliveries is halved, or the bases are required to take precautions, or even call for the deployment of drone armor to be stopped directly in the middle, it is not a problem for her at all. This is also one of the main reasons Chen Mo chose to save Moriko. With Moriko's help, his whole operation will be more convenient and smooth. The whole Pacific Rim Joint Army Defense Force will be on his side, which almost represents the strongest force in the world. In fact, the conversation between the three did not take too long. After they had discussed and made a final decision, the members of the Pacific Rim Joint Army Defense Force arrived. Jack continues to return to the Revenge Rangers, and the driver and the 3 fighters who come to support him are responsible for the defense work. Moriko, accompanied by Chen Mo, returned to the headquarters of the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force. PPDC headquarters building was hit by several missiles launched by Obsidian. Although it did not collapse, it was unable to hold the meeting. However, the 2 auxiliary buildings nearby were still in good condition. Sen Mazi quickly called the members of the committee who had been evacuated safely and Xiao Liwen and others. In the meeting room of the auxiliary building, an emergency meeting of the Committee of the Joint Military Defense Forces around the Pacific was held. Chen Mo's appearance naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. They haven't seen small mecha before, but it's the first time they've seen such a small mecha. However, because Chen Mo appeared with Sen Mazi, no one regarded him as an illegal machine armor, only as a small machine armor newly developed by the United Forces around the Pacific. In addition to Sen Mazi, the members of the Joint Pacific Rim Military Defense Force Committee are not actually responsible for the specific work of PPDC. The committee is composed of high-level officials from all countries, responsible for the supervision and implementation of major decisions on PPDC. It is equivalent to the board of directors, but the specific management of PPDC is in the charge of Sen Mazi, the Secretary General. This is similar to the SHIELD and the World Security Council in the movie. Moriko is Nick Frey, the real controller of PPDC. Most of the members of the committee are senior officials from various countries. They don't really know much about mecha. Only Xiao Liwen stared at Chen Mo's steel battle suit for a long time. As the creator of UAV armor, Xiao Liwen is also a top-level scientist. It's not too talented to say that. Naturally, she can see the excellence of steel battle clothes. It's not machine armor at all, but more like the exoskeleton armor researched by the armies of various countries before. However, due to the appearance of monsters, the military development of human turned to a completely different direction, and the research of exoskeleton armor was completely abandoned. I didn't expect to see a very mature exoskeleton armor today. However, today is not the time to explore this. Xiao Liwen quickly put down her curiosity about steel battle clothes and put her attention back to the meeting, which is related to her hard work. The reason why Chen Mo came with Sen Mazi was that he worried that after he saved Sen Mazi, the underhand would attack her again. After all, no one knew Moriko had changed his mind and decided to pass the drone armor program. But everything went well, and the attack Chen Mo worried about didn't happen. At the meeting, the deployment plan of Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, UAV, was successfully approved, and Xiao's industry was required to complete the deployment within 48 hours. However, the number of UAV deployed in the plan was modified to half of the original. Xiao Liwen raised doubts about the reduction of the number of Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, UAV, deployment. Sen Mazi responded on the basis of the security of the remote control system and the need to evaluate the actual application of UAV, and promised to continue to complete the deployment of the remaining UAV if there is no problem after 1 month. Moriko's decision was unanimously supported by almost all committee members. In the committee, for the deployment of Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, UAV armor, the original support and opposition accounted for half of each, and the main reason for the support was that UAV armor could solve the problem of insufficient number of serving UAV armor due to the difficulty in training the driver of UAV armor. In fact, they don't have no worries about the reliability of UAV, but their enemies are monsters after all. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, they choose to take a little risk. Today, Moriko's plan perfectly solves this problem. The deployment of half of the Unmanned Aerial Vehicles, UAV, and the original hunter machine armor of the bases around the Pacific Ocean have solved the problem of insufficient robot armor to a certain extent, and the simultaneous service of hunter machine armor and UAV armor has also reduced the risk of problems in the remote control system of UAV armor. Even if it is controlled or interfered by hackers, other robot hunters can control it completely living scene. In this way, it not only makes up for the shortage of hunters' robot armor, but also reduces the risk of unmanned robot armor. It can be said that they have the best of both worlds. Naturally, they have no reason to object. Finally, the UAV deployment plan was passed completely according to Chen Mo's proposal, and all the people present were very satisfied with the result, including Xiao Luwen. Although the number of drone armor deployments has been cut in half, her dream is finally achieved, and as long as the performance of drone armor is no problem, the deployment will be completed in a month. Xiao Luwen has full confidence in the self-designed and developed UAV armor. She doesn't think there will be any problems in a month, and it can take this month's transition period to let those who are against it and the original hunter robot drivers feel the superiority of her drone. She believes that after a month, when people really realize the benefits of drone armor, most of the opposition will disappear. Although she didn't care too much, she didn't want her efforts to be wildly opposed and resisted. Now she can have a nearly perfect plan, which can not only complete the deployment of unmanned aerial vehicles, but also greatly reduce the voice of opposition. Xiao Luwen naturally feels happy. She also had to admire Moriko's proposal. Although she founded Xiao's industry firsthand, she relied more on her talent in scientific research and her insistence on R&D of new machine armor to resist monsters. She left the company's specific affairs to her subordinates. In addition to her own research, she always managed the company and her subordinates in a tough and direct way. Xiao's industry has always been her own company and no other shareholders. Naturally, everything has the final say, but for the United States Pacific Union Defense Force and the general public, her toughness is obviously not able to solve all problems. Even if the drone armor really plays a great role in strengthening the defense of the Pacific Rim, it has the support of half of the members of the committee. If it is not for the attack of Obsidian and Chen Mo's intervention, Sen Mazi will eventually veto the drone armor according to his own idea. However, Moriko's proposal satisfied both sides, including herself, who had different opinions, and almost passed the resolution. This makes Xiao Luwen have a new understanding of Sen Mazi. After the meeting, Xiao Luwen was about to leave and started the construction of unmanned aerial vehicle as soon as possible, but Sen Mazi stopped her. "Miss Xiao, please wait a moment." Xiao Luwen stopped at once and looked at Sen Mazi with a puzzled face. Sen Mazi looked at Chen Mo, who had been standing aside in a steel warsuit, and then came forward to Xiao Luwen. "I have some questions about drone armor that I want to discuss with you." Xiao Luwen's lifelong plan of unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, has just been passed. Xiao Luwen doesn't show it on her face, but she is very happy. In addition, Mori has just helped her. Instead of using a veto as she feared, she has won the support of almost everyone with a nearly perfect plan. So looking at Sen Mazi, who came up, Xiao Luwen smiled and nodded. Yes. In fact, Xiao Luwen is not good at dealing with people. She always looks like a bullying female president who is not close to others. Even though she is very fond of Mori Mazi at this time, what she said also makes people feel that she is thousands of miles away. However, Sen Mazi, who is gentle in character, doesn't take it seriously. Through this period of contact, Sen Mazi also has a certain understanding of Xiao Luwen. Before that, she had never seen her smile to anyone. Looking at the cool and gorgeous dress of a strong woman, but with a trace of naive Xiao Luwen in her smile, Sen Pockmarked could not help but think of her then. As one of the few female students in Hunter College, Sen Mazi used to hide her inner weakness with a strong appearance. According to what Sen Mazi learned, Xiao Luwen, like her parents also died in the attack of monsters. Over the years, she spent a lot of effort on the drone armor just to eliminate monsters. "Come with me. Let's go to the small meeting room." Mori Mazi smiled back at Xiao Luwen and took her to turn around and walk out. Xiao Luwen noticed that the black armor, which had been standing like a sculpture, also walked out of the conference room with them. Xiao Luwen's bodyguards, who were waiting outside the door, saw her coming out and hurriedly followed her. Their vigilant eyes fell on Chen Mo from time to time. Chen Mo can feel that Xiao Luwen's bodyguards are the top-level guards. The quality of their eyes, temperament, movements, positions, and other aspects is not under the shield of crossbones. When Obsidian launched the attack, the apron of PPDC headquarters building was hit by a missile and fell down. In fact, if Xiao Luwen was thrown down by the bodyguard's physical quality and ran away directly, there was still a great possibility to escape. However, they did not hide, but Chi stepped forward to block Xiao Luan below. Although Xiao Luan can't survive if the apron is really smashed down, their loyalty and professionalism are still worthy of respect. Xiao Luan's bodyguards are really afraid of Chen Mo. As the world's top bodyguards, they are not only highly skilled and experienced, but also have a keen sense of threatening targets. From Chen Mo, although they didn't feel hostility, they felt a strong sense of oppression, even stronger than when they faced Revenge Rangers. It seems that what they faced was not a 2-meter-high small armor, but a greater terrorist existence than Hunter's armor. This made them follow Xiao Luan closely and separate him. Chen Mo ignored the guard of several bodyguards and the inquiry eyes of Xiao Luan from time to time. He followed Sen Mazi forward and quickly came to another independent small conference room. 2 bodyguards quickly stepped forward to help open the 2 thick soundproof doors. Xiao Luan turned to several bodyguards. "You wait for me outside." "Yes." Several bodyguards nodded in response. Xiao Luan is about to turn around and enter the conference room, only to find that the guy in the suspected exoskeleton armor is walking towards the conference room. Xiao Luan looked at Sen Mazi with doubts and asked strangely, "Isn't your guard out there?" Sen Mazi stood at the door and looked at Chen Mo, smiled, and then turned to Xiao Luan. "He's not my escort. In fact, the helicopter I was in just now was hit by the missile launched by the unidentified armor. If it wasn't for him, I would be dead now." Looking at Xiao Luan with a look of shock, Sen Mazi continued earnestly, "Besides, what we are going to talk about next is also related to him." Xiao Luan once again turned to look at Chen Mo carefully, shocked. She evacuated quickly after the attack, so she didn't know what happened later or how Chen Mo saved her from the helicopter hit by the missile, but her intuition told her that this guy was not simple. As the honor guard of the venue, the Revenge Ranger was also at the scene. Normally, even if Moriko was saved, it should be the Revenge Ranger to save her, rather than this super small machine armor which is only 2 meters high and can't be smaller. From this point of view, it can also show that the front of this machine is unusual. Xiao Luan didn't say much at once. She turned around and walked into the meeting room. Her bodyguards saw that her boss didn't speak, so they didn't stop her. Chen Mo and Sen Mazi were allowed to enter the meeting room together and close the door outside. Xiao Luan has an emergency alarm device on her body. If there is an accident, she will ask for help, and they will rush in at the first time. However, considering that she is with the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, several bodyguards are very afraid of Chen Mo, but they are not too worried about Xiao Luan's safety. In the conference room, none of the 3 people sat down. Looking at the tall figure in black steel armor, Xiao Luan felt a strong sense of oppression. With Chen Mo's step, the clear vibration from the ground under her feet made her heart beat faster and faster. Until Chen Mo stops in front of her, Xiao Luan's heartbeat slowly calms down. Xiao Luan's eyebrows wrinkled as she watched each piece of armor made of iron and steel with unparalleled precision and a sense of technology. She didn't know the power of the armor, but just the freedom of movement was enough to show that the technology of the armor was extremely advanced. If it wasn't for the strong vibration when she walked around, she would think that it was just a set of props. But the heavy footsteps and the strong vibration of the ground all showed the heavy weight of the armor. When Chen Mo came to her just now, she heard the subtle mechanical transmission sound. She could almost conclude that the man in front of her was wearing a set of extremely advanced exoskeleton armor, but just the performance of this armor now is beyond the reach of Xiao's industry and the whole world. What is the origin of this armor and the people in it? Xiao Luan is simple, but she is not stupid. Obviously, Sen Mazi didn't really want to talk to her about the UAV armor but about the guy in special armor in front of her, so she asked Chen Mo directly, "Who are you?" Mori Mazi also looked at Chen Mo curiously. Although she agreed with Chen Mo's plan and did what he said, it was mainly because Chen Mo persuaded her with the facts, especially Chen Mo's final plan. However, she did not know Chen Mo's real identity. Chen Mo felt the 2 people's extremely curious eyes and couldn't help but smile. Immediately, Chen Mo's consciousness moved and directly lifted the steel battle dress. A sound of mechanical operation sounded rapidly. In the shocked eyes of the two people, the black armor in front of them was rapidly deformed. When it was opened, the armor in front of them disappeared completely. A tall and great figure came out of the armor and stood in front of the two people, looking at the Chinese face with a hard and cold face. The eyes are deep and sharp, revealing a dignified and strong momentum of Chen Mo all over the body. Both of them were stunned for a while. His eyes swept over their faces, and Chen Mo's deep voice sounded in their ears. Officially, Chen Mo, commander of Shendan Bureau. Shendan Bureau, Sen Mazi and Xiao Luan have not recovered from the scene when Chen Mo suddenly opened his armor and appeared in front of them. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Xiao Luan involuntarily asked, "Yes, Shendan Bureau is a secret organization hidden on the earth, which is not known to outsiders. Our purpose is to maintain world peace, protect the Earth's security, and protect all mankind." They finally got back to their senses, but they were stunned by Chen Mo's words. After glancing at Chen Mo, she was in an open state and exposed the steel battle clothes of the internal structure. Xiao Luan forced herself to go to the front to study. She thought about Chen Mo's words. Then she looked up at Chen Mo, who was more than one head higher than her, and asked suspiciously, "Guard all mankind. What did you do?" Mari Mazi looks at Chen Mo with the same suspicion. A mysterious organization hidden on the earth, fortunately, says that there are not a few similar organizations in the world, but most of them are gradually disappearing in the long river of history. But the purpose of maintaining world peace, protecting the Earth's security, and protecting the whole human race is exaggerated. Even their joint Pacific Rim military defense forces dare not say they can do it. However, Chen Mo was not guilty because of their suspicious eyes, and he did not lie. In fact, he is not only the commander of Shendan Bureau, but also the leader of Hydra, the god of Europe and the guardian of the earth. In the face of the two people's questioning eyes, Chen Mo's face flashed a trace of recollection. The experiences of the world he had crossed before could not help but emerge in his mind one by one. In the Middle Ages, I led the knights to destroy the werewolves that ravaged Europe. In the Second World War, I led the special forces to destroy the secret base of Nazism. In the dull eyes of Sen Mazi and Xiao Luan, Chen Mo's deep voice, with a trace of nostalgia, rings slowly in their ears. I have captured the evil symbionts from outer space, destroyed the alien mechanical life invading the Earth, destroyed the ambitious people who tried to rule the world, and smashed the conspiracy of the dark forces to destroy the world. Mari Mazi and Xiao Luan stared at Chen Mo, who was recollecting, and could not believe what they had just heard. Werewolves know that they are powerful creatures in the legend, but what are symbionts and mechanical life? It seems that they have a strong feeling. And they all noticed that Chen Mo said, "I, not we." That is to say, these things are his own experience. If what he said is true, didn't he live from the Middle Ages to the present? For Chen Mo's words, the two instinctively feel unbelievable, but it seems wrong to say that Chen Mo is lying. Even if Chen Mo wants to lie, he doesn't need to make up the weird and incredible things that normal people feel when they listen to him. Even if he says that they assassinated Hitler, they are more believable than these werewolves and alien mechanical life. And from Chen Mo's face, they did not see any trace of lying. The two of them are the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force and the founder of Xiao's Industry. They have countless readers and have keen eyes and senses. From their senses, Chen Mergen is telling about his experience. Although Chen Mo's words are beyond Moriko's cognitive scope, I don't know if it's because Chen Mo saved her. She instinctively believed what he said, or her inner intuition, or other reasons. Looking at the indifferent Chen Mo in front of her, Moriko was more inclined to believe what Chen Mo said was true. Alien monsters have emerged, symbionts and alien mechanical life are possible, and there are no lack of lunatics on Earth who want to rule or destroy the world. Why do they know nothing about these things? After all, the UPF is only a new organization that has been born for more than 20 years, and its main responsibility is to fight against monsters. It's normal that we don't know these things. What's more, this Shield Bureau is so secretive, and what it does is so incredible. It must have wiped out all traces. Even the intelligence agencies of other countries don't know. Xiao Liwen is still unbelievable, especially Chen Mo, who said that he led the knights to destroy the werewolves in the Middle Ages. Let's not say whether werewolves exist or not. If Chen Mo had lived in the Middle Ages, wouldn't he be hundreds of thousands of years old now? Xiao Liwen is a scientist. She firmly believes that everything can be explained by science, including the emergence of wormholes and monsters. The life limit of human beings is no more than 200 years. It is impossible to live from the Middle Ages to the present and still maintain such a strong and young appearance. With this alone, Xiao Liwen thinks Chen Mo is lying. Looking at the eyes flashing around her, it seems that Sen Mazi, who has some faith, can't help frowning. No, she has to expose the liar. Think of here, Xiao Liwen looks bad at Chen Mo and says coldly, "Since you are so powerful and your purpose is to protect the earth, why didn't monsters stand up against monsters when they attacked?" Xiao Liwen said and stared at Chen Mo. Chen Mo must use all kinds of reasons to prevaricate when she wants to come. She said that she didn't want to expose such bad reasons as insufficient strength. They can't verify what Chen just said, but it's true that his so-called Shendan Bureau didn't fight against monsters. Every monster has a clear record of its appearance and killing, which he can't cheat even if he wants to. Mori Mazi can't help but look at Chen Mo. Although she tends to believe Chen Mo in her heart, it doesn't mean that she will unconditionally believe all the words Chen Mo says. Xiao Liwen's words are also what she doubts. If the Shield Bureau in Chen Mo's mouth really exists, and he has done many great things to protect the earth as he said, why hasn't there been any action in the monster attack? Chen Mo glanced at them and said lightly, "Didn't I just say that, to smash the conspiracy of the dark forces to destroy the world? Before that, we had been fighting against the dark elves who wanted to destroy the earth. We had no energy to care about these monsters." Hearing Chen Mo's explanation, Xiao Liwen can't help but feel a little shocked. She thought Chen Mo would say a reasonable reason this time, but she didn't expect that he would make even more progress and come up with a more bizarre reason than those just mentioned. In other words, he simply took the last thing and exaggerated it again. Looking at Chen Mo strangely, Xiao Liwen couldn't help thinking, "Do we look like fools? Why does he think that we will be cheated by such childish reasons?" In the heart of Mori pockmarked the same feeling of absurdity, the dark elves. Isn't that a creature in Western mythology? The appearance of monsters and pioneers is enough science fiction. Isn't magic creatures coming on stage? If Chen Mo had not saved her before and had clearly analyzed the plot behind the attack, Sen Mazi would have doubted that Chen Mo was joking. But although Sen Pockmark did not speak, Xiao Liwen said to Chen Mo rudely, "Are you kidding us? We don't have time for you to tell stories." Facing the angry Xiao Liwen, Chen Mo is not angry. In fact, he is telling a story, but he is telling a real story. It's just that the place where the story happened is not the world. Chen Mo also knows that it's hard to be convinced by his empty words. Even Moriko, who was saved by him, is only half convinced. However, since Chen Mo moved out of the Shield office in this world again, he is sure to make it a reality. Chen Mo did not continue to explain but smiled and held out a palm. Two people's eyes can't help but fall on the palm of the hand but see nothing above. But the next moment, in two people's shocked eyes, 3 silver metal balls the size of longan suddenly appear in the palm of Chen Mo's hand. Just now, they have been staring at Chen Mo's palm. They can be sure that there was nothing on it. And Chen Mo also kept this posture without moving. They couldn't understand how these 3 metal balls, the size of longan, appeared out of nothing. Without waiting for two people to ask, a more amazing scene was staged in front of their eyes again. Only 3 metal balls that just appeared suddenly flew slowly from Chen Mo's palm, as if they were held in the air by an invisible force, towards the position between the two people. The 2 men looked at the metal ball flying from the sky with a look of horror. They could not help but step back to the 2 sides, and their eyes were firmly on the 3 metal balls, watching them fly through the middle of the 2 and soon fell on the conference table behind them. Superpower. Sen Mazi and Xiao Liwen can't help but look at each other. They both see deep shock in each other's eyes. Hearing is empty, seeing is real. Chen Mo's superpower is simple, but it's more powerful than anything he said before. At this moment, they suddenly felt that what Chen Mo said before was not so hard to accept. With the landing of the metal ball, the flight force seems to disappear in an instant. Under the action of inertia, 3 silver metal balls roll forward on the desktop, making a clear sound. Mori Mazzi and Xiao Luan haven't recovered from the shock of the metal ball appearing in the sky and flying in the sky. They can't help but turn around and move forward with their eyes closely following the metal ball rolling slowly on the desktop. During the rolling, the 3 metal balls gradually separated. Just when they thought the metal balls would roll to the edge of the table and fall down, the 3 metal balls suddenly stopped from moving to still. In their surprised eyes, 3 dazzling beams suddenly shot out from above the metal ball, interweaved rapidly in the air, and soon formed a 3D stereoscopic picture, occupying the entire conference room. At the same time, Chen Mo, who was standing beside the 2 people, waved gently. One side of the meeting room occupied the floor-to-floor window of the whole wall. All the curtains were suddenly curious and pulled at the same time. They fell down at the same time when they were uniform. Most of the light outside the window was cut off, and the meeting room was suddenly dark. Mori Mazzi and Xiao Luan wake up from the sudden fall of the curtain, look up at the past almost at the same time, and then look at the holographic projection occupying most of the conference room. As the curtain is pulled down, the image in the holographic projection becomes clearer. In front of them is a black desert, dark, desolate, and dead. Apart from the dark mountains in the distance and a piece of black weathered rock exposed on the ground, there are many huge steel debris scattered on the ground. The world also has 3D holographic projection technology, but the volume of projection device, the range and clarity of projection are far less than the 3 inconspicuous metal balls in front of us, and the gap is not a bit. But this is not the most attractive place for them. What really makes them unable to move their eyes is the picture in this holographic projection. In this extremely lifelike projection picture, they feel as if they are in the real world. A kind of deep stillness accompanies the darkness to surround them, as if they are in the endless dark hell which makes their hearts palpitate. "Where is this?" Xiao Luan could not help asking. "This is Wadalheim, the land of the dark elves. Everything there is black. The whole planet is dead. There is no living thing." Xiao Luan listened to Chen Mo's answer, but she didn't ask again. She has been suppressed by the superpower Chen Mo just showed. It is not impossible for a person with superpower to live for hundreds of thousands of years. In this way, it means that what Chen Mo said before is probably true. And she also found that the scene in holographic projection is absolutely not anywhere on the Earth. Even under the rampage of monsters, there is no such a desolate and dead place for at least 1,000 miles. Everywhere is full of darkness. Even the sky is covered by thick black clouds for the most part, and only weak light falls from the gap. This kind of scene is more like the environment of other planets. Moriko looked at the huge pieces of high-rise steel debris in the picture and couldn't help but say, "Those wrecks." Chen Mo didn't speak, but with the change of the picture, Moriko soon knew what the huge debris on the ground was. In the thick black cloud above, there is a place suddenly surging up. It seems that something is hiding in it. Then, a huge black blade like a sky-splitting sword suddenly pierced the clouds and came out. As the sword continued to stab out, it finally penetrated the clouds completely and revealed the whole huge body. This huge sword, which came down from the sky and pierced the sky, is a huge black cross warship. The long ship below is like a sharp blade. After penetrating the clouds, it continues to plunge down to the ground. Sen Mazzi and Xiao Luan couldn't help but stare up at the huge warship that pierced the clouds. The incomparable shape of science fiction and the huge power of penetrating the clouds make them have no doubt about the power of this warship. This sword-like cross warship can't be made on the Earth. Except for the Hunter machine armor, the world's technology level is not too advanced than the Earth's, so the first time they see this warship, they think of alien spacecraft. Combined with Chen Mo's words before, there is no doubt that this warship should be the ship of the dark elves in his mouth, and Mori Mako was as like as 2 peas in the ground. As far as she could see, There were at least dozens of warship wrecks, and more could be seen in the distance. Imagining the scene of 10 or even hundreds of such warships coming to the Earth, Moritsu felt a cold in his heart. Hunter machine armor can barely deal with monsters. For these extraterrestrial space warships that obviously surpass the Earth for more than one era, they may be destroyed without even touching them. Mori can't help but think of the dark forces Chen Magang just said want to destroy the Earth. If it is these aliens with powerful warships, they can really do it. Thinking of this, Moriko's eyes to Chen Mo can't help but change. So many warships have been destroyed. How powerful the shield is. Xiao Luan's reaction is not slower than Sen Mazi's. On the ground, except for the desolate land and mountains, only the steel remains are very conspicuous. After the warships appear in the air, it is easy to connect them and guess their origin. You destroyed all those warships. Xiao Luan suddenly turned to look at Chen Mo and said incredibly, "It's impossible to fake such a clear and real projection. This dark desert and the huge alien warships in the sky are obviously real." At this time, she no longer doubted Chen Mo's words. Now she is curious about how powerful this mysterious shield is. Looking at their reaction, Chen Mo knows that they have basically accepted the existence of the Shendan Bureau, but he does not intend to let them overestimate the strength of the Shendan Bureau. What if they let him directly destroy the pioneers? In line with the principle of seeking truth from facts, Chen Mo shook his head gently and said slowly, "In its heyday, the Dark Elves were so powerful that we couldn't compete at all. However, in a war 5,000 years ago, the Dark Elves were almost extinct, leaving only the last warship, but it's enough to destroy the Earth." Listening to Chen Mo's words, the two couldn't help but look at the piece of steel debris, the war that happened 5,000 years ago, so the remains of these warships have been lying there for 5,000 years. But they seem to have no signs of decay except for the damage when they crashed. The tall ships are still smooth, and the edge like a blade still flashes with cold light. It's not like they've gone through 5,000 years, but rather like they just fell to the ground. The warships, airplanes, or armor hunters on Earth have been changed, let alone 5,000 years. Even if they were put there in good condition, they would be rotten and shapeless 50 years later. It's like the machine armor in the scrap yard of the retired machine armor. The first batch of the retired machine armor has been in a state of disrepair, and even the value of repair is gone. But it's only 20 years ago, and the remains of those warships can still remain unchanged under the baptism of sandstorm for 5,000 years. From this, we can see that these alien warships are advanced and powerful. But for power of Shendan Bureau, Sen Mazi and Xiao Luan are not disappointed at all. Although those large numbers of alien warships were not destroyed by the Shendan Bureau, it is entirely reasonable. They are secret organizations on the Earth after all. With the overall scientific and technological strength of the Earth today, even if they have more advanced technology and stronger power, they cannot compete with these alien races who have a huge fleet and have been more advanced than the Earth for countless years. If these warships were really destroyed by the Shield Bureau, they would be hard to accept. If it is only the last warship left in the war 5,000 years ago, although it still has the power to destroy the Earth, it is not unacceptable to have the ability to fight against it with the magic power demonstrated by Chen Mo and the powerful power of the Shield Bureau described by him. It also explains why the Shendan Bureau has not been seen since the monster appeared. Presumably, they have been fighting against this powerful alien warship for more than 20 years, and they have not defeated it until now, so they will appear at this time to help them fight against the conspiracy of pioneers. At this time, Chen Mo's various expressions have made them believe Chen Mo's words and accept the existence of Shendan Bureau. Just now the doubt is the same thing. Now they accept it, but they are relieved. There is such a powerful guardian force that can fight against the alien race. The monsters and pioneers that have been hanging on their heads like a sword are no longer so hard to fight. At this moment, they only felt that the haze that had been enveloped in their hearts since they remembered it seemed to have dispersed a lot, just like the sunshine that had been shed from the clouds pierced by the cross warship, which made them feel the taste of light and hope again. Moriko can't help but think of what Chenmo said before, the plan to eliminate the pioneers completely. In order to fight against this powerful warship before, they failed to free up their hands to deal with the pioneer. Now this warship should have been defeated by them, and it's finally the pioneers' turn. They have sent monsters to ravage the Earth for more than 20 years, and now it's time to bear the Earth's counterattack. At this time, Moriko is full of unprecedented strong confidence in the complete elimination of pioneers. In the holographic projection, the Dark Spirit warship is still falling rapidly, but Sen Mazi and Xiao Liwen are in totally different mood at this time. After accepting the existence of Shendan Bureau, they turn their eyes on the cross warship from shock to curiosity. They also want to know what the dark elves in Chenmo's mouth want to destroy the Earth. Under the eyes of the two men, the black alien warship soon landed on the ground, the sharp tip at the bottom directly inserted into the Earth, and then stopped there like a dark sword inserted into the Earth. This kind of simple and rough landing way makes Maury and Pockmark's eyes shrink. Because of the high resolution of holographic projection, they can clearly see the whole details of the lower part of the cross warship inserted into the ground. The hard gravel-covered ground is easily broken like a soft sand beach. The warship is nearly 10 meters below the ground, while the black shell on the warship's surface is not deformed at all. Through this, they have a new understanding of the strength of the cross warship, not to mention the high-tech weapons carried by the warship. Just the warship itself is a terrorist weapon. The blade, tens of meters long and shining with cold light in the middle of the ship, should not only be a decoration. In their hearts, they could not help but wonder whether they would be cut in half directly by this blade with the strength of the mecha hunter. In shock, their eyes were still firmly fixed on the warship. As the warship landed, the hologram began to enlarge gradually. The sky covered by thick clouds and the dark mountains in the distance all disappeared. Only the huge warship stood in front of them. I saw a black cabin with red light like an elevator moving down from the top of the warship along the long sword ridge towards the ground. The cabin door opened, and a gangway automatically extended to the ground. In the expectant eyes of Sen Mazi and Xiao Liwen, a figure came out of the cabin door first to see the strange dress, cold face, and long ears on the head. They couldn't help but stare. "Is this the Dark Elf?" Xiao Liwen asked. "Yes, he is the leader of the Dark Elves, Malchus," Chenmo replied. At this time, Sen Mazi suddenly pointed to a tall and ferocious figure coming out behind Malchus and asked in surprise, "What is this? Is he a Dark Elf too?" Looking at the holographic projection, Chenmo said in a deep voice, "This is the Curse Warrior, the most powerful power of the Dark Elves. He used to be the general of the Dark Elves, Argolim, who was strengthened into a powerful cursed warrior by using the secret method of the Dark Elves. His strength and defense are almost invincible, and he has an immortal body. Most of the attacks are ineffective against him." Listening to Chenmo's magical description, Sen Mazi and Xiao Liwen have no doubt this time, and what they saw later proved what Chenmo said. After Malchus and Algorithmus walked out of the warship with a group of Dark Elf soldiers armed with strange alien weapons, the projection changed abruptly, and the scene of battle was cut. But they can only see the cursed warrior standing in front of them, but they can't see the figure of the man fighting with him. It's enough to take out the Dark Elves. Chenmo doesn't want to explain the love and hatred between Thor and Rocky. They did not have the energy to think about those. Their attention was completely attracted by the ferocious and tall cursed soldiers in front of them. After the projection picture is enlarged, the original tall and strong cursed warrior stands in the conference room, which makes both of them feel a palpitation. The ferocious fangs, crooked horns, sharp bone spurs, and thick bone armor all over the body make him look more like a devil from the hell. If it had not been known that this was a holographic projection, the two would have turned around and fled. Rao is so, their bodies are not strained. Their bodies are leaning back from time to time with the fierce battle in the projection picture, instinctively trying to dodge. Through holographic projection, the powerful power of the cursed warrior is truly displayed in front of their eyes. With one blow, the thick stone pillar was directly broken, and the heavy boulder with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters was easily raised over his head and thrown out. He rode tens of meters in the air and smashed it into pieces on the mountain in the distance. With a wave of his hand, the huge hammer with the rapid electric light twining behind was easily hit and flew, and directly crashed into a hillside on the side of the hill. As Chen Mo said, the power of this cursed warrior is really powerful. They are not even sure whether the huge mecha hunter can deal with him. Although I don't know what kind of weapon is the giant hammer wrapped with electric light, from the destructive power of the hammer on the hillside after it was hit, it is no less powerful than the missile and iron fist of the machine armor hunter. But this kind of powerful attack was easily blocked by him. Just as they were shocked by the inhumane power of the cursed soldiers and the formidable defensive power comparable to steel, the picture before them changed once again. A dazzling red light burst into a dazzling light group with a diameter of more than 2 meters, wrapping the cursed warrior in it. A red energy is constantly rotating and interweaving, tearing the body of the cursed warrior. Even with the strong physical strength of the cursed warrior, he could not resist the tear of this energy. In the shrill screams, the cursed warrior's body quickly collapses towards the middle. First, the legs and arms were twisted into the trunk one by one, and then the skull collapsed under the strong suction. In a flash, the largest body of the cursed soldier was only the most thick and hard breastbone armor. By this time, Sen Mazi and Xiao Luan also saw that the red light just burst out actually produced a tiny black hole. Even if the body strength of the cursed warrior is high, it can't resist the terrorist power of the black hole that even the light can devour. As the tiny black hole finally disappeared, the cursed warrior disappeared completely, leaving no dust at all. The holographic projection is over here, and the light curtain in the air suddenly comes back to 3 dazzling beams, and then disappears above the 3 metal genera. However, in the minds of Mori and Xiao Luan, there is still a picture of the cursed warrior being swallowed up by a miniature black hole, which cannot be calm for a long time. Until Chen Mo opened the curtain again with his hands and thoughts, the light outside the window came in again, and suddenly the bright light would still be immersed in the dark world of Waddleheim. The two turned around and watched Chen Mo reach out to catch the metal ball that was falling slowly in the air. Then they took it back into the space. After watching the short but shocking holographic projection, they look at Chen Mo with different eyes. Mori Mazi is better. He believed in Chen Mo. At this time, in addition to deepening this trust, there was a little more awe in his eyes. The holographic projection just now is very short, but it also makes them clearly feel the power of the cursed warrior. Although they finally saw that he was swallowed up by the mini black hole, we can imagine how fierce and difficult their battle was before that. Besides cursing the soldiers, there are some other fighting scenes in the holographic picture just now. The leader of the Dark Elves raised his hand to control a large group of strange dark red materials floating in the air. A dazzling column of thunder burst out, bombarding the surging material continuously, and finally exploded violently, forming a small red mushroom cloud. Moriko also saw Chen Mo's figure in it. She saw only the dust. A tall figure completely covered in black armor suddenly appeared behind Malaki's, and a cold sword light almost appeared at the same time. With the speed that the naked eye could hardly catch, she cut it towards Malaki's neck. Even the dust in the sky could not completely cover the brilliance of the sword. In a flash of dazzling sword light, Melkus's head fell slowly from his neck, while Chen Mo's figure disappeared again before the attack of the cursed warrior fell on him, just as he had just appeared. The whole process is only less than a second, and Mori Zai, who used to be the driver of the ace machine armor hunter, can only see clearly. But the flash of the bright sword light was just like printed in her mind, which flashed in front of her from time to time and could not fade for a long time. Fighting is a compulsory course for mecha drivers, and Sen Mazi is the best one among them. Her fighting strength is top among all mecha drivers. As a Japanese, she is especially good at fencing. But compared with the sword that Chen Mo cut out in the holographic projection picture just now, their so-called fighting and swordsmanship are just like children's masters, which is not worth mentioning at all. Even if she had taught her Japanese swordsmanship master, she was far inferior to Chen Mo. With that sword alone, Chen Mo's swordsmanship has reached the level of the patriarchal master that they can only look up to, maybe even higher. As for the specific level, she can't understand it. And that brief scene also exposed another kind of superpower of Chen Mo again: instant movement. No wonder Chen Mo can accomplish so many great deeds that they can't believe. With so many magical powers, powerful to terrible fighting skills and physical fitness, and the obviously unusual exoskeleton armor, even the powerful leader of the Dark Elves was killed by him in front of the cursed warrior. What he said before would not be too difficult for him. Until then, Sen Mazi had a more real understanding of Chen Mo's strength. The shining sword can instantly behead the leader of the Dark Elves. No one but the most powerful curse warrior is his opponent. Even though the power of the cursed warrior is stronger, Chen Mo, after killing the leader of the Dark Elves, relies on his magical blink ability to leave safely under the attack of the cursed warrior. It can be seen that the powerful cursed warrior should have no way to deal with him. And the final result is that they have won. Even the cursed warrior, who is powerful to horror and has immortal body, is swallowed by the mini black hole. A powerful alien race with advanced space warships and the ability to destroy the Earth was defeated by Chen Mo and the Shield Bureau behind him. What Chen Mo said before is not just a slogan. They really have the ability to defeat the alien forces that invade the Earth and protect the Earth. If Sen Mazi's attitude towards Chen Mo is only from gratitude to awe, Xiao Liwen's attitude has changed 180 degrees. Just now, she suspected that Chen Mo was a liar of nonsense. At this time, she was completely shocked and convinced by the facts revealed in the holographic projection. The advanced and powerful of the dark spirit worship, the ferocity and strength of the cursed warrior, the strange and weird dark red matter suspended in the air, and the gorgeous and terror of the cursed warrior when swallowed by the mini black hole all shocked her heart. Chen Mo's sword that beheaded Malukis, although she did not see Sen Mazi clearly, but she felt more strongly Chen Mo's power and mystery. When I look at Chen Mo again, there is no doubt in her eyes. Instead, there is a strong reverence and curiosity. There is almost light in her eyes. It seems that I wish I could study Chen Mo from head to toe and show her all kinds of heroic deeds of guarding the Earth for so many years, just like before, so that she can understand Chen Mo more clearly, the mysterious shield that he belongs to. Because the later battle scenes in the projection picture are relatively short, Xiao Liwen's face even has a trace of meaning. Looking back at the exciting and fantastic pictures she saw just now, she can't help but look at Chen Mo curiously and ask excitedly, "What happened later? Did you beat them away?" Chen Mo catches a glimpse of the 180-degree turn in his attitude. No longer is it Gao Leng or even Xiao Liwen, who has a tendency to develop in the direction of little Mi Mei, says quietly, "All killed." Chen Mo's understatement was heard in their ears, but it made them feel cold. The meaning of Chen Mo's words is obvious. In just 3 words, it means the extinction of a race. Chen Mo said before that after the war 5,000 years ago, the Dark Elves only had this warship. Now that all their leaders, cursed soldiers and remnant soldiers have been killed, the Dark Elves no longer exist. The disappearance of a powerful race in the legend made their hearts complicated. But what Chen Mo said is very clear. These Dark Elves want to destroy the world. If they don't, then it's the human beings on the Earth who will be extinct. From this point of view, although Chen Mo exterminated a race, he is still a hero worthy of their gratitude and admiration. He saved the Earth from the alien invaders. He is the hero of all mankind, and he and his organization have saved the Earth more than once. For thousands of years, they have been hiding behind the scenes, silently guarding the Earth and human beings. If Chen Mo didn't tell them, no one would know their great contribution to the Earth. Even when Chen Mo first told them the truth, they had strong doubts, which made them feel a little guilty. For Chen Mo, the guardian who fights silently for human beings, they even doubt him. This is ingratitude at all, an insult to the hero. Feeling the complexity and guilt in their eyes, Chen Mo didn't care about their previous doubts. Now that he has achieved his goal and gained their trust, he doesn't waste any more time and directly talks about the business. The threat of the Dark Elves has been lifted, but monsters and pioneers still threaten the safety of the Earth. Moreover, according to the information we have, the pioneers are arranging a plot on the Earth, and a new round of attacks will come soon. Xiao Liwen, who heard the news for the first time, said in surprise, "What? Isn't the wormhole destroyed? All the monsters that invaded the Earth were killed. How could they move their hands and feet on the Earth?" In Xiao Liwen's mind, the pioneer will not give up invading the Earth, and she firmly believes that the monster attack will come again. But in her expectation, the pioneer will build wormholes again and send more powerful monsters to attack the Earth again. She has been monitoring the energy fluctuations on the Earth through the detection device at any time. As soon as the wormholes appear, they will find an alarm at the first time. But at least until wormholes reappear, the Earth should be safe. What Mari, who already knows, thinks about is another aspect. It is obvious that the conspiracy of the pioneers to control the monster worshippers has not just begun. It is likely that it has been brewing since they blew up the wormhole 10 years ago, but they haven't been aware of it for such a long time. As soon as Chen Mo came back, he investigated the conspiracy of the pioneer, saved her, and directly put forward the initiative plan. Although I still don't know about the Shendun Bureau, Mori felt its strength, not only its combat effectiveness, but also the mysterious organization that may have existed for hundreds of years. It is also very powerful in intelligence investigation and other aspects. Compared with it, its Pacific Rim Joint Army Defense Force is too weak. The Shendun Bureau can hide behind the scenes, discover the major crisis threatening the Earth's security again and again, and lift the crisis without people's knowledge. There is no trace left after the event, which actually shows the powerful strength of Shendun Bureau. If the previous analysis of Chen Mo only believed 7 or 8 points, then Moriko had fully accepted Chen Mo's statement. The pioneers were brewing a conspiracy through the monster worshippers they controlled. See Chen Mo's eyes to her. Sen Mazi immediately understood and turned to Xiao Liwen to tell her the details of the attack by unidentified mecha and Chen Mo's analysis. After hearing Sen Mazi's words, Xiao Liwen could not help frowning. She doesn't think Chen Mo is making random guesses. At least after knowing Chen Mo's identity and strength, she is convinced of Chen Mo. Besides the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, only her Xiao industry has the technology and ability to make mecha hunters in the world. That is to say, she was almost killed by the mecha made by her company. Think of here, Xiao Liwen can't help but get angry, eyes flashed a little cold. She has decided to go back and investigate this matter immediately. She wants to let the guy who betrayed humanity pay the price for the alien pioneer to be a traitor. Although there is no clue for the moment, there are not many people in her company who can quietly build a machine armor on her back. It should not be difficult to find out. And she just ignored the precaution before. She didn't expect that when all human beings fight against monsters together, someone will stand on the side of monsters. But in fact, she still controls the highest authority of Xiao's industry. Although the traitor, by virtue of the decentralization and carelessness of her opponent, has made some small actions behind her back, she will certainly leave traces in the company's server. Following these traces, Xiao Liwen has faith to find out the traitor of human beings. Looking at Xiao Liwen's face, Chen Mo can't help but remind her. Remember, all investigations should be carried out in secret. We should not make a statement or be found by anyone else, so as not to disturb others. Our goal is not only the traitor but the pioneer behind him. Chen Mo saw Xiao Liwen's anger fade away. He looked at him thoughtfully and immediately continued. After finding out the traitor, don't act rashly. First, find out his action and purpose and find out their plot. Our ultimate goal is to take this opportunity to wipe out the pioneer completely. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Xiao Liwen could not help but see the light in front of her eyes. Like Mori Mazi, she had never thought of launching a counterattack to completely eliminate the pioneers before. Her years of hard work in developing drone armor is just for the better elimination of monsters. As for the counterattack, she couldn't even think about it. As soon as Chen Mo came up, he put forward a plan to eliminate the pioneers completely. However, it does conform to Chen Mo's and the Shendan Bureau behind him. Through Chen Mo's brief introduction before, she also had a general understanding of the Shendan Bureau. From their actions of exterminating werewolves, destroying alien mechanical life, destroying ambitious people and killing dark elves, we can see that they are not gentle pacifists. When they protect the earth, they usually kill and they pursue to cut the grass and root, leaving no future troubles. No matter werewolves, mechanical life or dark elves, they have completely disappeared. At least they have never seen them on the earth. Perhaps it is because of their strength and determination that the earth can safely develop to the present in the dangerous universe. So after more than 20 years of entanglement and fighting with monsters, Chen's immediate intention is to fight against the Yellow Dragon, kill all the pioneers and fundamentally solve the threat of monsters. After being surprised, Xiao Luan found that this was the best way to deal with the threat of monsters. Even if they make more hunter machine armor, as long as monsters appear again and attack the city, they will inevitably cause huge civilian casualties and urban damage. Xiao Luan suddenly thought that Chen Mo's battle with the Dark Elves had been transferred from the Earth to the Dark Elves planet. If the Dark Elves warships come to the Earth, relying on the powerful warships and the nearly invincible cursed soldiers, and the group that is obviously different, it seems that there is a dark red material with strong power. Even if Chen Mo and Shendan can defeat them, human beings will inevitably lose a lot. It's better to transfer the battlefield to the enemy, so that they can attack heartily, consider damage and consequences. The reason why human beings were at a disadvantage in the fight against monsters in the early stage was not that they had no means to deal with them at all, but that the damage and consequences caused by nuclear bombs were too serious, and they were not willing to use them easily until the last moment. However, many coastal cities have become ruins completely, and will become the forbidden area of human beings for decades, and their only major victory was to destroy wormholes. It was not by driving dangerous vagrants through wormholes and detonating nuclear reactors in the pioneer world that they were able to destroy wormholes, which won a rare 10-year rest time for mankind. Understand Chen Mo's plan. Xiao Luan's eyes shine, a face of worship and approval looking at Chen Mo, nodded hard to answer. Act rashly and alert the enemy. I will secretly investigate and never let the wind go by. Chen Mo nodded and said to her, I have news to contact Sen Mazi directly. We will be at the base of Mo Yulan in this period of time. Xiao Luan looks at Sen Mazi and nods in disappointment. She originally wanted Chen Mo to go back to Xiao Industry with her and find the traitor in front of him, but she could only nod to Chen Mo's decision. Then Chen Mo did not return to the war clothes, but directly waved away the war clothes. Although the two people who have seen Chen Mo's ability of taking things out of nothing are still surprised, they are not as fussy as they were at the beginning. Soon, the door of the conference room was opened, and Xiao's bodyguard, who was guarding the door, hurriedly looked at it. Then he was surprised to find that when he came out first, he was a tall young man he had never seen before. Several bodyguards were shocked. They kept outside all the time and there was no one else in. How did this guy appear in front of them? Moreover, they felt a strong and familiar sense of oppression from Chen Mo, and their muscles could not help tensing because of their anger. A few people who felt extremely sharp suddenly became alert. They looked at Chen Mo with a wary face and couldn't help but reach for his gun. With their actions, a sense of extreme danger suddenly appeared in their hearts. The action of several people pulling out their guns could not help but freeze, and then they met Chen Mo's sharp eyes like a blade, which made them feel cold. They have a feeling that if they continue to draw their guns, Chen Mo's thunder attack will inevitably come. Fortunately, Xiao Luan came out immediately, and the situation hasn't been further developed. Otherwise, Chen Mo would not let them point their guns at them if they dared to draw a gun at them, although Chen Mo had a good impression on these dutiful bodyguards. Seeing Xiao Luan and Sen Mazi coming out behind Chen Mo, they didn't want to be busy. Several bodyguards relaxed. It's just that when they take back their hands, they don't know when they have been soaked with sweat. As Xiao Luan and Sen Mazi walked out of the meeting room, several bodyguards noticed that the micro-robot that they had walked into the meeting room with did not come out. Then their eyes couldn't help but fall on Chen Mo again. At this time, they just reacted. The familiar sense of oppression felt by Chen Mo just now is very similar to that of the previous micro-mecha. Now it seems that the cold-faced young man in front of him is the driver of the former micro-robot. This surprised them a lot. At first, they thought that the sense of oppression was due to the micro-mecha on the other side. Ordinary people will inevitably feel pressure in the face of steel mecha, even if it is small. But at this time, they realized that the original kind of strong pressure is not only from the mecha, but also from the young man himself. Moreover, although Chen Mo has restrained his momentum at this time, the horror of cold everywhere when they wanted to draw a gun has been deeply imprinted on their mind. As the world's top bodyguards, they have seen some powerful or murderous experts, but none of them can compare with Chen Mo. If Xiao Luan didn't come out in time and break the confrontation, they are not sure that some of them dare to draw guns. Under the influence of Chen Mo, they feel weaker than ever. In fact, if you are an ordinary person, even if you are strong enough, you can't rely on your momentum to suppress the breath of several top bodyguards. But Chen Mo is not only strong enough to kill countless people, but also controls huge power and power. His momentum is much stronger than that of ordinary people. The most important thing is that Chen Mo's mental power is very strong. Even if Chen Mo doesn't use his mental power directly, just the emission of momentum also has the effect of shocking people's hearts, and suppressing the other party's mental will under the influence of strong mental power. Usually, Chen Mo is deliberately restrained, which only makes people feel outstanding temperament. Those who are more sensitive can also feel the pressure that escapes from him. However, when he completely releases his momentum, ordinary people are only completely suppressed. This is not an elusive feeling, but a real suppression of spiritual power. When several bodyguards were still in doubt, Chen Mo had taken Sen Mazi and her 2 men out of the gate and walked forward. If it's like a guard following 2 domineering female CEOs, then when they leave, they just turn over. Chen Mo, who took off his war clothes, became the absolute core of the 3, just like the boss striding in the middle. The Secretary General of Sen Mazi and Xiao Luan, the Secretary General of PPDC, and the boss of Xiao's industry, became a clever female secretary. Naturally, Chen Mo was half a step behind Chen Mo and walked beside him. This scene is very surprising for some of Xiao Luan's bodyguards. With Xiao Luan's pride and strength in the past, no matter in the face of Sen Mazi, the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, or other heads of state and business tycoons, there has never been a slightest concession. At most, they just walk side by side. They have protected Xiao Luan for so many years, and have never seen her so humble or even respectful to anyone. A bodyguard standing at the door saw the 3 men walk out of the meeting room. He couldn't help but look into the meeting room and want to see where Chen Mo's previous set of micro-machine armor was. There was no hiding place in the meeting room. He glanced and saw it clearly, but there was nothing in it. This makes him not from surprised stare big eyes. So heavy a set of mechanical armor, so disappeared. However, he didn't have much time to think about where Chen Mo's armor went. Seeing Xiao Luan have left with Chen Mo, he had to let go of his doubts and hurriedly followed up with other bodyguards. However, due to the position change of the first 3 people, they can only follow honestly, which looks like Chen Mo's bodyguard. Along the way, many staff in the headquarters of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force were shocked. What was the origin of the tall young man walking in front of him? He even let the Secretary General and the controller of Xiao's industry follow him, with a look of respect. It seems that his age is not like a member of the committee or a high-ranking member of various countries, but his temperament is very extraordinary, dignified and fierce, like a noble king, like an iron-blooded general. Is it the real royal family of which country? But I haven't heard that there is such an outstanding prince in any country, and even the prince or even the king is not qualified to let Mori and Xiao Luan do so. Chen Mo and his 3 people ignored these things. What they had to guard against was the pioneer and the monster worshipper he controlled. Chen Mo didn't need to hide carefully, even if they found Chen Mo's existence. In addition to Sen Mazi and Xiao Luan, plus Jack, who is driving the Revenge Ranger outside, no one else knows Chen Mo's real identity or their plans. The emergence of Chen Mo may make some people wonder and guess his identity, but it will not affect the first drive's plot or their final plan. Therefore, Chen did not hide that he first appeared in the conference hall in steel battle clothes, and now he even appears directly. Anyway, Chen Mo is bound to take part in a series of later actions in person and always show up. At this time, there is no need to cover up. In the shocked eyes of the staff at the headquarters of the United Forces around the Pacific, Chen Mo and his party soon arrived at the gate of the building. By this time, the meeting had already ended, and the members of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force Committee had left one after another. The PPDC headquarters building directly hit by the missile is still standing, but there are 3 huge and ferocious holes on the flat glass curtain wall. Although the fire caused by the explosion has been put out, there are still puffs of smoke. In the square in front of PPDC headquarters, there is still a mess caused by the previous attack, glass fragments, broken walls, and all kinds of debris scattered on the ground. Reporters and demonstrators gathered in the square fled when they attacked. When an emergency meeting was held, the area around the venue was under direct martial law. At this time, there were no other people in the square except the Vindictive Ranger machine armor and the soldiers of the Pacific Rim Joint Army Defense Force. In the driver's cab of the Revenge Ranger, Jack guards the surrounding area against another attack. At the same time, he occasionally looks down at the door of the nearby building. The others have left, but Moriko and others have not come out. When Jack was a little anxious, the electric door at the bottom of the building suddenly opened slowly. A tall and dignified figure with 2 mature and cool female secretaries walked out of the building surrounded by a group of elite black suit bodyguards. Jack thought it was the top of the committee at first, but when he saw the figure of Moriko clearly, he couldn't help but froze. His eyes couldn't help scanning around. He found that Chen Mo's figure under the iron and steel battle clothes was not seen except for Sen Mazi, Xiao Luan, and the group of bodyguards. In the end, Jack's eyes fell on the front figure. Is it him? In addition to Chen Mo, Jack can't think of anyone who would let Moriko and Xiao Luan walk behind like subordinates. He remembered Xiao Luan's cold gesture when she arrived at Mo Yulan base. Thinking of the plan about Xiao Luan mentioned by Chen Mo before and the familiar feeling on the tall figure below, Jack basically determined Chen Mo's identity. Obviously, they have told Xiao Luan about it and successfully persuaded her. At the same time, Jack watched Chen Mo, who was surrounded by 2 beauties with great power. His momentum was even better than those of the senior officials who left before. He was a little jealous. This guy is too powerful. Those senior officials in their 40s and 50s are nothing. Jack doesn't feel anything at all, but Chen Mo looks like him at his age, and even a lot younger guy makes him compare with himself. Young, tall, handsome, and mysterious, surrounded by Sen Mazi, Xiao Luan, and all the people behind him, he is as powerful and domineering as the king. After 10 years of dropping out of school, he has just become a genius of robot hunter-driver, and has left him for more than one street in all aspects. But thinking of the scene when Chen Mo pulled the helicopter and saved pockmarked Mori, all the envy and jealousy in Jack's heart disappeared instantly. He still clearly remembers his despair and remorse at that time. If it wasn't for Chen Mo, he should still be immersed in the pain of Sen Pockmark's death. How could he have the heart to envy and hate here? Looking at Chen Mo again, Jack's eyes no longer have the slightest meaning of comparison. Chen Mo can be recognized by Mori Mazi and Xiao Luan, and it must depend on real strength. Moriko may respect Chen Mo for saving her, but Xiao Luan is obviously not so easily convinced. Jack can't help wondering what Chen Mo said to them. And where's his steel armor? What is his real identity? With full of doubts, Jack watched Xiao Luan get in the car and leave under the escort of bodyguards. Chen Mo and Sen Mazi looked up at him, and then they boarded a military aircraft that was similar to the Kun fighter plane waiting in the square. However, a larger military aircraft quickly took off to the north. It seems that we have to wait until we get back to the base. At the end of the meeting, all the important people participating in the meeting left, and the escort task of Revenge Rangers ended. 6 4-rotor heavy transport helicopters came from afar and hovered over the head of Revenge Rangers. 6 multi-strand cables were lowered under the belly of the aircraft. Jack and his 2 men raised their hands to grasp the end of the cables and fastened them to the specially reserved quick clips on their shoulders. Then 6 heavy helicopters slowly lifted, lifting the heavy Revenge Wanderer directly from the ground. At the same time, near the coast where Obsidian entered, 3 mecha hunters who had come to support before and were arranged to guard the coast were also hoisted by heavy helicopters. 4 huge aircraft in the heavy helicopter propeller in the roar of the slowly lift-off toward 2 different directions. Although the task of the meeting's escort is in the charge of Revenge Rangers, Moyulan Base actually sent 3 machine armors. In addition to the Revenge Ranger acting as the honor guard at PPDC headquarters, the Brave Protector, Omega Warrior and another machine armor of Sydney Base are on standby at Sydney Base. Originally, it was just a routine plan, but it really came into use. Now that the mission is over, the 4 mecha will return to their bases directly. In a word, although Chen Mo thinks that the way of using 6 helicopters to lift and deploy the armor is somewhat backward, he has to admit that this heavy transport helicopter, which seems to be specially developed for lifting and deploying the armor hunters, is very powerful. The weight of Revenge Rangers is more than 2,000 tons, and the average weight of each helicopter is more than 300 tons, which is more than 10 times the maximum load of military helicopters on the Earth today, and the flight speed and range are far higher than those of Earth helicopters, including Chen Mo's military aircraft, which is similar to the Kun fighter at this time. According to Chen Mo's observation, its performance is also more advanced than the Kun fighter. This fighter is similar to the Kun fighter in appearance, but it is not like the Kun fighter with a turbine engine in each wing, so the wings are lighter and the cabin space is larger. Moreover, the aircraft can also take off and land vertically. There is a jet engine that can rotate on both sides of the wing and tail. During the take-off and landing process, it can be adjusted to the vertical direction to take off and land, while in flight, it can be adjusted to the horizontal direction to provide powerful propulsion together with the 4 jet propulsion engines at the tail of the aircraft. In contrast, although the 2 turbine engines in the wings of the Kun fighter can take off and land vertically, which ensures the flexibility of the Kun fighter, they cannot provide propulsion force in high-speed flight, and the utilization ratio of power is far lower than that of the aircraft Chen Mo is riding on at this time. In the plane cabin, Sen Mazi and Chen Mo sit opposite each other. When the plane just took off, Sen Mazi was actually a little nervous. After all, she had just experienced a crash and almost died, but when she saw Chen Mo sitting opposite, she soon relaxed. Chen Mo can save her once, and naturally can save her for the second time. Being around Chen Mo is undoubtedly the safest place. She was very clear that Chen Mo had attended the meeting with her before, because she was afraid that the pioneer forces would attack again. Although Chen Mo is not wearing a steel battle suit, she knows that if she needs Chen Mo, she can take out the armor in an instant. She also clearly remembered Chen Mo's situation when he removed his battle clothes. The precise armor covering his whole body quickly deformed and opened in less than a second. It was only a blink of an eye to put it on again. Chen Mo was sitting beside him. The shadow of the crash didn't have a great impact on Moriko. The plane took the 2 people to the base of Moyulan. A few hours later, the height of the plane began to drop. Chen Mo looked down through the porthole and saw a small island with beautiful mountains. The island is not far from the mainland, so you can see the outline of the coast of the mainland. In the south of the island, the original beaches and reefs have been completely replaced by flat concrete ground, on which a huge dome fortress-like building stands. The plane landed slowly in the open space in front of the dome fortress. The hatch at the back of the plane fell down. Chen Mo and Moriko stepped out. Standing in the square, Chen Mo looked up directly at the dome fortress in front. He didn't feel it when he was looking in the air just now. Standing on the ground at this time, Chen Mo really felt its greatness. This dome fortress looks low. In fact, it's just because of its large area. In the distance, it looks like a fortress crawling on the ground. But in fact, its height is more than 200 meters, equivalent to a skyscraper with more than 70 floors. It covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters, much larger than the Bird's Nest Stadium. Just the front gate is 100 meters high wide. At this time, through the open base gate, Chen Mo can see a huge, powerful machine armor hunter parked inside. When Senmazi saw Chen Mo's eyes, he immediately took him to the base and explained, "This is Mo Yulan Base. In addition to defending the South China Sea area, it is also PPDC's Mecha Hunter Academy, which is responsible for training Mecha Hunter drivers." The two men quickly passed through the huge gate and stepped into the dome fortress. The scene inside was completely displayed in front of Chen Mo. Inside the gate is a huge circular open space, occupying most of the whole building area, comparable to a large stadium. Around the open space, close to the circular wall, there are 6 huge machine armor berths, nearly 100 meters high, with huge steel supports full of stairs and lifting devices standing on both sides of the berths. At this time, many people in overalls are busy on the huge steel support to maintain the armor, and there are many vehicles and staff on the ground. However, in front of the huge armor with a height of 70-80 meters, all the people and vehicles are extremely small. The huge and powerful machine armor, the huge steel support, the zigzag stairs and hatches on the wall, as well as the busy workers and lifting devices on the ground constitute a busy machine armor base, which can only be seen in science fiction films. At this time, they are actually presented in front of Chen Mo. In fact, the Pacific Rim world is not the world with the highest level of science and technology Chen Mo has ever traversed, but it is the world with the most sense of science fiction. The shock and impact of the giant armor, which is 70-80 meters high, even lies on the alien spacecraft. Even though Chen Mo was used to seeing all kinds of magical world and shocking scenes, he felt a little excited when he stood in this huge and magnificent robot hunter base. Looking at the huge machine armor standing in front of him, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel eager to try. With the iron and steel battle clothes, the dragon has also ridden. Can we consider starting the machine armor next? Senmazi saw Chen Mo's eyes sweeping around the mecha and immediately introduced. Mo Yulan Base is the largest base of PPDC. There are 6 hunter mecha deployed here, because 3 of them were sent to assist the Security Committee Summit before, and now only 3 of them remain in the base. With the introduction of Senmazi, Chen Mo's eyes once again carefully scanned the 3 machine armors one by one. On the far right is a heavy armor painted in military green. On the left hand is replaced by a giant meteor hammer full of sharp edges. Titan Redeemer Base, China's Mo Yulan Base model, 6th generation aircraft height, 74.1 m weight, 2256 tons weapons and equipment, M19 Morningstar chain hammer, EMP smoke bomb, GG-11 gyro core speed, 5 power, 10 defense, 9 BR. This can be seen from the weapons on its left hand. Except for the powerful heavy machine armor, other machine armors can't use such heavy weapons flexibly at all. The other yellow machine armor not far away from it is stronger in body shape and thicker in body armor, especially a pair of massive 3-layer armor shoulder guards at the shoulder, which are powerful and gorgeous, as if they can easily resist any attack. Chen Mo, who has seen the movie, is very impressed with this heavy machine armor. Brasserphonics Base, China's Mo Yulan Base start date, November 1, 2025 model, 5th generation aircraft height, 70.7 m weight, 2128 tons weapons and equipment, heavy machine gun, anti-monster missile launcher speed, 3 strength, 9 defense, 10BR, however, the performance of the 5th generation of mecha in service is not much worse than that of the 6th generation. In addition to its weak speed, its strength and defense are both top-notch, almost comparable to that of the Titan Savior. Moreover, as a heavy machine armor that focuses on strengthening its defense, its armor is extremely thick and its survival ability is stronger than that of the Titan Savior. In the movie, Titan Savior is damaged when the drone armor attacks, and his Morningstar chain hammer is transplanted to the Phoenix Gorilla. It is also one of the few machine armor that has enough strength and can use this heavy weapon. In addition to its strong close combat strength, it is equipped with powerful heavy-duty machine guns at its waist, which can take into account both long range and close combat, which is also a major specialty of this machine armor. Different from other two-person machine armor, Phoenix Gorillas need 3 pilots to operate. The pilot in the middle can slide down to the cockpit of the chest to operate 4 heavy machine guns for long-range attack. The waist equipped with a slide rail can realize the front and back turning of heavy machine guns, greatly increasing the mobility of weapons, and flexibly attacking the enemies in front and back. The integrated combat practice the power is not under 6 generations of machine armor. The last one left is even more dazzling. Tall and slender body, bright orange-red armor, full of dynamic streamlined shape, like a cool super sports car. Saber Athena Base. China's Mo Yulan Base start date, December 20, 2033 model, 6th generation machine height, 76.8 m weight, 1628 tons weapons and equipment. Back iron double-edged sword, N16 iron gun, X411 super metal body, RG28 4-limb accelerator speed, 10 strength, 8 defense. 5. It is the quickest and most beautiful machine armor in history, and it is also the lightest, most sensitive and fastest machine armor in the team. It's relatively slim and flexible, and in order to improve its sports ability, it has abandoned additional weapons and equipment. Only 2 iron swords are equipped at the back. The 2 iron swords also have the function of combining into one, which can be quickly combined into one big sword in the battle. However, it does not have the ability of long-range attack. It is a pure melee-type machine armor. In fact, its performance is more suitable for Chen Mo. It can give full play to Chen Mo's swordsmanship and fighting skills. However, Chen Mo is not interested in its bright and feminine appearance. Under the personal leadership of Secretary General of PPDC, Moriko, Chen Mo paid a very detailed visit to 3 machine armors, and even boarded the steel platform on both sides of the machine armor to watch the machine armor engineers maintain and repair the machine armor. In close contact, Chen Mo feels the charm of the giant mecha even more. Every detail is clearly presented in front of Chen Mo. Although it is not as delicate as it is when viewed from afar, the welds on the armor are clearly visible, but the heavy armor, the cold lines and the huge size make people more shocked. Just one of the fingers is the size of a family car, and the whole head is comparable to a 2-story building. A machine armor engineer is hanging on a piece of armor in the chest of the Phoenix Gorilla to weld. It looks like a small beetle crawling on the human body. In this process, Chen and Mo naturally attracted the surprised eyes of many staff. They did not know who was worthy of being accompanied by the Secretary General of the United Forces around the Pacific. However, they were only surprised that there was Sen Mazi, the Secretary General, and naturally no one would stop them. After visiting Mecca, the 2 passed through a gate on the wall and entered the base. The main building of Mo Yulan Base is hidden in the thick wall surrounding the Mecca area. Taking a high-speed elevator, the 2 people came directly to the upper floor of the base. The elevator door opened, and a narrow corridor with a length of hundreds of meters appeared in front of them. Through the glass on both sides of the corridor, Chen Mo can see the thick dome above and a huge machine armor below. This corridor is directly suspended under the dome, connecting a circular building in the center of the dome like a giant chandelier. Chen Mo knows that that is the command center of the base. They walked along the long corridor side by side and came to the front door of the command room. Without waiting for them to stop, the closed heavy steel cabin door opened automatically. Chen Mo and Moriko walked in directly. In front of Chen Mo is a circular command room similar to the control center of the space carrier, surrounded by a circle of wide glass windows. Standing in front of the window, you can clearly see the situation of the lower armor parking area. Facing the direction of the base gate, you can see the square outside through the open gate. Each console is arranged in an orderly ring around the periphery, and the central position is two fan-shaped main consoles. Two holographic projections are projected on the top of the console, showing various complex data and pictures. Chen Mo sees the virtual projection of Revenge Rangers in it, and more than 20 people in dark blue PPDC uniforms are busy in their respective positions. One of them was dressed in a general's uniform with 4 stars on his shoulders. The Asian man with sharp eyes saw the two men stride over immediately. "Secretary General Sen, are you okay?" The man couldn't help but look up and down at Sen's pockmarked son to make sure she wasn't hurt, and then he was relieved. Other staff members in the command room all cast their eyes of concern when they found Sen Mazi's arrival. Unlike other staff members, they were in the command room when they first learned about the crash of Moriko's helicopter. At that time, everyone was shocked. Mori Mazi is the hero of saving the world. Since he was the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, he has been conscientious and responsible, and has made great contributions to the development of PPDC. The Hunter base of PPDC has also developed from 8-10 years ago to 19 today. The performance of Hunter Mecha has also been greatly improved, and the defense ability of the Pacific Rim region has been greatly improved, greatly strengthened. After 10 years of hard work, Sen has not only won the recognition of the committee, but also the respect of all members of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force. "I'm fine, General Quan." Sen Mazi introduced Chen Mo to him. "This is Mr. Chen Mo, who saved me." General Quan was shocked when he heard the words, and then he looked at Chen Mo in surprise. When Chen Mo rescued Sen pockmarked, the Revenge Ranger had fallen to the ground, and then Jack ran out of the cockpit directly, so they did not know the specific situation at that time through the Revenge Ranger's sensor. Jack didn't give any details, and then he quickly called an emergency meeting of the committee. They never had a chance to understand the situation. They only know that Moriko survived the crash, and they were worried that she would be injured. After all, it's a miracle that Moriko survived the crash. Unexpectedly, Moriko was not injured at all, but it turned out that he was saved by the young man with good temperament. General Quan quickly responded and hurriedly took a step forward. He took the initiative to extend his hand to Chen Mo and said sincerely on his face, "Mr. Chen, I'm General Quan. Thank you for saving Secretary General Sen." Chen Mo looks at General Quan, a tough and resolute general with a typical Chinese military style. He can't help but think of the scene that when the base of Mo Yulan was attacked in the movie, he was killed in the fire under the missile attack of the drone armor. But with his presence, his end is bound to be changed. Looking at General Quan's hand, Chen Mo can't help shaking his mind. He hasn't shaken his hand with others for a long time. Chinese people are used to shaking hands when they meet for the first time. Westerners shake hands in formal occasions. But with Chen Mo's strength and identity, there is no one in the real world worth shaking hands with. There is no one in the real world worth shaking hands with. The movie world is either completely controlled by him like the Avenger League world, or completely crushed by him like Transformers and Biochemical Crisis, and no one really reaches out to him like he does now. Looking at the palm extended by General Quan in front of him, Chen Mo still reached for it. Chen Mo is not Xiao Luan. Although he hardly shakes hands with people in ordinary times, he doesn't reject people who can see clearly. Chen Mo saw the shadow of Chinese soldiers in the general from power. Although it was the movie world, it was Chen Mo's compatriot, which made him feel a little kind. There is no story of dog blood secretly used to shake hands in novels. General Quan is deeply grateful to Chen Mo who saved Sen's pockmarked son. Chen Mo's firm and powerful hand makes him look at Chen Mo higher. Just like a person's temperament, General Quan likes to know each other by shaking hands. Just like Xiao Luan, who never shook hands with others before, in General Quan's eyes, it just shows her inner pride and vulnerability. And the handshake with Chen Mo made him feel a strong confidence, atmosphere, and strength. General Quan has been in contact with many powerful fighters and ace machine drivers. Compared with them, Chen Mo doesn't use too much power, but General Quan can judge that Chen Mo's strength is actually very strong through his casual grip. Chen Mo's fierce and heavy temperament, which does not match his age, also confirms his feelings. As a soldier, General Quan has a natural affinity for powerful soldiers. In addition, Chen Mo saves Sen Mazi, which makes him pay more attention to Chen Mo. Feeling General Quan's attitude towards himself, Chen Mo smiled and said, "As a human front, it's right to save people." However, General Quan heard the unusual taste from Chen Mo's words. He couldn't help but look at Sen Mazi and ask in doubt, "Did you find anything? You sent a message when the helicopter crashed, but under the electromagnetic interference of obsidian, the data we received is not complete." Sen Mazi looked at Chen Mo, saw that he had no objection, just nodded and said to General Quan, "We suspect that the attack has something to do with the pioneers." "Pioneer?" General Quan looked at Sen Mazi in surprise, then turned his head and looked at Chen Mo. Just now, Sen Mazi looked at Chen Mo's action, and he also looked at it. It's not just because she saved her that Moriko values Chen Mo so much. Listening to Sen Mazi's conclusion, General Quan's expression was also dignified. At the same time, he understood why Sen Mazi had such an attitude towards Chen Mo. These things should be analyzed by the young man in front of him. He proposed that the pioneers might control the monster worshippers, which they never considered, but there is a great possibility. If it is as they speculate, then the problem is serious. But as a soldier, General Quan needs to be more rigorous. He looks down and ponders. He can't help looking up at pockmarked Sen and says seriously, "But all this is speculation, and there is no evidence to prove it." When Moriko was about to speak, the door of the command center behind him suddenly opened, and Jack and Nate, who were still wearing machine armor, strode in. Nate's face was full of frustration. They had a hard time returning to the base. He was going to go back to have a good rest, but Jack did not pull him to the command center. Even his combat uniform could not be unloaded. Jack knows that Chen Mo and Sen Mazi have returned to the base of Mo Yulan. He wants to know Chen Mo's real identity from Sen Mazi as soon as possible, for fear of missing their next plans. So he rushes to the base in a hurry. Moriko looked at Jack and his two men, and said to General Quan when they went back and forth, "The power characteristics of the unidentified armor used to launch the attack are the same as those of the Revenge Ranger." When fighting with the Revenge Ranger, its chest armor once opened, emitting thermal rays and revealing the hidden turbine engine inside. It can be basically determined that this unidentified armor uses the same power core as the Revenge Ranger. Jack and Nate heard something about them as soon as they arrived. They immediately raised their ears. Nate had no choice but to come in. He stood aside carefully and listened to Sen Mazi's story. Sen Mazi experienced the heat ray from Obsidian's chest, but they were being oppressed and ravaged by Obsidian at that time, and they were directly blown out before they could see its attack. But they didn't see it clearly, but there was a record of vengeful vagrants. General Quan immediately turned to the female officer on the console. "Play back the battle video of Revenge Ranger and Rage Obsidian." "Yes, General," the female officer said, her hands quickly operating on the console at the same time. Soon, a battle picture recorded from the perspective of Revenge Rangers was put on the holographic projection screen in front of them. Looking at the picture constantly shaking under the fierce attack of Obsidian, a record of Iron Fist constantly smashed in the face, the picture sometimes looked up at the sky, sometimes looked down on the earth, and sometimes made close contact with a building. Jack and Nate could not help blushing. In the whole process of fighting, they were almost beaten by each other. At this time, they put out the battle picture again in front of the crowd, which made them feel a little ashamed. However, the attention of the people is not on the two of them, and all eyes are fixed on the furious Obsidian in the picture. When the Revenge Wanderer was smashed on a building again, and then pulled out, the figure of the furious Obsidian appeared in the picture again. All the people saw that the armor on its chest suddenly opened, and before they could see it clearly, a dazzling orange light burst out of its chest, towards the Avenger Wanderer, and the screen immediately rose again, turning into looking up at the sky. In the dark faces of Jack and Nate, General Quan frowned and said, "Back up." Under the operation of the female officer behind the console, the picture quickly went back to the front of the beam and began to play slowly. In the eyes of all, the armor on Obsidian's chest opened slowly again, revealing the turbine engine with orange light inside. "Stop!" At the same time of General Quan's voice, the female officer quickly paused the picture, and the turbine engine on Obsidian's chest was clearly presented in front of the public. Jack and Nate can't help looking at each other's shame that they are being ravaged by Obsidian. As the drivers of Revenge Wanderers, no one is more familiar with its power core than them. They can be as like as two peas in the rage of Obsidian chest and the vengeance. General Quan turned to look at Jack and Knight, and saw that they nodded together. He understood that Sen Mazi was right. The power core of this Obsidian was really the same as Revenge Ranger. However, the power core of Hunter's mecha is not the common parts in the scrap yard of retired mecha, and the management is very strict. When all the mecha are retired, the power core will be removed, either installed in the new mecha after transformation or destroyed directly. It is impossible to flow to the black market at all. This power core is very strange. After General Quan confirmed it, he turned his head to Mori Pockmarked and said in a deep voice, "Where did they get the power core? This is a nuclear power device. The power of explosion under overload is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb." General Quan said with a look of fear, "If the Obsidian machine exploded directly in Sydney, the whole of Sydney would be razed, including the headquarters of the United Forces around the Pacific, and the whole PPDC committee meeting there. In fact, 10 years ago, the dangerous vagrant driven by Sen Mazi destroyed the wormhole by overload and self-explosion of the nuclear reactor. Sen Mazi naturally knows the seriousness of the problem. The existence of this furious Obsidian machine armor is a huge threat. It is equivalent to a mobile nuclear bomb, which can land at any place at any time. Not to mention its own strong performance and strength, just this power core can destroy any machine armor hunter base. Sen Mazi picked up the tablet that he had been holding in his arms and operated it for a while. Then he made a forward stroke. A map of an island was displayed on the holographic projection beside him. And Senmatsu took a look at them and opened his mouth. "This is the Northern Siberian Islands. The nuclear power core of Revenge Rangers is made in a factory on the island, but it was abandoned several years ago. I think we should be able to find clues there." Jack can't help but go forward and ask for help. "We can drive Revenge Rangers to see what's there." Although Knight just came back from the mission, he was a little tired but heard that he didn't object. He also wanted to know the origin of the mecha that defeated them. General Quan hears the words and ponders, just wants to nod, but listens to Chen Mo suddenly to say, "You've just come back from Sydney. You're not in good shape and you're likely to encounter Obsidian. I'd better go." General Quan can't help but look at Sen Mazi in surprise, but see Sen Mazi nodding to him seriously. Out of trust in Sen Mazi, General Quan didn't speak. When Jack heard this, he could not help but think of the picture of Chen Mo holding the helicopter with his bare hands in his black armor, and the scene of launching a micro-missile to intercept and detonate all the missiles that fired Obsidian into the helicopter. He is very clear that Chen Mo's steel battle suit is small, but it is absolutely powerful. But even so, Jack doesn't think the small mecha can face up to Obsidian. Jack immediately looked at Chen Mo and said solemnly, "That mecha is hard to deal with, or we can go with you, or we can take care of it." Chen Mo hears the words but smiles and shakes his head. Then he looks at Jack and says slowly, "I mean, instead of you, I'm driving Revenge Rangers to explore." Jack was surprised at the words, but soon afterwards he was relieved. Chen Mo is able to control the micro-mecha flexibly, save the plane easily, intercept the missile, and the strength should be higher than him. The performance of the Rage Obsidian is similar to that of Revenge Rangers. Although they are unwilling to admit it, The fact is that the driver strength of the other side is indeed above them. If Chenmo, who is stronger than them, drives the Revenge Ranger, it is really possible to defeat him. Chenmo saved Moriko himself and also showed his great strength. Jack was very respectful and grateful to Chenmo, so he did not directly refuse, but turned to Moriko and General Quan. Senmazi nodded to him, and General Quan hesitated for a moment and then nodded, acquiesced in this matter. General Quan is more relieved to Chenmo when Senmazi comes out to protect him. Amara, who was caught in the illegal machine armor with Jack before, is also a hunter college that Senmazi is directly transferred to after a lot of strict screening and assessment before he can join. And General Quan is also curious about Chenmo, who discovered the conspiracy of the pioneer and seems to have extraordinary strength. He wants to see what Chenmo's talent is in driving the hunter's mecha. It's a great pleasure to have one more powerful mecha fighter, whether it's for the base of Mo Yulan, the whole United Forces around the Pacific, or even the whole world. Chenmo can get so much attention from Moriko. Obviously, it's not only because he saved Moriko. Although it's not clear about the details of Chenmo's saving Moriko before, it's enough to show his strength from the fact that he can save the fallen helicopter when all the Avengers fail to rescue, and make her almost unharmed. To be able to discover the conspiracy of the pioneers without all of them being aware of it proves his keen vision and superior wisdom. According to Senmazi, the deployment plan of Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, UAV, which was approved by all votes at the emergency meeting, was also proposed by Chenmo. All kinds of signs show that Chenmo is definitely a top talent with strong strategic vision and strong strength. Judging from the performance just now, Senmazi seems to regard him as a consultant. He even suspects that Senmazi has the intention of training Chenmo as her successor. However, in the case of not knowing Chenmo's real identity, Senmazi's attitude towards Chenmo really makes people think about it easily. In fact, General Quan's guess is almost the same, but Chenmo is neither a consultant nor a successor. Between the two, in fact, Chenmo has been dominant. Senmazi, who has fully accepted Chenmo as the commander of Shendun Bureau, is very convinced of Chenmo, and what she has done is more to help him. With the tacit consent of Moriko and General Quan, Jack did not feel any conflict and immediately turned to Chenmo. "Well, you can drive the Revenge Ranger instead of me and Nate, if you can get along with him." When two drivers operate a hunter's robot together, they need to have a sense of nerve, let their brains connect, share consciousness and memory, so that they can share the neural load of controlling the robot together and drive the robot as flexibly as a person to fight. But it's not that any two people can feel each other. First, both sides need to have enough talent and willpower. Second, both sides need to have a certain tacit understanding and be able to open their hearts. The higher the degree of tacit understanding, the higher the coordination and synchronicity, the better the manipulation of the mecha, and the stronger the strength will be. Under normal circumstances, a mecha warrior needs to go through a series of training and assessment in the Hunter College before he can really drive the mecha. This process mainly includes 3 stages. Even if it is a genius, it will take several years to complete. The first stage is the basic assessment and training, including physical fitness, reaction, psychological quality, and many other aspects, and also the stage with the highest elimination rate. The selection conditions of the armor fighters are much more stringent than that of the fighter pilots and astronauts, and most of them cannot meet the basic requirements even if they make great efforts. When the basic ability and quality meet the requirements, it will enter the second stage of skill learning, including the related knowledge of the driving mecha, short-term and long-term memory ability, physical and mental stress resistance ability practice, coordination and synchronization with partners, one-to-one combat skills, combat simulation training. The third stage is the simulation test. It includes tactics and data processing related to mecha operations, in-depth training of pressure resistance, synchronous test of drive system, one-to-one combat skill held training, and cold training in combat. Only through the above 3 stages of training, beyond their own limits, can they become a qualified mecha fighter. However, in this process, there will be people who are constantly eliminated, and the final pass rate is very low. Only a few students can stay until the end, and finally become a formal mecha fighter. This is also an important reason why the number of mecha hunters in the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force has always been insufficient. In the era of constant fighting with monsters, the training speed of mecha soldiers could not even catch up with the speed of sacrifice in the battle. Thanks to the 10 years of recuperation, the number of mecha hunters has increased greatly. The number of mecha hunters base has increased from 8 to 19. Before Amara joined in the air landing, some students who had worked hard to join the Hunter College were very unbalanced. If we let them know that Chen Mo, who had never received any training, could drive the armor directly without any examination, they would be mad with envy. In fact, Knight was reluctant to drive Revenge Rangers with Chen Mo, who had never met before. After all, the consciousness and memory of both sides will be shared in the process of synesthesia. There is no privacy. Jack is his old partner. Although the two often quarrel, their feelings are real. Chen Mo just met for the first time, not even friends. But considering that Chen Mo saved Sen Mazi, and both Sen Mazi and General Quan agreed, he had to obey the order as a soldier. So when Jack looked at him, Knight just pursed his mouth and shrugged his shoulders, saying that he was helpless but reluctantly accepted. But he didn't think about it. He accepted it. Chen Mo didn't accept it. Chen Mo's mind is full of huge secrets, which can even subvert the world's human cognition. He is not sure whether he can completely block the sharing of memory and consciousness when he carries out synesthesia. Moreover, it is not necessary for him at all. Looking at Jack and Knight, who are making eye contact, Chen Mo says directly, "I'm talking about driving my own Revenge Rangers." Hearing the words, all the people were shocked. Jack immediately turned to Chen Mo and said in surprise, "But it's impossible for a man to drive a revengeful wanderer. The nerve load of the armor can't be borne by a man. If one person can operate the mecha, PPDC will not spend a lot of manpower and material resources to develop a drive system, which is controlled by a two-person synesthesia." Others heard Jack's words with a nod of approval. Only pockmarked Sen looked at Chen Mo, who was calm and thoughtful. Chen Mo glanced at the crowd and said lightly, "How to know if you don't try?" Jack was shocked by Chen Mo's deep and firm eyes, then nodded. "If you can, I have no problem." Although Mori knows that Chen Mo's strength is much stronger than they think, he still worries about him. "Are you sure? You need to know that Revenge Ranger is not the small machine armor you used before. The nerve load on the controller is too heavy for one person to bear at all." She was worried that Chen had just returned to Earth from an alien planet and did not know the situation of Hunter Mecha, so she specially reminded her. Chen Mo nodded at her and said with a smile, "I know." See Chen Mo a face firm, Sen pockmarked finally nodded. "I can let you try, but if it doesn't work you have to stop." "No problem." Chen Mo nodded in response, knowing that Sen Mazi was worried about him, but in fact Chen Mo was full of confidence in operating the robot alone. Ordinary people can't bear the nerve load of Hunter's mecha, but he's not ordinary people. General Quan didn't speak all the time. Now he is curious about Chen Mo. He doesn't think Chen Mo is trying to be brave because from his observation, Chen Mo is not an impulsive and reckless person. On the contrary, he is far more calm than anyone present. For Chen Mo's performance, General Quan is full of expectation. They didn't waste their time either. Accompanied by Moriko, General Quan, Jack, and Knight, the former drivers of the Revenge Wanderers, Chen Mo came to the combat clothing matching room, which was located at the top of the base and hidden inside the dome. This is the place for the armor pilots to match, adjust, and prepare for combat. The technicians who received the Order of Revenge Rangers are in place and ready to work. Some of them have tested and debugged the system on the equipment, some have prepared the combat suit, armor, and transmission device, and stand in the assembly area waiting for the arrival of the driver. Although they were surprised by the arrival of General Quan, Moriko, and Chen Mo, they did not affect their work. Two technicians immediately handed 2 sets of black tights to Jack and Knight, but they didn't pick it up, and their faces were weird. In the confused eyes of the 2 technicians, Jack pointed to the technician in front of Chen Mo and said, "Find him a proper suit." The technician looked at Chen Mo along Jack's eyes and found that he didn't know the mecha warrior. He looked doubtfully at General Quan and Sen Mazi, who were standing aside. He saw the 2 men nodding at the same time. Although he was full of doubts, he went to one side and gave Chen Mo a set of the largest combat uniform. Chen Mo's height and body size are bigger and stronger than most of the current mecha fighters. Thanks to the flexibility of this new inner combat suit, otherwise Chen Mo really can't wear it. When Chen Mo put on a set of black tights for mecha hunters and stood alone in the assembly area, the 2 groups of technicians there were surprised. Especially for the empty group, look at Chen Mo standing aside and the empty assembly space in front of them. Finally, they look at Jack and Knight at a loss. It seems that they are asking, "Don't you 2 come together?" Jack and Knight pretended not to see Chen Mo. They looked at Chen Mo seriously. The technicians had to look at General Quan and saw that he waved his hand. Then they put down the equipment and instruments in their hands, stood aside and looked at Chen Mo, who was assembling. Their faces were full of doubts. Revenge Ranger must have 2 people to drive, and what is the situation of this person equipped with combat clothes at present, only on his own? It's not going to work. Strong nerve load will make him seriously injured or even killed. Chen Mo ignored the suspicious eyes of the people around him. He stood in the assembly area like the master, and allowed several technicians to assemble protective armor on him like the manipulator of the steel battlefield clothing platform. However, compared with the fully automated mechanical platform and the advanced steel battle suit, their assembly mode and protective armor are obviously far behind. However, they are not the same thing. The main function of the armor and transmission device is to provide protection for the driver in the battle, and collect the movement data of the body, and control the armor to fight by connecting the feedback cradle of the armor. And after years of technological innovation, the current combat suit is lighter, better in protection and faster in assembly than it was a decade ago. After several senior technicians fitted him with protective armor and spinal transmission, Chen Mo reached out to take the helmet handed to him by one person in front of him and smiled at the Senmazi people. Moriko looked at the confident Chen Mo on his face and couldn't help but say, "Don't force it. If something goes wrong, we will cut off the connection directly." Chen Mo nodded to her, then headed for the passage to the cockpit under the guidance of a technician. Walking through a not too long corridor, a thick hatch appeared on the front wall. A staff member who was waiting there looked at Chen Mo, who was wearing a combat suit and came alone with the help of a technician. He couldn't help but froze. Until Chen Mo's tall figure came in front of him, he suddenly reacted and turned around to open the hatch behind him. As the hatch opened, a shaft-shaped space of about 1,000 square meters appeared in front of Chen Mo. Surrounded by gray concrete walls and huge steel tracks, in the middle of the space, the huge head of Revenge Ranger, that is, the cockpit of the mecha is fixed in the air by several huge heavy steel locking devices, which is only 10 meters away from Chen Mo. In fact, it was specifically requested by Chen Mo from the very beginning. At present, only Revenge Rangers with built-in nuclear reactor power core still have independent cockpits separated from the main body of the aircraft. Because of long-term storage near the core of nuclear power reactor, long-term exposure to radiation in the cockpit will continue to accumulate radiation, causing harm to the driver. Therefore, before deployment, the cockpit of a nuclear-powered aircraft is usually separated. However, as the 6th generation of mecha, the radiation protection of the nuclear power core of Revenge Ranger is much more perfect than that of the previous mecha, and the radiation leakage is relatively weak. So unless it is parked in the hangar for a long time, it is not necessary to separate the cockpit and mecha in general. Most of the time, Revenge Rangers are parked in the hangar as a whole. The driver enters the cab from the hatch behind the head of the armor through the passage in the lower wall and the expansion gangway. However, The cockpit separation and connection device is still available and can be used at any time. Chen Mo was impressed by this cool way of boarding when he watched the Pacific Rim. Now he has the chance to experience it. Chen Mo naturally chooses this more exciting way. In addition to its powerful combat effectiveness, the mecha is more of a feeling for Chen Mo. The sense of ceremony is very important. What's the difference between directly entering the cockpit and driving a fighter? The mecha must have a way of belonging to the mecha. It's like the clothing of iron and steel battle clothes and the deformation of transformers. If you don't have this process, you will feel almost anything. But from another point of view, Chen Mo's mentality is constantly changing. From the very beginning, after entering the movie world, he carefully planned and tried his best to find ways to improve his strength. Now, with the continuous improvement of his strength, Chen Mo's control over the new world is becoming stronger and stronger, and finally he is no longer occupied by all the energy and vision of his strength. Now Chen Mo can easily plan a new world at the same time, pay more attention to his own experience and feelings, make up for the regret that once haunted in some movies, realize some childhood dreams and obsessions, obey his own heart, and do what he wants to do. In the world of biochemical crisis, we saved a few people with good character in prison, killed Dr. Wesk and Dr. Isaacs together with Alice, eliminated the T-virus, saved the world, and built a safe new home for all survivors at the seabed base. In the world of Iron Man 3, Maya Hansen, who would have been killed by Killian to save Tony Stark, was saved. She and Tony Stark were asked to study the virus of doom together, and Chen Mo felt very successful when they were fighting. In Asgard, she saved Saul's mother, Freya, from the hands of the cursed warrior, avoiding the regret of Soul and Rocky for life. Later, she was lucky to accept the flame dragon. Chen Mo directly transformed it into a divine dragon by using the biotechnology of the Zetari people, fulfilling his childhood wish of riding the wind to control the dragon. This time, in addition to preparing to get Hunter's mecha technology to strengthen technology and armed forces, Chen Mo chose Pacific Rim World for his dream of mecha. Of course, by the way, he was able to save Moriko, a favorite in the first movie. Chen Mo now relies on all kinds of abilities, magic soldiers and equipment to achieve the powerful power close to the sub-heavenly father level. As long as he doesn't meet the supremacy of the universe such as Annihilation and Death Goddess, there is almost no threat in the movie world. Until now, Chen Mo finally gets rid of the pursuit of power and enjoys the process of crossing more. In this process, Chen Mo feels that his mood is much higher than when he was just pursuing power. Although the spirit itself is very strong now, and the change of mood is not obvious to the improvement of strength, Chen Mo can clearly feel the change. I believe that his strength will be improved in the near future. Now, Chen Mo just wants to have a good experience of driving a robot. Outside, a retractable gangway stretches forward and connects to the hatch behind the Avenger's head. Chen Mo steps on the steel gangway and strides forward, but he is excited. These can only be seen in the film, animation before, but now I can experience and try. The ability to cross the space not only enables him to obtain powerful strength and advanced technology, but also enables him to have the ability to transform reality, experience different worlds, turn the plot according to his own ideas, and realize his own wishes. Whether it's steel or transformers, driving the dragon or manipulating the machine armor, ordinary people can only think about it at most, Yin, but he can really have and experience it. Technicians opened the heavy cockpit door for Chen Mo. Chen Mo picked up his mood and stepped into it. Through the 20 cm thick hatch, a science fiction control room appeared in front of Chen Mo. The cockpit is roughly round, with thick and solid steel skeletons supporting the whole space, giving people an indestructible sense of security. The metal structure exposed by Luo Lu looks rough without losing the beauty of machinery. All kinds of devices, pipelines, blue lights, and hatch doors around give people a sense of both seeing the space capsule. In front of us is a huge windshield with golden luster, occupying the whole space. The shape is as like as 2P's golden protective cover. The transparent shield can be seen by Chenmu's cold concrete walls and steel stents. At the back and upper part of the cockpit, there are two general equipment of mechanical arms folded up side by side, on which are connected with complex pipelines. At this time, several closed mechanical arms are slowly unfolding downward, and the end just stops behind the driving position. Chenmo knows that this is the feedback cradle connecting the driver and the mecha, which can feed back the driver's actions to the mecha in real time, and at the same time use the mechanical arm to ensure the stability of the driver's body during the battle. Chenmo's eyes swept through the cockpit, and then he went to the number 1 main driver's seat on the right. The technician then comes forward and connects the end mechanism and pipeline of the feedback cradle to the back interface of Chenmo. Compared with the aircraft armor in the first part of Circum-Pacific, that is, 10 years ago, the cockpit and feedback cradle have been greatly upgraded. The original connection process is rather cumbersome, and the technicians need to fix them with a bolt. Now, the connection can be completed only by inserting them. In special cases, the driver can also connect and detach himself. Chenmo also noticed that the ground under his feet was a piece of smooth glass. As he stood up, the glass suddenly lit up, but it was a holographic display screen. This is also the biggest change of the new mecha. In the cockpit of the old-fashioned robot, the driver's foot is a mechanical transmission platform, and the driver's foot is connected with the platform equipped with a gear lock. Under the gear lock is a set of hydraulic system. The hydraulic system works together with the gear lock, and the driver directly controls the legs of the robot to move. The driver has a gear lock at his foot and a feedback cradle at his back. Both arms and hands are equipped with special connection devices for driving. It can be said that in those days, the driving mode of the mecha was still primitive, and most of the main movements depended on the auxiliary control of the transmission device connected to the body. Now, the control system has obviously been upgraded a lot. Not only the connection and control are more convenient, but also the reaction speed has been improved a lot. The ground under the foot no longer plays the role of transmission or information collection, but as a combat auxiliary equipment, simulates the holographic projection of the environment under the foot of the mecha on the ground. But now the cockpit has not been connected with the mecha, so the holographic screen under the foot only lights up white light and does not project the holographic image. As the technicians connect the feedback cradle, a fan-shaped holographic projection opens in front of Chenmo's face, like a suspended console surrounding Chenmo, which shows all data and operation buttons in the cockpit, just within Chenmo's reach, and can be touched by raising his hand. Meanwhile, General Moriko and General Quan have returned to the base battle command center. Through the holographic projection of the command center, they can see the external image and internal data of the Revenge Ranger cockpit. Driver in position, the female officer behind the console reported. General Quan immediately ordered, ready to descend. Although Moriko is the Secretary General, General Quan is the direct person in charge of the base, and he is also in charge of specific combat matters. Therefore, Moriko and Jack just stood by and watched, and did not speak. Begin to descend, General. The female officer received the order and immediately ordered through the communication system. Lock the cockpit and prepare to descend. The technician out of the cockpit receives the command from the command center when the cockpit door is about to be closed and the locking device is opened. Cockpit door locked. When the technicians finished reporting, they directly turned around and walked back. At the same time, the retractable gangway under their feet was disconnected from the cockpit door and began to retract. Chenmo's ears in the cockpit also sounded the command center's descent command. Listening to the sound of the hatch behind him closing and locking, Chenmo glanced at the empty driver's seat nearby, then turned his head to operate on the virtual control panel in front of him. In the command center, Jack is trying to tell Chenmo the next operation steps through the communication system, but on the holographic screen before the meeting, The options that need to be operated are one by one quickly lit, and the display operation is completed. The protective armor outside the cockpit has been lowered. Machine a main body connection ready. The reducer is confirmed. The buffer device is confirmed. Cockpit access isolation gate open. Jack looks at the ready prompt and finds that Chenmo's operation speed is much faster than that of the two of them. He quickly closes his mouth. However, Jack was not surprised to think a little. Although Chenmo's mini-mecha is small in size, it is obviously very advanced in technology. Chenmo can operate the mecha freely, and it is not difficult for him to drive Revenge Rangers. Jack didn't know that the operation of steel battle suit was not the same as that of Hunter machine armor. But Chenmo can't do these complicated operations, but Jarvis can. Nowadays, the main and even the only enemy of mankind is monsters. All kinds of science and technology are dominated by fighting against monsters. There are almost no valuable achievements in artificial intelligence. Jarvis is easy to invade the main control system of the base. Under the condition of no one's awareness, he has obtained the highest authority of the base. The data in the base server is natural. All of them were won by Jarvis. A series of operations just now were completed by Chenmo with the help of Jarvis. Other people in the command center also found the green option on the holographic screen, and before they were surprised, they listened to Chenmo's voice in the communicator. Revenge Rangers are ready to descend. Revenge Ranger cockpit, Chenmo said, directly press the lock release button. Then, the huge locking device that fixed the cockpit in the air began to release. The locking bolt stuck in the card slot of the cockpit is quickly retracted and lifted, and the brake of the fixed frame on both sides of the cockpit is immediately released. Under the action of gravity, the cockpit falls down rapidly along the 4 vertical tracks on both sides. Chenmo in the cockpit is ready to fall after pressing the release button. In the clang of heavy machinery operation, Chenmo only feels a shock in the cockpit, and then a sense of weightlessness suddenly strikes. In front of him, the picture outside the cockpit begins to fly up quickly. The Revenge Ranger's head cockpit rapidly descends along the straight track in the connecting passage at the speed of nearly free fall. The bright yellow warning lights on both sides of the fixed bracket rotate and flash in the dark passage, and reflect the red light of the safety lights on the wall of the passage, reflecting the sharp and cold heavy head armor of the Revenge Ranger is full of the heavy war machine's different aesthetic feeling. The feeling of weightlessness had no effect on Chenmo, who clearly felt every bit of information from the outside world. The passage and light passing by at full speed, the vibration coming from the feet, and the roar of the track beside the ears seem ordinary, but when combined, Chenmo can experience a lot of different feelings. Chenmo once jumped directly from the plane, but the feeling of pure weightlessness was totally different from that of being in the huge and heavy cockpit of the aircraft. Especially below is not only the ground, but also a giant robot waiting to be connected. In a twinkling, the cockpit fell down tens of meters, through the connection channel hidden in the dome, and fell down from the opening above the Revenge Ranger armor. However, when the cockpit came out of the channel, the deceleration device began to operate, and the speed of the cockpit falling slowed down rapidly. Chenmo quickly changed from weightlessness to overweight. The blood that originally flowed to the head under weightlessness again flowed towards the legs under the effect of acceleration and gravity. Chenmo is actually familiar with the feeling of weightlessness and overweight. In fact, when flying in a steel battle suit, all kinds of weightlessness, acceleration dive and rapid maneuvering bring much more acceleration load and change than at this time. With Chenmo's strong physical quality, the strong acceleration change that can make ordinary people feel dizzy and nauseous, or even directly comatose in the past, cannot make him feel any discomfort. But Chenmo is very clear, this kind of strong acceleration, in the ordinary people, only the top fighters with super physical quality can bear it, and quickly recover. It's no wonder that Jack and Nate rarely use this kind of cockpit separation connection now. Even for the trained and physically strong people, the fast change from weightlessness to overweight is not easy. Being able to withstand doesn't mean there's no influence at all. Even for a Trump driver like them, it will take a while to recover from dizziness under the strong acceleration. Previously, in Sydney, they were hit by obsidian, which is largely because each time they were hit, they needed a short time to recover from the vertigo caused by the violent shaking of the armor, but obsidian did not need to be furious. When the feeling of overweight reached its peak, a mechanical crash accompanied by strong vibration came from Chen Mo's feet. The connection mechanism under the cockpit and the complex mechanical connection mechanism in the middle of the Revenge Ranger's two shoulders collided. However, with the loud noise, the feeling of overweight disappeared rapidly, the cockpit continued to descend at a gentle speed, and the connection mechanism between the head cockpit and the body of the aircraft gradually combined. The bottom main connecting rod is inserted, the card slot is buted, the fixing bolt is locked, and the buffer device is reset. With the clang of mechanical connection transmission, the head cockpit and Revenge Ranger complete the connection. The fixed devices on both sides of the cockpit are retracted, the neck baffle and armor are closed and reset slowly. The cockpit of the head automatically turns its head towards both sides slowly to detect the connection, and the complete Revenge Wanderer appears in front of the public again. Hanging in the Battle Command Center in the middle of the dome, through the wide glass window in front, Maury and others can clearly see the vengeful wanderers who have completed the connection on the berth. Connection succeeded, General. The female officer looked at the data displayed on the holographic projection in front of her and said to General Quan. Looking at the Revenge Wanderer who is slowly turning his head, Moriko can't help but think of the time when he drove the dangerous Wanderer 10 years ago. At that time, she also fell down with the cockpit and completed the connection with the aircraft armor. At that time, her heart would beat faster, not only because of the acceleration stimulation, but also because of the process itself. As if in this process, she and the cockpit, and the real combination of the armor together, become a whole. She is not only a driver, but also the brain and soul of this robot. The feeling of Moriko at that time, Chenmo also felt it at this time. From the acceleration of falling to the crashing docking, Chenmo feels as if he is also combined with the mechatronics in the sonorous sound of the combination of the mechatronics. The previous falling process is like the soul from the body falling back to the body. Now he is the soul of this mechatronics. The original cold mecha seems to have survived, and there is a little connection and fit between it. But Chenmo knows that this is more of a psychological effect. This feeling is mainly because this process makes him have a sense of identity and control over this machine armor. This is similar to the so-called integration of man and car, and the integration of man and sword. As the Revenge Ranger's head completed self-inspection and turned to reset, the female officer behind the console immediately said, "The driver is in position, ready to activate the neural connection." General Quan looks at all the information on the holographic screen to show that everything is ready. He turns around and takes a look at Mori pockmarked. Although Mori Mako was worried, she nodded. General Quan immediately ordered, "Connect now," the female officer immediately said while operating. Starting. In the cockpit, the hint of neural connection is displayed on the holographic projection in front of Chen Mo, and an electronic sound is sounded beside Chen Mo's ear. Start the neural connection now. 5, 4, 3. With the countdown going on, Chen Mo did not feel nervous but was a little excited. 2, 1, start. At the end of the countdown, Chen Mo's electromagnetic control ability clearly felt that a weak but complex electromagnetic wave was suddenly emitted from the helmet, trying to connect with the brain wave of his brain. Chen Mo did not use the electromagnetic control ability to block or deliberately defend, allowing the electromagnetic wave generated by the helmet to connect with the brain wave. Under the cooperation of Chen Mo, the two quickly formed a connection. For example, 2 walkie-talkies completed the signal connection. This time, Chen Mo really felt that he had a connection with Revenge Ranger Mecha, and the connection is two-way. He felt that he could not only control the robot through the brain wave signal of his body movement, but also feel the movement of the robot and even the state of the body. This is also the difference between machine armor and steel armor. The steel battlesuit is directly covered on the body surface and closely connected, which is equivalent to wearing a suit of armor. The arm itself can normally feel the feedback of the action. For example, if the simple arm stretches forward if it encounters obstacles in the middle and is blocked by the wall, the steel battlesuit and the arm feel the resistance at the same time. It can naturally stop. But the robot is different. The body and the robot are completely separated. If there is no neural feedback, the arm of the robot is blocked, but the driver does not feel anything and still maintains the original posture and continues to straighten, which will eventually lead to excessive force and body imbalance. In this way, it's similar to operating an excavator. You can only rely on your eyes and your own experience and feeling. If you encounter a boulder stuck and don't stop in time, it's easy to overturn the body. The nerve connection of the machine armor can feed back the movement, force, and other states of the body to the brain in real time. When the fist hits the enemy and receives strong resistance, the driver can feel the resistance, so as to adjust the body posture, keep the balance of the body while continuing to exert force, and not directly push himself to the ground. This kind of two-way feedback control system undoubtedly makes the mecha more flexible and can really play the driver's combat effectiveness in combat. But at the same time, this kind of two-way feedback brings more pressure to the driver. When the brain controls its body movement, it also controls the robot armor, a larger and complex steel body, which is equivalent to the direct doubling of the load. No wonder one can't bear the load of driving the hunter's robot armor, which must be shared by two people. However, Chen Mo's brain development level and mental power are far above that of ordinary people. For ordinary people, he can't bear the huge neural load, but it's very easy for him. In the command center, Maury watched the data on the holographic projection screen nervously and was ready to stop at any time when the situation was not right. However, with the rapid progress of the neural connection bar, Chen Mo's mental and physical indexes are all normal, even without too much fluctuation. In everyone's surprised eyes, the progress bar quickly came to the end, and the green icon was lit on the holographic projection. The female officer who had been staring at the virtual screen immediately reported, "The connection of neurons is successful, and the connection degree is 100%. After that, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, look at the data in the center of the screen again in amazement, and reconfirm it. Then she found that just now she didn't read it wrong, and the connection degree was indeed 100%. Not only she, General Quan and Moriko were surprised to hear what she said. Jack and Nate, who were standing at the back, hurriedly stepped forward and stared at the conspicuous blue number. Their faces were full of shock. As robot hunter pilots, they are most aware of the meaning of this number. The degree of connection between the driver and the mecha represents the degree of control over the mecha by the driver. The higher the degree of connection, the stronger the control over the mecha, the faster the response speed, the more flexible, the higher the balance coordination, and the stronger the combat power. If the connection degree is below 60%, the robot will appear dull and clumsy when driving, and the reaction speed will be very slow and easy to be driven. If it is below 30%, it is even difficult to move. For Trump drivers like Knight and Moriko, the highest connectivity is only 95%. It's very difficult or impossible to improve. Because the neural connection is equivalent to connecting the robot as another body to the driver's brain, and even if they have optimized the parameters and feedback information of the robot as much as possible to make it more close to the human body and improve the fit between the robot and the brain, but the robot is not the human body after all, and the brain cannot fully accept the robot and treat it as a real body. Naturally, it is possible to achieve 100% connectivity, but now Chen Mo not only breaks the rule they know, but also drives alone. I knew that the original nerve connection of mecha was shared by two people. In fact, each person only bears half of the pressure of nerve connection, but Chen Mo has completed all the connections alone now. At first, people were still wondering if he could control the mecha alone. Unexpectedly, he gave them a bigger surprise directly. 100% connectivity means that the brain has complete control over the mecha and can maximize the performance of the mecha. It seems that it's only a 5% gap, but in fact, even a 1% difference can also bring about a significant strength gap. The final battle effectiveness gap brought by this 5% difference is definitely greater than the previous Rage Obsidian and Revenge Rangers. For Chen Mo's amazing performance, not only Jack and Knight, but also General Quan, who had guesses in his heart, and Moriko, who had great confidence in Chen Mo. One of them knew Chen Mo's special identity and magical ability. The other guessed his unusual performance from Chen Mo's and Mori Mazi's performance, but Chen Mo's performance now far exceeded their expectations. When people were shocked by his performance, Chen Mo in mecha was eager to try. Although the nerve connection was easily completed and reached an amazing 100% connection, Chen Mo, who was driving the robot for the first time, did not dare, but tentatively raised his hands, made a fist in his chest, clenched his right fist and hit the palm of his left hand. With Chen Mo's action in the cockpit, the revengeful wanderer moves almost at the same time. The huge steel arm is raised slowly in the vigorous and low mechanical operation sound, bumping together in front of the chest, sending out a huge roar. In the process of raising his arms, Chen Mo can clearly feel another feeling different from his own, including the weight of his arms and the resistance of movement, which is much greater than his own. While the two fists collided, in addition to the touch of his hands, the steel body connected by brain waves also brought another kind of power feedback to Chen Mo. In the command center, Moriko and Jack watched the symbolic actions made by Revenge Rangers, and they couldn't help but feel a little confused. He really can control the Revenge Wanderer alone. And to see the fluency of Revenge Tramp's movements, it's obviously not grudgingly supported. And then they saw the Revenge Tramp directly step forward in the roar. After confirming that he can easily control the Revenge Wanderer without the problem of incongruous movement, Chen Mo controls the mecha to leave the berth and walk towards the base gate. It's huge on the ground. It's comparable to a stadium's mecha space. Chen Mo, who controls the Revenge Rangers, looks like a narrow room. There are many insect-sized villains on the ground, which can't be used at all. Chen Mo can't wait to go outside and feel this mecha. With the pace of Revenge Rangers, Chen Mo can clearly feel the whole cockpit is following the sharp ups and downs. Even if there is a buffer system, the shaking is very obvious. If it is ordinary, people will soon feel dizzy like car sickness. It's just walking, running, and fighting. The shaking is more violent. Therefore, mecha hunters have very high requirements for the physical quality and anti-vertigo ability of drivers. However, although the shaking is violent, Chen Mo's mechanical arm behind him steadfastly fixed him in the driving area to help him offset most of the body movement caused by the shaking. He only needs to control his body's posture. So even if it's tumbling, Chen Mo doesn't have to worry about hitting the driving bulkhead. While watching Chen Mo control the Revenge Wanderer, he walked towards the gate with a more flexible, smooth, and rapid pace than Jack and Knight driving. Mari and others in the command center could not help turning their heads to look at the holographic projection. Normally, the burden of nerves and body will be much stronger than standing there, but the data displayed on the screen is almost unchanged. Connectivity is still 100%. Body data is normal. Nerve pressure is normal. If they don't see the Avenger stride out and only see the data on the screen, they will think that the Avenger is still standing there. However, after the amazing 100% neural connection, people at this time were not as surprised by Chen Mo's easy single driver. But in their hearts, they can't help but connect Chen Mo with genius, super brain, and talent. Apart from that, they couldn't find any other explanation. The huge nerve load that can make a driver's brain damaged, seriously injured, or even died seems to be non-existent to Chen. Under his control, Revenge Rangers are much more flexible than Jack and Knight when driving. In fact, The overload of nerve is nothing more than the feedback information of robot exceeds the endurance limit of brain, nerve, and mental power of ordinary people, so it needs to be shared by two people. Chen Mo's physique, brain power, nerve strength, reaction speed, and mental power are more than 10 times of those of ordinary people. For ordinary people, it's hard to bear the load, but it's very easy for him. With his strength, even if the nerve load of Mecha is increased 10 times, Chen Mo can bear it safely. Controlling the Revenge Ranger, Chen Mo soon walked out of the base gate and came to the square outside. At this time, the square, which used to be a huge area, is also much smaller in front of the Revenge Rangers, who are more than 80 meters tall. It's about the size of a basketball court, but it's enough for Chen Mo to show. So next, the staff in the base square were surprised to see that a giant robot ran, jumped, lifted its legs, punched, and made various simple movements in front of them, as if it was exercising, and a series of loud noises were constantly ringing in the base square. Fortunately, the base square is all specially strengthened ground, with the buffer of the mecha itself and Chen Mo deliberately controlling the strength. Otherwise, the square would have been smashed by Revenge tramps. Senmazi and others also watched the action of Revenge Rangers through the surveillance video outside the base. Although the loud bang was blocked by the soundproof glass in the command center, the violent vibration came in through the walls of the base. If he had not seen that the ground was intact and undamaged, General Quan would have stopped Chen Mo long ago. However, unlike the confused and forced staff in the square, they can guess Chen Mo's purpose, just to adapt to the Revenge Wanderers. Obviously, Chen Mo is not used to driving the large-scale machine armor for the first time, but Jack and Nate look wonderful. Why is Chen Mo's first attempt to drive more smoothly and quickly than when they are driving? Compared with the Revenge Rangers operated by Chen Mo at this time, the Revenge Rangers they drive are like a dull fool. If Chen Mo was driving the Revenge Ranger, the result of the battle in Sydney would be totally reversed. The Rage Obsidian who launched the attack would be beaten directly by the Revenge Ranger. And as time went on, a few minutes later, not only did Jack and Nate's faces not get better, but they were more complicated, surprised, and even suspicious of life. After a few basic body movements, the Revenge Rangers' movements were quickly upgraded. Sprinting, changing direction, jabbing, blocking, cross-kicking, knee-butting, even somersault and flying kicking. A series of dazzling movements made several people in the command center stare, and the staff in the square became more and more shocked from their original incomprehension. And not only the difficulty of the action is constantly improving, but also the speed is constantly accelerating. All the people who see a set of fast combo boxing have brilliant eyes. This kind of violent attack, no matter its mecha or monster, is hard to resist. Although the speed of Revenge Rangers is still much slower than that of real people, combined with their huge size, the speed of attack and movement is extremely amazing. Compared with the original speed, it is very flexible, almost the same as Athena, the fastest and the most flexible saber among the mecha hunters. The strong wind between the actions blows around the square, just like the strong wind brought by the helicopter when it lands, and the people around it are hunting in clothes, but still squinting at its actions. Chen Mo's practice didn't last for a long time. After a few minutes, he was fully adapted to the manipulation of the machine armor and was familiar with the performance of Revenge Rangers. Chen Mo stopped and stood quietly in the middle of the square. All the staff around the base looked up at its huge body and were excited. The mecha soldiers themselves are the heroes who guard the human beings, respected and loved by all people, and their position in the base is only under General Quan. The powerful strength just shown by the Revenge Rangers deeply shocked all the people on the scene, which made them feel passionate and excited, and their eyes on the Revenge Rangers became more revered. But at the same time, a deep doubt also emerged in their mind. As the main machine armor of the base, they are very clear about the strength of Revenge Rangers. However, it has not been upgraded recently. How can it suddenly become so powerful? Its speed and flexibility are fast catching up with that of Athena the Saber. Combined with its own strong strength and defense, as well as the strong fighting skills just shown, The fighting power cannot be doubled. If it's not the problem of mecha, is it the driver? Some people can't help but think of the tall figure who came to the base with Secretary General Moriko before. To say what's special today, it's only this person. When Sen Mazi took Chen Mo to visit the three machine armors, many people saw it. They were also curious about the strange tall man. They had never seen Secretary General Sen Mazi take a person to visit the base in person before, and their attitude was very respectful, which surprised the people they saw. Now I think that the amazing performance of Revenge Ranger just now is probably related to that mysterious man. But no one can think that Revenge Ranger is now driven by Chen Mo alone. When people were amazed, worshipped, puzzled, or excited to see the Revenge Wanderer standing on the square, Chen Mo connected the communication of the command center in the cockpit. Revenge Ranger test is over. You can start. Several people in the command center could not help but show some strange faces. It's just a test flight. It's such a big move. I don't know what it will be like to fight really. Take down the base. At the command of General Quan, 6 4-rotor heavy transport helicopters quickly lifted off the tarmac and hovered over the heads of Revenge Rangers. 6 multi-strand cables were quickly fixed to the shoulder of the armor. With the helicopter slowly pulling up, the huge body of the Revenge Ranger quickly left the ground. In the square under the eyes of many staff, 6 helicopters slowly adjust direction, hanging Revenge Rangers toward the direction of the northern continent flying straight. Looking at the huge figure that the Revenge Ranger is flying higher and higher, crossing the mountain and gradually going away, people still can't help but think of the fierce and swift attack he just made. Although they don't know what the Revenge Ranger is going to do this time, people can't help but have confidence in it. 6 heavy helicopters are flying to Siberia at full speed, hanging Revenge Rangers. Even if the speed of heavy helicopters is very fast, it will take several hours to arrive on the road. Chen Mo did not stand idle in the cockpit, but through Jarvis called up the Revenge Rangers' detailed technical information to read. PPDC's Mecha Hunter base itself is not only a defense base, but also a mecha manufacturing base. The data obtained by Jarvis from the Moyulan base server contains the complete technical data of the Hunter mecha, which naturally also includes the drawings and data of Revenge Rangers. Looking up the drawings, Chen Mo has more and more in-depth understanding of the structure and performance of Revenge Rangers. The core performance, maximum output power, overload limit time, strength output limit of each part, speed limit, as well as the structure, equipment, and protection ability of different parts of the armor, weak points of power and protection. Equipped with weapons, all the information of Revenge Ranger is mastered by Chen Mo, who soon knows more about Revenge Ranger than Knight, who has been driving it. This also makes Chen Mo better able to drive Revenge Rangers and give full play to its strength. When Chen Mo studied the information of Revenge Rangers, the helicopter went all the way to the interior of China, heading north. The Joint Military Defense Force around the Pacific Ocean is a joint military organization of the countries around the Pacific Ocean, which has the right to use the airspace of all countries. Therefore, the helicopter's flight route directly points to the northern islands, and in this process, they will cross the whole China and Russia all the way. The height of the helicopter is actually very high, but the volume of Revenge Ranger is too large. Even at an altitude of more than 6 kilometers, people on the ground can still clearly see its majestic figure. Along the way, they passed many cities. Whenever the mecha flew over the city, Chen Mo, who has supervision, could see the excited crowd below. Even in the coastal areas, even in the cities near the base of mecha hunters, people rarely see the figure of mecha hunters, let alone the inland areas where mecha hunters can hardly walk. Because monsters are all from the Pacific Ocean, mecha hunters rarely go to the mainland. People in the inland areas can only see them on TV. So when someone accidentally found the figure of Revenge Wanderer in the air, after the shock, all of them cried out, and many people were excited to call out their friends and family around them. Look, what is that in the sky? My God, Mecha Hunter. The first time I saw a real mecha, that's cool. It's too far away. Who has a telescope? Let me have a look. Who can tell this is the mecha? Revenge Wanderer, my favorite mecha. It's so cool. How do you know? Look at the turbo engine on its chest. Only the nuclear engine used by Revenge Rangers. Every time mecha passes a city, it is bound to cause a great sensation, but all this has no impact on their progress. A few hours later, the helicopter goes all the way through China, across Siberia, Russia, and finally reaches the northern islands in the Arctic Ocean. The northern archipelago lies in the Arctic Circle. The surrounding sea and most of the islands are covered by glaciers. Only a few high peaks and a few areas are exposed. However, no matter the glacier or the mountain peak, they are all covered by a vast white at the moment, flying snow from the sky. Although it's late at night, it's polar day in the Arctic Circle at this time. The sun is hanging on the northern horizon, which is not so dazzling. The sun is blocked by the snow all over the sky, and it looks dark. Helicopter and armor are surrounded by heavy snow, as if in a thick fog. Everywhere is a vast expanse of white. Fortunately, GPS is still effective, and the helicopter slowly descends near the abandoned power core factory according to its positioning. Through the flying snowflakes, Chen Mo gradually saw the ground. The following should be the frozen ice around the northern islands. Chen Mo, who has fully understood the functions and operations of Revenge Rangers during his time on the road, has directly operated on the virtual control panel in front of him. The detection device of Revenge Rangers' armor immediately detects the ice below. A detection, image and data are presented in front of Chen Mo. The results show that the ice beneath is more than 10 meters thick and very solid to avenge the tramp's weight and foot area, and is fully affordable. It is true that the strength of this thick ice layer is no less than that of cement. When the Avengers' feet landed, the steel collided with the ice layer and made a loud noise, while the ice under its feet was almost intact without any sign of breaking. When the hook on the Revenge Ranger broke away, the 6 helicopters did not leave directly, but slowly landed on the ice not far away. After Chen Mo finishes the task of exploring the power core factory, they have to continue to connect Chen Mo back. Chen Mo directly turns on the powerful searchlight on his back and controls the Revenge Rangers to stride towards the direction of the core factory of mecha power. More than 2,000 tons of Revenge tramps walk on the snowstorm-ravaged ice field. Apart from the huge sound of every step falling, they are not so different from ordinary people who walk in the snow in the distance. The huge body size is still very small on the vast ice field, and the heavy body can't cause any cracks on the thick ice, and the huge steel soles can only leave shallow footprints on the ice. With the advance of the Revenge Wanderer, the footprints behind will soon be covered by the raging snow. For Chen Mo, it's obviously a totally different experience. Some people like to drive a strong polar cross-country vehicle on the ice and enjoy the pleasure of conquering the snow and the polar regions. But in such a severe snowstorm, they can only let the wind sweep the snowstorm and shake the body violently, slap the glass, secretly pray for the snow to pass as soon as possible, pray for the engine to hold up, do not turn off, or they are likely to trapped in place, frozen to death in the car. Chen Mo, on the other hand, drives a giant mecha more than 80 meters high on the ice sheet, which is enough to deter any life. The extreme polar environment and weather can't hinder him and his mecha. Although under the dense snow cover, even if there is strong searchlight, the naked eye's visibility is only 100 meters, but the radar detection system of the mecha itself is enough to let Chen Mo easily grasp the surrounding environment and situation. The terrain within hundreds of meters is all clearly presented in the form of holographic projection under Chen Mo's feet. The special military positioning system allows Chen Mo to always master his own position and direction without worrying about getting lost and the signal being blocked by the wind and snow. Revenge Rangers themselves have a strong ability to adapt to extreme environment. 10 years ago, the old mecha can fight under the high-pressure environment of the deep sea bottom. The low temperature and snow in the Arctic Circle have no impact on the 6th generation of mecha Revenge Rangers. It just makes them get some snow and more wind and frost. The huge protective cover in front of Chen Mo clearly shows the ice and snow outside, the storm, and the inside and outside of the protective cover are totally two worlds. There is no change in the cockpit environment. The temperature remains in the most comfortable range. The fierce snow and low temperature are completely isolated, and there is no impact on Revenge Rangers except for blocking the vision. However, Chen Mo did not relax because of this. He knew what was waiting for him in front of him. Adjust the detection range of the armor's defense detection system to the maximum. Chen Mo seems relaxed and strides towards the direction of the power core factory, but his attention is always on the detection image. As long as any suspicious target approaches, Chen Mo can find it before they get close. But until Chen Mo arrived near the abandoned factory, the expected attack did not come. Chen Mo could not help frowning, and then recalled the plot of the movie. In the original movie, Jack and Knight drove Revenge Rangers to check, but just saw the figure of the power core factory was attacked by Obsidian, and the factory was directly destroyed by more than a dozen missiles. But now that he has arrived and the Obsidian has not appeared, what's the problem? After carefully recalling the plot and all the details of the movie, Chen Mo soon had a guess. He neglected a very important detail, that is time. In the movie, after Moriko died, although the committee held an emergency meeting and passed the deployment plan of unmanned aerial vehicle, without Moriko's chairmanship, the time of the meeting would obviously not be too short. And it took them a little time to analyze the northern islands from the incomplete information sent by Moriko after they finally returned to the base. It must be later than now when the Revenge Ranger arrived at the northern islands. It is not a short time for Obsidian to come to the northern islands after its attack in Sydney. As an illegal armor, Obsidian can't be transported by means of transportation helicopter or through China and Russia. So there is only one way for Obsidian to come to the northern islands. Just as it showed when it came and left, swim back. Obsidian Fury is very similar to Revenge Rangers in many aspects. It can be said that it is a fake and enhanced version of Revenge Rangers, so the foot propeller of Revenge Rangers must also be equipped. Although this kind of propeller can't make it fly directly in the air, it can make a short distance jump and acceleration. As a propeller, its power is far more than any submarine or ship. The shape of Obsidian Flow is obviously designed for navigation in the water. In the unmanned sea area, it can also sail fast on the water like a ship. With its shape and strong power, the speed of traveling on the sea can definitely be comparable to those jet boats with amazing speed. In the movie, even if the Revenge Rangers use heavy transport helicopters to transport all the way and almost walk in a straight line, they only stay at the base of Mo Yulan for a period of time. And finally, the furious Obsidian arrives at the northern islands a little later than the Revenge Rangers, and launches missiles to destroy it before Jack checks the truth of the factory. Now, with Chen Mo's help, the time for Revenge Rangers to arrive is obviously earlier. Obsidian Rage should still be on its way, but the distance should not be too far. Chen Mo did not rush into the factory to explore, but operated several times on the virtual control panel in front of him. An emergency escape hatch beside the cockpit opened immediately. The cold wind outside finally found a breakthrough, carrying snow towards the cockpit. However, as soon as the wind and snow burst into the hatch, a dark figure flew out of the cockpit at a very high speed and instantly went through the open hatch and threw itself into the ice and snow outside. The airflow caused by the rapid flight is like an invisible air barrier. Sheng cuts off the hatch, and then the hatch is closed again before the wind and snow invade again. The whole process is very short. Chen Mo in the cockpit only felt a cold wind passing by. A few snowflakes blown into the cockpit had melted before landing. They were turned into a handful of cold raindrops. After landing, they would soon evaporate and be filtered out by the constant temperature and humidity device in the cockpit. Outside the cockpit, Chen's steel battle suit just released was under the control of Jarvis to start the stealth mode, and quickly broke through the snow and flew to the east. Furious Obsidian wants to swim back from Sydney. The nearest route is to cross the Pacific Ocean to the north, through the Bering Strait, to the Arctic Ocean, then all the way west and soon to the northern islands. According to Chen Mo's estimation of time, the current Rage Obsidian should have crossed the Bering Strait and come to the northern islands. The iron and steel battle suit flies to the east at a very high speed and pulls out a long blank passage in the flying snow. However, before it is discovered, it is quickly refilled by the wind and snow, and no trace can be found. According to the predicted route of the furious Obsidian, the iron and steel battle suit galloped all the way to the east. In a flash, hundreds of kilometers flew out. Along the way, the detection system of the battle suit has been scanning the bottom of the sea in a large range. No matter the huge whales or groups of seals and fish under the sea, there is no hiding under the scanning of the battle suit. So far, however, no trace of Obsidian has been found. Jarvis did not fly forward. In order to prevent Obsidian from landing from other directions, Chen Mo ordered to explore within 100 kilometers of the northern islands. Just as Jarvis began to slow down and prepare for a carpet scan around the northern islands, a signal suddenly appeared on the edge of the radar. Jarvis immediately controlled the steel battle suit to stop and hovered in the air. The holographic image in front of Chen Mo also showed the radar image scanned by the battle suit. Only a huge figure appeared from the east, approaching the direction of the northern islands at a high speed. The huge figure soon appeared on the radar image, which was several times larger than the size of the whale scanned before. Moreover, under the high-precision scanning of the steel battle suit, the outline of this huge figure is also clearly visible. Find the target. Its shape and energy response are in line with the characteristics of Obsidian. It is expected to land from the southeast of the islands in 15 minutes. After finding the target, Jarvis immediately turned around, keeping the same speed as the furious Obsidian and flying back with it. Jarvis, who has acquired the mecha technology of Mo Yulan base and is familiar with the performance of the current world mecha radar, always controls the steel battle suit flying outside the detection range of the mecha radar. So at this time, although he has been following the Rage Obsidian, the other side has not found his existence. After receiving the location and the track of progress sent by Jarvis, Chen Mo easily determined the landing position of Obsidian, looked at the power core factory not far in front of him, and turned to walk towards the ice field in the southeast direction. The northern archipelago consists of 4 large islands and more than 70 small islands. The islands are directly connected by the frozen sea water. As a whole, they are like a huge ice field surrounded by large and small mountains and hills. The power core factory is located in the center of the ice sheet, the south side of the 4 northern islands. From the direction of Obsidian Rage, it is the nearest route to come from the ice sheet from the southeast around the East Island. Since the trace of Obsidian has been found, Chen Mo is not in a hurry. He pays attention to its movement and walks towards its coming direction. 15 minutes later, at the edge of the ice layer at the periphery of the northern archipelago, a huge dark shadow quickly approached from under the water. Just as it was about to hit the ice layer, the dark shadow rushed towards the sea, and in an instant, it broke through the sea water and leaped out towards the ice layer. In the surging waves, the huge, slender, and streamlined body of Obsidian was completely exposed, like a fierce shark leaping from the sea to kill its prey. The orange flame spurted behind the feet pushed its huge body forward until it leaped over the ice before the thruster was shut down. The body of Obsidian fell down with it. Meanwhile, it changed its posture from a straight leap to half-kneeling position. However, the forward momentum is still there. Under the influence of huge inertia, the furious Obsidian glided forward hundreds of meters in a kneeling posture before slowly stopping. Just as it stood up and was ready to walk towards the power core factory, there was a big figure striding towards it in the snowy sky ahead. Although the attack in Sydney achieved the goal of deploying drone armor, Obsidian was exposed. Obsidian's fury came here all over the Pacific Ocean to destroy the core production plant of machine armor power and eliminate the traces and evidence left behind before the people of the United Forces around the Pacific found it. But now it seems that it's a little late. The mecha hunters of the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force arrived before it. However, Obsidian didn't give up his original plan and left. Instead, he made a big stride towards the mecha coming to it in the snow. Now that we meet each other, let's kill this mecha first. The heavy ice made a loud noise under the heavy pace of Obsidian, and the armor on the opposite side almost ran with it at the same time. With two huge footsteps roaring, the distance between the two armor quickly pulled in, and soon entered the range of AKM missile. The furious Obsidian suddenly stopped running, stood firm with his legs apart, then opened the armor on his shoulders and exposed the two missile launchers inside. A missile spewed flame from the shoulder of Obsidian. It formed a long dragon in the air. It quickly broke through the snow curtain and shot at the opposite side. The power of AKM missile is very strong, and the number of missiles loaded in Obsidian is sufficient. Now the distance is the time to give full play to its missile advantages. Although with the armor strength of the main armor, as long as it is not directly hit the key point, even if it is hit by one or two missiles, it cannot cause too much damage. But under the firing of the cover missile of Obsidian, as long as it is accidentally hit by one missile, the movement of the armor will inevitably be affected, and it is difficult to avoid many missiles coming from behind. Under the repeated bombing of more than 10 AKM missiles, even the defense-oriented heavy machine armor will be seriously injured at least. A dozen missiles soon disappeared in the snow, only their yellowtail flame could be seen. To Obsidian's surprise, none of them hit the target, and all of them were nimbly flashed away by the other side. All the missiles were fired on a hill behind them, which exploded in a series of explosions, but it was dimmed a lot under the cover of all the wind and snow. Furious Obsidian did not give up, but continued to stand in place to launch missiles, hoping to suppress the fire hit each other. However, the final result still disappointed it. It was a dozen missiles that were all over the place, but they were all hidden by the running figure. And as the other party's rapid approach, the furious Obsidian finally saw the other party's appearance. To its surprise, this machine armor, which has been dodging 2 rounds of missile attacks in a very flexible manner, is the Revenge Ranger that was suppressed by it all the way in Sydney earlier. Then it relaxed. It's just the defeated general. Even if he dodges the missile attack with flexibility, he will not be trampled by it after a while. At that moment, Obsidian stopped the useless missile attack and stood there waiting for the Revenge Wanderer to rush forward. However, when the Revenge Wanderer rushed to it less than 200 meters, the furious Obsidian who had been standing there quietly suddenly retreated a step, straightened his chest, and at the same time opened the protective armor on his chest. The fast-rotating turbine engine is exposed, and a hot and dazzling thermal ray is shot out in an instant, just like a thick yellow laser, towards the vengeful wanderer rushing in the face. For others, it's hard to hide completely in the face of the sudden powerful attack of Obsidian, with the distance between the two sides and the speed of the Revenge Rangers. But Chen Mo is obviously different from them. With Chen Mo's powerful brain and reaction speed, it's very easy to control Revenge Rangers. The reaction speed and flexibility of the mecha is much better than that of Jack and Knight when driving. It can be said that the performance and speed of Revenge Rangers have been maximized, and the combat effectiveness has risen a huge step compared with before. And Chen Mo's own combat experience and mastery of the battlefield are far more than those so-called trump card fighters. Although the thermal ray attack of Obsidian was sudden, Chen Mo found the clue as early as when he suddenly retreated. When the chest protective armor was opened, Chen Mo quickly responded. When the heat ray is emitted, the Revenge Wanderer has already flashed to one side. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the furious Obsidian launches the ray attack and is inconvenient to move, he rushes quickly for a few steps. In a blink of an eye, he strides a distance of less than 200 meters between the two and comes to the body side of the furious Obsidian. Seeing Chen Mo dodging the ray, Obsidian turns around quickly and wants to use the heat ray to sweep the Ranger for revenge. However, the speed of Revenge Ranger is much faster than it. The deviated thermal ray didn't even touch the edge of Revenge Ranger, but Chen Mo has rushed to its side, raised his right arm by the momentum, and hit the furious obsidian head with an elbow. When a loud noise immediately sounded over the ice field, and the action of obsidian was suddenly stiff. The whole body flew backward directly under Chen Mo's heavy elbow blow with momentum. It fell heavily to the field, and the hard armor fell heavily on the ice layer, and a large number of broken ice slag directly flew out towards 4 weeks. Fortunately, the thickness of the ice is enough, and the strength of obsidian is mainly backward, so the ice is not completely broken, but it also makes a groan and groan. If it is broken again, it may directly. The body of obsidian was even close to the ice, and it slipped back hundreds of meters, until it reached out its hands and grabbed it down. The sharp steel fingers like claws left 10 deep scratches on the ice, and finally it stopped. Chen Mo didn't catch up with the attack, but stopped and waited for obsidian to stand up again. The reason why he asked to drive Revenge Rangers to the Northern Islands was not only to explore the Power Core production plant, but also to rage obsidian. Although it's a good feeling to drive the mecha, only a real fight can make him really feel its power and charm. Rage Obsidian, the villain's machine armor, is obviously his best target. The furious Obsidian sat up from the ice with both hands and saw that the Revenge Wanderer didn't rush up. Immediately, the whole upper body suddenly turned 180 degrees towards the back, and his arms were propped up on the ground. Under the huge force, the whole body stood up directly from the ground. Turn the body of 180 degrees to turn back again. Looking at the Revenge Tramp standing opposite, furious Obsidian cannot help but wonder. Not long ago in Sydney, Revenge Ranger was not its opponent at all. How long has it gone? It's like a new mecha. However, Chen Mo didn't give him too much time to think about it. When he got up, the Revenge Wanderer immediately moved to the furious Obsidian. Just like the first fight between two mecha in Sydney, the Revenge Ranger raised a straight fist in his right hand and hit Obsidian on the head. Rage Obsidian immediately raised his left hand, trying to grasp the fist of Revenge Wanderer as before. But when he was about to grasp it, the Revenge Ranger's fist suddenly turned down and turned into an elbow. At the same time, he pushed hard at his feet, turned his back and shoulders, and hit him with a heavy elbow. The outstretched arm of Berserker is directly ejected, and the hard elbow armor rubs a spark on the arm of Berserker, and then heavily hits the left side of its head. When, with a loud noise, the obsidian stone part of the rage suddenly tilted to the right, and the whole body also stumbled several steps to the right. It was not easy to stand still again. There was an obvious depression in the left side of the head hit by the Revenge Wanderer. It should be known that the coastal anti-aircraft gun of Sydney before can't cause too much damage to its armor, so it can be seen that its armor is strong. But now it is directly deformed by Chen Mo's elbow, which shows the power of this elbow. In fact, the strength of the two machine armors is almost the same. The reason why Obsidian can seize the fist of Revenge Rangers at that time is that the reaction speed is faster. The fist of Revenge Rangers has just been hit, and the strength and speed have not been improved, which is equivalent to cutting off its attack in advance. Now, Chen Mo's sudden change of move is not only to dodge the palm he grabbed, but also to increase the speed. At the same time, his waist, legs, and shoulders work together, which can be said to gather the whole body's strength. Naturally, the power is much greater than the ordinary straight fist. Among them, Chen Mo used the skill of fighting. Although the structure of mecha is far less precise and flexible than that of human body, the principles of motion and mechanics are the same. Because Obsidian was in close combat this time, Chen Mo's attack was more powerful, but he failed to knock it down again. After a few steps to the right, he stood still again, shook his head, and then rushed up to the Revenge Wanderer. The speed and flexibility of Obsidian is much better than that of the Revenge Ranger driven by Jack and Knight. Between the two long steel legs, he rushed to the Revenge Ranger in an instant, raised his fist and hit the Revenge Ranger who was half shorter than him. At the speed of Obsidian's rage, if Jack and Knight could not escape, they would not have any pressure on Chen. Under Chen Mo's control, the Revenge Ranger quickly leaned over to avoid the blow. At the same time, he raised his right arm and hit Obsidian's abdomen with a straight blow. Although this fist didn't deform the armor, the huge force still beat the furious Obsidian body and bowed down, and the foot pulled back 2 steps involuntarily, so as to stand firmly again. This time Chen Mo didn't give it another chance to attack. He directly controlled the Revenge Ranger to rush up. When the Revenge Ranger's fist was blocked by the Rage Obsidian's arm, but then the Revenge Ranger's knee was suddenly raised and hit the Rage Obsidian's chest heavily. Bang! Chen Mo was not surprised that his fist was stopped by Obsidian. After all, the performance of Revenge Rangers is there. Even though Chen Mo has higher connectivity and faster response, the speed and power that Revenge Rangers can play is still limited, and it is normal for attacks to be blocked by Rage Obsidian. However, there are only a few who are blocked. More often, Obsidian is hit by Revenge Rangers before it can react at all. But its attack was easily evaded by Chen Mo, and even the side of the Revenge Wanderer was not touched. The scene of Obsidian Rage beating Revenge Rangers in Sydney was staged again, but the 2 sides who attacked and were beaten were totally reversed. The iron fist and steel elbow of the Revenge Wanderer hit the furious Obsidian continuously, splashing a string of sparks. The roar of steel reverberated on the ice, and the furious Obsidian fell into the downwind completely. The Fury Obsidian's head was thrown back with 1 punch. The Revenge Wanderer raised his right leg and kicked his right leg on the chest of the Fury Obsidian. The powerful power of Hunter's machine armor combined with Chen Mo's fighting skills, and the powerful power broke out. Bang! A loud noise. Furious Obsidian's heavy body was directly kicked away, fell hundreds of meters backward in the air, and heavily hit a glacier behind him. Boom! As the cliff stands, the glacier with a height of more than 200 meters is smashed by the body of Obsidian. Countless huge ice pieces are smashed and fall down, making the ice under the feet vibrate. This time, Chen Mo didn't rush forward to attack, and there were also furious Obsidian coming out from under the glacier. Being completely suppressed and ravaged by Chen Mo, Obsidian can no longer connect the Revenge Wanderer in front of him with the defeated general. The 2 feet are separated in front and back. The body of the furious Obsidian is slightly forward. The armor outside the arms is all up, with its arms thrown down at the same time. 2 giant sword chainsaws with a length of more than 30 meters are springing up from the top of its arms, and 2 hot and dazzling orange flame quickly twined on the chainsaw with the rotation of the saw teeth. Seeing this, Chen Mo also swung his left arm and popped up an iron chain sword with dazzling blue light on the blade. 2 flame chainsaws are in hand. Facing the Revenge Rangers much smaller and only 1 iron chain sword, Obsidian seems to regain self-confidence and rush forward to Revenge Ranger. At a distance of more than 100 meters between the 2 machine armors, Obsidian raised his right arm violently and cut across the chainsaw towards the Revenge Wanderer. The furious Obsidian chainsaw in Chen Mo's hand is more than 1 size larger than the iron chainsword. It stretches more than 30 meters forward from the root of the arm, and its width is equal to that of the arm. It can be said that the whole arm has become a part of the chainsaw, just like a broadsword. The attack range of this sweeping is very large. The Revenge Ranger's iron chainsword stretches out from above the wrist, which is about the same length as the arm. It is more than 10 meters long, which is equivalent to a short sword. It is not as long or as strong as the furious Obsidian chainsaw. If it is directly blocked, it is likely to be directly cut off by the chainsaw. In fact, Chen Mo is not too satisfied with this link. The chain sword pops out from the front of the arm and connects with the arm. Although it is convenient, it loses the flexible control of the wrist. No matter the attack speed, attack angle, or flexibility are greatly limited, and Chen Mo's sword technique is also difficult to fully play, but it's enough to deal with the Rage Obsidian in front of us. In the face of a sword slashed by Obsidian, Chen Mo did not dodge but raised the chain sword of his left hand and suddenly picked it up. With the side of the chain sword, he picked up the chainsaw of Obsidian and crossed the head of the Revenge Wanderer. With a sword, the furious Obsidian didn't stop. Before his right arm could be recovered, he directly wielded the chainsaw of his left arm and cut it toward the chest of the revenge wanderer. As Chen Mo saw it, his left arm suddenly cut to the right. The blade of the iron chain sword with blue light was heavily cut at the front of the flame chainsaw, and a spark burst out. Although the sword failed to cut off the wide obsidian chainsaw, the huge cutting power forced the chainsaw to lean down and finally cut through the revenge wanderer's body. The two swords of obsidian rage were all picked up by the revenge wanderer. At this time his arms crossed. His left hand pointed to the ground to the right and his right hand pointed to the sky to the left, making a very awkward gesture. But then he suddenly crossed his arms in reverse, like a pair of scissors toward the revenge wanderer. It's hard to resist the attack of two chainsaws at the same time. If it's cut by this fire chainsaw, whether it's the chain sword in the hands of revenge rangers, or the arm, or even the head, it may be cut directly. In the face of this situation, other people can only choose to step back, while Chen Mo suddenly steps forward, raises his right arm, and bumps into the position where Obsidian's arms cross. Although the action of Revenge Ranger is very slow compared with Chen Mo himself, it does not affect his grasp of the war situation. Moreover, in the face of Obsidian with the same slow action, the prediction ability of gun fighting is more relaxed, which is equivalent to a top expert fighting with a common soldier with slow action. Even before Obsidian's flame chainsaw was launched, Chen Mo predicted that it was likely to attack in this way. So when he had just made a move, Chen Mo controlled the revenge wanderer to rush forward and raised his arm between his arms. At this time, the two arms of the furious Obsidian are just beginning to move, and the saw parts are not interlaced. Chen Mo's right arm is just in the elbow part of the furious Obsidian's two arms. The chainsaw twining with the ionic flame is rotating rapidly, but it can't hurt the Revenge Wanderer at all. As the Revenge Wanderer takes a step forward again, the arms are pressed forward with great force, and the arms of the furious Obsidian are pressed directly onto the chest, and the suspicious posture of fingers is restored again. It's not that the power of Obsidian is inferior to that of Revenge Wanderer, but its posture at this time is not suitable for power, which is equivalent to being caught and locked. If Chen Mo holds its neck with his left arm at this time, it will be even more unable to break free. However, Chen Mo did not lock his neck or attack him with a chain sword. Instead, he allowed Obsidian Rage to raise his feet and back away. At the same time, he tried to open the distance to break away from the oppression of Revenge Rangers and cut off his arm directly. However, Chen Mo is not so easy to deal with. When Obsidian retreats in fury, Chen Mo almost rushes forward with it at the same time. The two mecha move rapidly on the ice, but they are still. Looking at the distance of several hundred meters from the glacier cliff, Chen Mo suddenly pushed forward and stopped quickly. Obsidian Fury was originally in the rapid retreat. Coupled with the strong push of the Revenge Ranger, it accelerated the backward flight, and its arms, without the suppression of the Revenge Ranger, although quickly staggered out, but because of its own rapid retreat and the Revenge Ranger's sudden stop and cut the air. At the next moment, the body of Obsidian was in close contact with the glacier again, breaking a large piece of solid ice, and the flame chainsaw that cut the air was immediately cut on the glacier behind. The high temperature of plasma flame directly melted the glacier, and the two chainsaws sank into most of the ice in a flash. And the Rage Obsidian's posture at this time turned into the left hand pointing to the sky, the right hand pointing to the ground, and almost shouted out that the sky and the ground, only me. Just as Obsidian furiously pulled out two flame chainsaws from the glacier, and prepared to attack the Revenge Rangers again, Chen Mo had already controlled the Revenge Rangers to rush up. Two 80-meter-high giant machine armors fought together again under this huge glacier like a wall. The huge chainsaw twining with the yellow flame cut back and forth, and the long chain sword with blue light was blocked up and down, but the glacier nearby was damaged. It was continuously affected by the chainsaw, and a piece of huge ice with blue color was cut down, falling from the two machine armors, and the crash broke to the ground. It seems that the Rage Obsidian attacks fiercely, while the Revenge Wanderer seems to have only the power of parry. In fact, the Rage Obsidian attack cannot cause any threat to the Revenge Wanderer, but its two flame chainsaws are constantly blocked by the chain sword, and no one hit can hit as expected. With Chen Mo's sword technique, although the chain sword of Revenge Wanderer is not flexible, it is enough to crush any opponent technically. With his own reaction and prediction ability, he once completely suppressed the Rage Obsidian of Revenge Wanderer, which is no threat at all in front of him. If Chen Mo didn't want to have a good time with him, he would have killed him with one sword. Seeing that even with two flame chainsaws, there is still no way to take revenge on the vagrant. Obsidian Rage again uses a unique move. When Chen Mo uses the chain sword to open the flame chainsaw again, the furious Obsidian suddenly opens the armor on his chest and shoots thermal rays at the Revenge Wanderer. At this time, the distance between the two machine armors is too close. The Revenge Ranger has just parried the attack of Obsidian. Although Chen Mo's response is very fast, it is difficult to completely avoid the attack with the speed of Revenge Ranger. However, Chen Mo had been prepared for this. When the armor of Obsidian's chest was opened, he suddenly turned sideways and flashed towards the Obsidian's body. At the same time, he raised the chain sword to block the heat rays from his body. As a fighting weapon, the chain sword has a very high strength and carries ion energy. It is also very resistant to high temperature. The thermal ray containing huge heat and shock wave is directly blocked on the chain sword and scattered towards the surrounding in an instant. At this time, the Revenge Ranger has flashed to half of his side, and the chain sword is inclined to the ray. The scattered thermal ray forms a fan-shaped thermal shock wave on the surface of the chain sword, and along the tip of the sword, it hits the glacier beside the two machine armors. The terrifying heat makes the surface of the glacier evaporate and vaporize rapidly, making waves of white fog rise, while the strong impact force directly smashes the ice layer, and a large number of solid ice falls from the glacier. As the thermal rays slant on the chain sword, the impact force is much less than that of the direct front, which has no effect on the action of Revenge Rangers. The revengeful Wanderer holds the sword on his chest and continues to flash towards the furious Obsidian. With the movement of the chain sword, the fan-shaped thermal shock wave swept over the glacier rapidly, and more white fog was rising, and a large area of ice collapsed under the impact of the shock wave, rumbling down. In a twinkling of an eye, the Avenger Wanderer is completely out of the attack range of the thermal ray, without the block of the chain sword. The thermal ray shoots straight forward for hundreds of meters, blows on the glacier in the distance, and collapses again. Chen Mo comes to the body side of the furious Obsidian. When he turns around to aim the heat ray at the Revenge Wanderer again, Chen Mo controls the mecha to grab his arm and pull hard. The body of Obsidian was pulled to the left. The heat ray from his chest swept over the glacier. The hundreds of meters long glacier collapsed, and countless ice blocks fell down, shaking the ground. The Revenger grabbed Obsidian's arm with his right hand and pushed his left hand on his shoulder towards the glacier. The furious Obsidian lost its center of gravity and hit the glacier heavily. The heat energy rays from the chest shot straight into the glacier. A dazzling orange-yellow light refracted from the blue glacier, and a faint green appeared. Several colors interweaved together, which was dazzling and dreamy. But with the continuous impact of thermal energy rays, the whole glacier is shaking violently, and a large and small crack appears on the glacier, extending and expanding continuously, and the sound of Karakara, ice crack, is endless. On the outer cliff, there are more and more pieces of ice falling down, smashing on the furious Obsidian. Obsidian's left arm was propped up on the glacier, struggling to turn around, but he was pressed tightly on the glacier by the hands of the Revenge Wanderer and could not get up at all. A roar came from the top of the head, but the 200-meter-high glacier began to break. A huge glacier with tens of thousands of tons slid down from the top like a landslide and fell towards two mecha under the glacier. Just tens of meters away from the fallen glacier, the Revenge Ranger suddenly released his grip on the furious Obsidian. But before the furious Obsidian turned around, the Revenge Ranger raised his feet and stepped on his back. A huge force came, and Obsidian was kicked heavily on the glacier. However, the Revenge Wanderer took advantage of the power of this kick, and his body soared back. The body can adjust its posture flexibly in the air. The upper body of the reclining body can recover quickly. The feet of the Avenger can land stably and slide backward along the ice under the effect of inertia. At the same time, the huge glaciers fell violently, and the body of Obsidian was just half turned. Then it was completely engulfed by the fallen glaciers. Boom! From the front came a huge sound like a chain reaction. Centered on the furious Obsidian, hundreds of meters of glaciers around collapsed, and countless pieces of broken ice tumbled down. Some of them rolled directly to the foot of the Revenge Wanderer and hit the hard steel armor, making a jingling sound. The ice under the foot of the Revenge Ranger also vibrated violently, and even a long crack appeared in the clattering sound, which spread out behind the Revenge Ranger. But fortunately, the collapse is not the whole glacier. After the collapse of a circle of glaciers around Obsidian, it gradually stopped. Although the ice under the foot of Avenger Wanderer appeared cracks, it did not break completely. As the avalanche came to an end, a huge semicircular depression with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the glacier like the Great Wall of ice and snow, and countless pieces of broken ice paved a long slope below, extending to the foot of the Revenge Ranger. The huge noise and violent vibration of the ice avalanche gradually went away. Only the ice that occasionally fell from the glacier hit the ice pile below, making the sound of collision. The figure of Obsidian was completely buried by the glacier and disappeared into the broken ice. Vengeful Wanderer stands in front of the ice accumulation slope and does not move. Chenmo doesn't think such an ice avalanche can kill the furious Obsidian. Sure enough, after only a few seconds of calm, a dazzling orange light suddenly erupted from the bottom of the ice pile. A strong shock wave directly crashed a large number of ice blocks piled up above. Without the block of ice blocks, the dazzling light beam shot straight into the sky. Soon, the thermal radiation disappeared, and a sound of ice friction and collision came out of the ice pile. Then, a huge dark steel arm stretched out from the big hole just opened by the thermal radiation in the middle of the ice pile. Holding the edge of the hole, the huge body of the furious Obsidian slowly stood up from under the ice pile, and the sound of the friction and collision of the ice block sounded again. When the furious Obsidian regained its position, only the chest was exposed, and the position it stood also moved a large block outwards than before, which was obviously rolled out by the just ice avalanche. A large number of broken ice fell from it, and the black armor was stained with a lot of white ice chips, and there were obvious deformation in many places, which was very embarrassing. However, in addition to the deformation of armor, the body of Obsidian has not been greatly damaged, and the actual combat effectiveness has not been affected. A powerful ice avalanche is a natural disaster for human beings, enough to completely destroy and bury a small town, but it only slightly injured the furious Obsidian, which shows its strong defense. It has to be said that the giant machine armor made by human beings in this world in order to deal with monsters is very powerful, and has reached the point of being able to compete with natural disasters. In other words, mecha itself is a kind of mobile natural disaster. Where they go, the earth is shaking, and the fighting is even more breaking. On the sea, they set off huge waves. On the ice field, they broke glaciers. The bustling cities became ruins under their feet, and the monstrous beasts became corpses in their hands. In terms of combat effectiveness, Hunter machine armor is the most powerful weapon Chen Mo has ever encountered. Even the Aegis's air space carrier is more of an air base and weapon platform. Its attack ability mainly comes from the Kung Fu fighters and shipborne missiles on board, which are obviously not enough to be used against the mecha hunters. The furious Obsidian, who survived the ice avalanche, looked down at the ice pile that was chest high in front of him. Then two flame chainsaws popped out of his arms and waved to cut up the huge ice pile in front of him. Waiting for it to get out of the ice, it was the plasma gun with bright blue light on the left hand of Revenge Ranger that greeted it. Boom! A blue plasma shell was fired from the muzzle of the gun, and in a blink of an eye it hit the Furious Obsidian. Furious Obsidian didn't have time to react at all, so he was directly thrown backward by the powerful plasma gun and fell into the ice pile again along the channel, which was not easy to open just now. Touch! Boom! The unstable ice around collapsed and buried the Obsidian again. Rage Obsidian climbed out of the ice with difficulty, but was blasted back by Chen Mo's plasma gun. Rage Obsidian has been bombarded for half a day with its thermal rays. How can I also try the power of the plasma gun to avenge the Wanderer? It has been proved that due to the need of a certain charging time, the continuity of plasma gun attack is quite poor, and the power of attack is only equivalent to the thermal radiation of Obsidian. It has to be said that the power, speed, and defense performance of Obsidian and Revenge Ranger are similar, but they are much stronger in long-range attack. The missile launchers hidden in the shoulders carry missiles, both in quantity and power, above the Avenger's airborne missiles. The power of heat energy rays from the chest turbine engine is even more powerful. If Chen Mo didn't react quickly, he could predict the attack of Obsidian furiously. At the same time, he has a high degree of control over Revenge Rangers. It's hard to avoid the heat energy rays of Obsidian furiously when he changes any other hunter's armor. Revenge Rangers, though with the same nuclear power engine as Obsidian, can also emit heat rays, but they can only be used in special cases for a short time and cannot attack continuously like Obsidian. It can be seen that the basic performance of Obsidian is similar to that of Revenge Rangers, but some core technologies are more advanced than Revenge Rangers. After being buried again by the collapsed ice, the Furious Obsidian did not continue to climb out of the ice. Only a roar was heard, and the buried position of the Obsidian suddenly collapsed down into it. Even though it was calm again, there was no movement for a long time, as if something was brewing. Chen Mo can't help laughing. He is clear about Obsidian's plan, but he doesn't have any action. He stands on the ice quietly and waits for Obsidian's counterattack. At this time, there was no angry Obsidian under the ice pile, but there was a big hole in the ice under the ice pile. Under the ice in the sea water, a huge black shadow at the foot of the spray of orange flame, toward the top of the Revenge Ranger's stand position straight rushed past. With the rapid approaching of Obsidian, the huge black shadow under the foot of Revenge Wanderer can be seen on the ice above. At the next moment, the 10-meter thick ice is broken like glass. The huge body of Obsidian flies out from under the ice and embraces the Avenger's legs with open arms. In the face of the sudden attack of Obsidian from under the ice, ordinary people have no time to avoid it at all, but Chen Mo guessed the plan of Obsidian as early as the ice in front of him sank. So while the Berserker Obsidian arrives under the ice, Chen Mo controls the Revenge Wanderer to quickly withdraw a big step backward, and at the same time, he abruptly raises his right foot and kicks heavily towards the head of the Berserker Obsidian that has just burst out from the ice. Revenge Tramp's right foot crossed an arc in the air, kicked Obsidian's face heavily, and made a loud bang. A spark splashed out, and the armor on the face of the furious Obsidian was deeply sunken in. The whole head suddenly tilted back, driving the whole body to turn backward. From the original momentum of forward attack to backward fall, the thruster at the foot didn't close in time, pushing the angry Obsidian kicked by the Revenge Ranger to turn 180 degrees towards the back once again, the ice pile of touch, boom. This time, Obsidian was not buried by ice, but directly hit the ice. It seemed that the blow to the head hurt it a lot. It struggled for a long time to stand up again. Without waiting for it to stand up straight, the avenging Wanderer has rushed up again. He grabbed his head with both hands and pulled it down hard. His right leg lifted his knee and hit him hard in the face. Boom! The Rage Obsidian's body shook violently, and the face armor, which had already been seriously deformed, sank inward again. Chen Mo did not stop. He continued to hold the head of the Obsidian and hit it heavily again and again. Boom! 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 Obsidian lost his resistance completely. He tried several times to reach for the Revenge Wanderer, but he fell down powerless again in a violent knee bump. The Revenge Ranger's attack didn't last long, Rao is so. When Chen Mo stops the attack, the Rage Obsidian is completely paralyzed. The whole body has lost its strength. If Chen Mo had not grasped its head, he would have collapsed to the ground. One hand grabs the head of the Furious Obsidian from the back, and Chen Mo controls the Revenge Ranger to grab the concave face armor of the Furious Obsidian with the other hand. Under the strong mechanical driving force, 5 steel fingers slowly buckle into the face armor deformed by obsidian. When they pull hard, they are pulled down together with many parts. Throwing away the twisted armor, Chen Mo looked down at the cockpit of Obsidian's furious head. Only a group of pink flesh balls with tentacles, like viscera or some kind of mollusk, are sitting in the cockpit. They are wriggling constantly. A blood vessel-like tentacle stretches out towards the surroundings and is connected and fixed in the cockpit. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I don't think anyone would have thought that it was such a strange thing that drove the furious Obsidian to fight the Revenge Ranger just now. It seems that the attack on Obsidian before the Revenge Wanderer caused it a lot of damage. The blue blood flowed from the ball, the broken tentacles were swinging in the air, and the blue blood flowed out at the end. As the cockpit was opened, the ball of meat seemed to struggle like suffocation, wriggling more violently. Several broken tentacles were swinging wildly, and the cockpit was full of blue blood. However, soon its movement slowed down, and the swinging tentacles were powerless to hang down, like a pool of dead rotten meat, quietly hanging in the cockpit. The blue blood has actually indicated the identity of the strange meat. The monster that invades the Earth from the alien wormhole, the blood in the body is just blue. This group is hidden in the furious obsidian stone. Although the strange creatures like the brain seem to be small, they are even smaller than those giant monsters that are easily hundreds of meters long. But compared with human beings, it is still very large. The cockpit, which can accommodate 2 pilots and is the size of a living room, is almost fully occupied by it. Just a tentacle protruding from the body is much larger than the size of human beings. Although its appearance is very different from those monsters, its huge body and blue blood all show that it has a very close relationship with those monsters from other stars. Chen Mo, who is familiar with the plot, was not surprised. But looking at the dead monsters crawling in the obsidian cockpit, Chen Mo had to admit that it was disgusting. However, Chen Mo was very satisfied with the battle just now. The battle between machine armors is totally different from Chen Mo's experience of fighting in steel battle clothes before. The violent vibration and powerful centrifugal force brought by each attack may be a huge burden for ordinary people, but it is a great stimulus for Chen Malai. The attack from fist and fist to flesh, the roar of steel, the collision of weapons, and the strong impact of thermal radiation all made him feel hot and bloodied. With the continuous enhancement of his strength, he has not felt this passionate battle for a long time. After the battle, Chen Mo felt very happy in his heart. Although he didn't feel hearty, he actually had an addiction. Just in the world of Avenger Alliance, Chen Mo realized the desire to control the dragon, and then experienced the pleasure of driving the mecha battle. Chen Mo can't help thinking that the real significance of his ability to cross space is to make him realize those dreams that could not be realized in the real world. Fight with the protagonists in the movie, eliminate those evil and ferocious villains, seize all kinds of powerful weapons and technologies, and see all kinds of magical creatures and races. Experience different worlds, different lives, and different battles in crossing. In this way, Chen Mo can't help but look forward to his journey through the future. What will the next world be like? Will it be more exciting than the Pacific Rim? But those are the later things. Chen Mo looks at the alien monster that has completely died in the furious obsidian cockpit. He releases his hand holding the head of the furious obsidian and lets its huge steel body fall to the ground. He killed the furious obsidian and experienced a fierce battle between machine armor. Chen Mo did not forget the purpose of his trip. With Obsidian's huge body lying on the ice, Chen Mo controls the Revenge Wanderer to turn around and stride towards the Power Core Factory. Back in front of the Power Core Factory, Chen Mo scanned the whole factory with Revenge Ranger's detection system, and indeed found some clues. The factory seems to have been abandoned for a long time from the outside, but the scanning results show that the inside of the factory is not as good as the outside, and some key areas still have energy supply. However, the specific situation is not that Revenge Rangers can detect clearly by scanning outside. Chen Mo immediately connected the command center. There's something wrong with this factory. I'll go in and have a look. You'll send a helicopter to carry the Obsidian back. Chen Mo cut off communication with the command center when he sent a steel battle suit to search for the furious Obsidian, so that they would not hinder his action. However, the video connection of Revenge Rangers was not cut off, so the people in the command center witnessed all the previous events. At first, he saw that the Revenge Wanderer had come to the Power Core Factory, but suddenly turned around and left. General Quan also tried to ask Chen Mo, but found that voice communication was cut off. General Quan should have a helpless look at Sen pockmarked. Chen Mo cut off the communication. Obviously, he didn't want them to hinder his action. This kind of normal mecha fighter would not do this. Only Chen Mo, a half-monk who has never received any training or even is not a member of the Pacific Rim Joint Army Defense Force, would do so arbitrarily. But Chen Moyuan is in Siberia, and communication is closed. They can do nothing but watch the action of Revenge Rangers through video images. If it wasn't for the guarantee of Moriko, they would all think Chen Mo would drive the Revenge Wanderer to flee. It wasn't until the Revenge Wanderers came to the edge of the ice sheet, they saw the furious Obsidian flying directly ashore from the sea, and finally understood the intention of Chen Mo. As he said, the furious Obsidian that attacked Sydney actually appeared in the Northern Islands. If Chen Mo didn't arrive in advance like a prophet, and stop the furious Obsidian who had just landed, when Chen Mo explored the Power Core Factory, he would be attacked by the furious Obsidian coming from the rear. Not only will the factory be destroyed, but Chen Mo and Revenge Rangers will be very dangerous. But Chen Mo stopped the Obsidian, but the faces of the people in the command center were still dignified. In Sydney, Obsidian Fury has fully demonstrated its strong strength. The Revenge Rangers are completely suppressed. If other mecha doesn't come to support it in time, it will scare it back. The Revenge Rangers are likely to be completely destroyed by it. Now they are located in the Northern Islands, and it is impossible for them to have any mecha to support them in a short time. Chen Mo can only fight alone by Revenge Rangers. Then the cover missile attack of Obsidian and the sudden thermal radiation all made people clench their fists. If the communication is not closed by Chen Mo, they will definitely remind Chen Mo to be careful. Through the video picture of Revenge Ranger, they watched a missile whistling past the Revenge Ranger, but none of them could hit him, and the heat ray suddenly shot by the Revenge Ranger quickly flashed by his side, and then hit the Rage Obsidian with a heavy elbow. The people in the command center couldn't help but look at each other, so the intensive attack is so easy to hide. Even the speed of running has not decreased a little. In particular, Jack and Nate ask themselves if they can't avoid the sudden thermal ray from Obsidian's chest, but Chen Mo seems to be able to predict the attack of Obsidian. Almost at the moment when the armor on Obsidian's chest is opened, he quickly flashes to the side and easily passes by. And then the battle between Revenge Rangers and Rage Obsidian made their eyes even bigger. Jack and Nate are more complicated. Through the battle between Revenge Wanderer and Obsidian controlled by Chen Mo, they can see the gap between themselves and Chen Mo. In the same straight fist, their fist was directly grasped by the furious Obsidian. However, the Revenge Wanderer under Chen Mo's control quickly turned into a ferocious elbow to beat the furious Obsidian out for several steps. When the same mecha arrived in Chen Mo's hands, the battle situation with Obsidian was completely reversed. The furious Obsidian who beat them so hard that he could not lift his head was almost unable to fight back by Chen Mo. Fist, missile, flame chainsaw, heat ray. Furious Obsidian almost used all the weapons he could use, but only made himself hurt more and more, while Revenge Ranger was still unhurt. The powerful thermal ray didn't even scratch the edge of Revenge Wanderer, but under the control of Chen Mo, it smashed a large glacier and pressed himself under it. Even the Furious Obsidian attacked the Revenge Ranger from under the ice. Chen Mo easily dodged it and took it away like a football. All the people in the command center have seen the battle in Sydney and marveled at the powerful strength of Obsidian. At this time, they saw Obsidian was ravaged by Revenge Rangers and finally smashed into the cockpit by a continuous knee crash. The Obsidian was completely paralyzed. In addition to the shock, everyone could not help but feel an untrue feeling. Is this really the Rage Obsidian that used to shine in Sydney? In fact, the strength of Obsidian is more powerful than that in Sydney. The powerful thermal radiation is just a flash in the pan in Sydney. This time, it fully shows its real power. It has collapsed a large glacier hundreds of meters around. The huge momentum of the collapse of the glacier more than 200 meters high is shocking to watch them. It can only be said that the Revenge Wanderer under Chen Mo's control is really too strong. In the same mecha, Chen Mo's ability to control by himself far surpasses that of Jack and Knight. However, no one thinks that Jack and his wife are too weak. On the contrary, all of this shows that Chen Mo's strength is really beyond people's imagination. General Quan watched the video of the outraged Obsidian, which was completely destroyed by the Revenge Rangers. He was shocked and his eyes could not help but flash a little. Turning to Sen Mazi, General Quan found that although there was some surprise in her eyes, it was far from their surprise. It seemed that Chen Mo's performance had been expected. This doubtless proved the conjecture in his heart again. According to his understanding of Mori Mazi, although she acted mildly, she was flexible and firm in principle. She would never listen to him just because Chen Mo saved her. Now it seems that Chen Mo's identity is not so simple, and Mori Mazi should have known about it for a long time. But before he further guessed Chen Mo's real identity, the picture in the video made him open his eyes in shock. It wasn't just him. Moriko, Jack, Knight, and all the staff at the command center, all looking at the creeping flesh in the Obsidian cockpit. What they didn't expect was that such a mass of things could control the Obsidian rage. Especially Jack and Nate, who have played with Obsidian, have a wonderful expression on their faces. They were defeated by this disgusting group before. At this moment, the hearts of the two people are extremely broken. Mori Mazi and General Quan look at each other and see deep dignification in each other's eyes. From the blue blood of that strange creature, they recognized his identity at a glance. This is a monster. This strange monster, which never appeared before, can control the mecha, which is a little beyond their previous cognition. Both of them can't help but have a bad premonition. It's serious. When Chen Mo returns to the power core factory and reconnects the communication to ask them to send out helicopters, Sen Mazi's nearby heavy transport helicopter has already flown on the road. Chen Mo didn't pay attention to this. After that, he didn't give everyone the chance to ask, so he closed the communication again, and then used his mind to release the connection of the feedback cradle behind him. Looking down at his heavy battle suit, Chen Mo appears next to him in a blink, but he is wearing a tight-fitting nano-alloy battle suit. In the original position, the heavy suit lost its support and fell to the ground. Chen Mo raised his hand and put it into the space. There was a rush on his body. The silver-gray parasite rioted inside himself, forming a black leisure suit on his body surface. Then Chen Mo's figure flashed again, disappeared in the cockpit, appeared again, and had put on the steel war clothes. Without stealth, Chen Mo flew directly into the power core factory. The detection system was turned on. After Jarvis's analysis, Chen Mo flew directly to several key locations and explored them. In the factory, which has been abandoned for several years, there are obvious traces of recent operation. Many sealed equipment have been restarted, and the sealed raw materials in the warehouse are also inconsistent with the data in the records. Because the energy system has already been started, Chen Mo directly started the main server in the factory. Although many of these data have been deleted, Jarvis has restored them again. Based on these data, Jarvis quickly analyzed the results. About half a year ago, the abandoned power core plant was restarted to produce the nuclear power core. There is only one power core produced, but there are 4. This quantity also coincides with the reduced quantity of raw materials in the sealed material warehouse. This probably means that Rage Obsidian is not the only one they see. This is what Chenmo didn't expect. Before the film's Revenge Rangers had time to explore carefully, the factory was completely destroyed with missiles by the sudden fury of Obsidian, destroying all evidence. After Obsidian was destroyed, no other similar armor appeared again. Chenmo did not expect that they had made more than one Obsidian, but it makes sense to think about it carefully. Since they started the power core factory in secret, how could they just produce one power core? If the raw materials in the warehouse are emptied when the factory is not sealed, and the remaining raw materials are only enough to produce 4 power cores, they are likely to continue to produce more. However, this is only a power core factory, and Chenmo can only find these information. As for the origin of the people who started the factory, there is no way to find out where the 4 power cores are going. Chenmo doesn't care about this either. After probing the information, his task here is completed. Ask Jarvis to pass the information and images to the command center. Chenmo did not return to vengeance. Instead, he pushed the thrusters of the steel war clothes directly out of the factory, turned around in the air, and flew rapidly towards the direction of Mo Yulan base. When he came, Chenmo didn't want to stay in Revenge Ranger's cockpit again. He was suspended for several hours. Although the speed of the world's heavy transport helicopter is close to the speed of sound, it is still faster than the steel battle suit. When Sen Mazi's helicopter arrived to lift the furious Obsidian, Chenmo had already returned to the sky over the base of Mo Yulan. When I came here before, Mori led me in person. Chenmo was unhindered. Now he is the only one who wears this steel war suit that no one has ever seen. If I go straight down, I will be stopped as an intruder. Chenmo is not bothered. He appears in the command center in a blink. The people in the command center are studying the information and images sent by Chenmo not long ago. They know that the factory has secretly produced 4 nuclear power cores, and their faces are heavy. 4 nuclear power cores mean that there are likely to be 4 Obsidian Rage armor. Even if Chenmo has destroyed 1 machine, the remaining 3 machine armors also have the ability to destroy 1 machine armor hunter base. After all, not everyone can exert the machine armor's strength beyond 100% like Chenmo. Under normal circumstances, 2 6th-generation machine armors are not necessarily opponents of a raging Obsidian. Just as they carefully analyzed the information and tried to find out more useful clues, Chenmo's sudden appearance surprised everyone. Seeing the sudden appearance of the black armor, General Quan and Nate quickly blocked in front of Moriko, and General Quan pressed the chest communicator with his hand to call the guards. However, Sengzi, who saw the shape of the steel battle suit, quickly grabbed General Quan and looked at the dark armor opening in front of him. "Don't be nervous, it's your own." With Moritz's words, the black armor that suddenly appeared in the command center suddenly moved. With a clang of mechanical operation, the armor in front of the steel battle suit quickly deformed and opened, and a familiar figure appeared in front of them and walked out from inside. "You!" Knight looked at Chenmo with a surprised face, then turned to Jack, who was standing in the back and didn't move. "You knew that long ago." Jack is also the first time to see the ability of steel battle clothes deformation. Chen's sudden appearance in the command center surprised him. However, Chenmo was very familiar with his steel battle suit, so he did not panic like others. Hearing Knight's inquiry, Jack glanced at Chenmo's open war suit behind him and turned to explain to Knight. When he was in Sydney before, he was wearing this suit of mini machine armor and pulled up the crashed helicopter, leaving behind the hemp seeds. Jack's words answered Knight's questions, but the information in them shocked him even more. Knight can't help but look at Chenmo's open battle clothes with a suspicious face. He can't imagine how such a small set of armor could hold the helicopter. The weight of the helicopter is at least dozens of times that of it. How much power does it need to pull? But it's hard to believe it, but the facts are in front of him, and Sen Mazi, as the party concerned, doesn't contradict him, which shows Jack's words are not words. General Quan relaxed after seeing Chen Mo, but his eyes were also full of surprise. Just now, he saw the magic scene of Chen Mo appearing in the command center in steel battle clothes. This kind of ability seems to be similar to Wormhole, but it is obviously more powerful. There is no other abnormality, and it appears there in an instant. He could not help but understand why Sen Mazi respected Chen Mo so much. But at the same time, Chen Mo's identity became more confusing in his eyes. "Why did you come straight back?" Sen Mazi walked out from behind General Quan and looked at Chen Mo and asked in doubt. More than half an hour ago, they just received the information from Chen Mofa. He should still be in the northern islands now. Chen Mo said it will. The helicopter is too slow. Anyway, the task has been completed, so I will come back first. Hearing this, all of them couldn't help but cast their eyes on the open steel war suit behind Chen Mo. It's only over half an hour since Chen Mo sent back the message to return to the command center, which means that the speed of the steel battle suit is more than Mach 10, far faster than any fighter in the world. However, when they stared at the steel battle clothes in amazement, Chen Mo waved away the battle clothes. They only felt the flowers in front of them, and then found that the cool battle clothes disappeared. A few people are trying to say something, but Chen Mo suddenly says to Mori Mazi, "Give me a room, I'll see if I can help you tomorrow." Waiting for other people to respond, Sen Mazi nodded directly. "Okay, come with me." As he said that, Sen Mazi went straight to take Chen Mo away from the command center. The Secretary General of the Pacific Joint Military Defense Force, like a secretary, personally took Chen Mo to arrange the room. But for this point, there was no one who showed any dissatisfaction. Jack doesn't have to say that other people are also subdued by Chen Mo's strong power of killing obsidian and the magic power just shown. When they walked out of the command center and the gate was closed again, they couldn't help but look at each other. Before General Quan could speak, Knight could not wait to look at Jack and ask first, "Who is he?" General Quan also looked at Jack curiously. Jack in the two people's eyes, but cannot help shrugging shoulders, helplessly said, "I don't know. I'd better ask Mori Mazi later. She should know." General Quan didn't ask again after hearing this, but they didn't have time. They analyzed the data and information of the power core factory again, but there was no other discovery except for the 4 nuclear power cores that Chen Mo had pointed out in the information. People also understand why Chen Mo went to rest directly until tomorrow. The information of power core factory is limited. It seems that we can only wait for the arrival of obsidian machine armor in Fury tomorrow to see if we can find more information from it. Before long, Moriko arranged a room for Chen Mo at the base and then returned to the command center again. As soon as she entered the door, Sen Mazi felt the questioning eyes from General Quan, Jack, and Nate. Sen Mazi said to the 3 people as soon as he pondered, "Follow me." With that, Mori turned to the small conference room on the side of the command center. Jack looked at each other and immediately followed with curiosity. When Knight closed the door of the conference room at the end of the walk, pockmarked Sen glanced at the 3 men, and then slowly said the existence of Shendun Bureau and Chen Mo's real identity. "At first, I heard about the existence of Shendun Bureau." Jack was okay, but General Quan and Nate were full of doubts. Really organized to hide on Earth for thousands of years without being noticed. And according to Mori Mazi, Chen Mo is a figure who has existed since the Middle Ages. Doesn't it mean that he has lived for at least 1,000 years? It's hard for them to accept. But listen to Sen Mazi and Xiao Luan say the contents of the holographic projection one by one. They are shocked by the dead alien world, the huge advanced alien spacecraft, the mysterious dark elves, and the powerful cursed soldiers. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, they believed that Moriko knew that she would not lie, and the pictures she described should be true. Although they were shocked and unbelievable, they slowly accepted the fact after contacting Chen Mo's amazing performance. A person can easily drive the hunter's machine armor with 100% connectivity and amazing combat power. It's impossible for an ordinary person. or any normal person, to do Chen Mo's way. Only Sen Mazi's explanation can make sense. Because he is not an ordinary person at all. Chen Mo's ability to appear in the command center in the air and to change the battlefield clothes into magical abilities in an instant also confirms the saying of the super ability in Moriko's mouth. As for Moriko's ability to control the movement of objects in the air, although they haven't seen it, they are completely convinced. It's not impossible to live from the Middle Ages until now because of the legendary superpower. In this way, the stories of Chen Mo and the existence of Shendun Bureau that Sen pockmarked before are true. General Quan had been speculating about Chen Mo's identity and overestimated it as much as possible, but he didn't expect that Chen Mo's real identity was much more magical and powerful than he imagined. He is the guardian of the earth who has secretly guarded mankind for thousands of years. When Obsidian and Revenge Rangers were brought back, it was the next morning. General Quan immediately sent people to study the furious Obsidian and the body of the monster in the cockpit, trying to find more clues. In addition to finding that all systems inside the armor have been integrated with the monster's organization, no other valuable information has been found. Dr. Herman, the chief scientist of the Department of Monster Science, is in charge of the research on the carcasses of monsters, and he soon made important discoveries. When General Quan and others arrived at the lab, Dr. Herman had dissected a monster the size of an elephant. Looking at General Quan and Sen Mazi who walked into the laboratory, Herman put down the electric saw in his hand, lifted the protective mask and exclaimed excitedly, "It must be a monster. They all have secondary brains that control the hind legs." When Dr. Herman finished, he found Chen Mo, who had never seen before, standing beside Moriko. But he didn't think much about it. He thought it was a new member of the base and was still busy dissecting the monster's body. Jack was puzzled when he heard the words. "How did they come to our world?" General Quan also said in some confusion. "Wormholes haven't appeared in 10 years, or the detector will find them." But Dr. Herman shook his head and said decidedly, "I don't think there are wormholes. The monster has obvious radioactive half-life characteristics of the unknown world. This guy doesn't have any." When Knight heard this, he asked with some uncertainty, "You mean it comes from our world?" As Dr. Herman continued to dissect the monster, he took out strange tissues from its body and said to the people, "The genetic fingerprints clearly show that this is the product of the Earth's biological transformation technology, which may have been transformed with the body tissue of monsters left after the war. Not pioneers." General Quan, with a thoughtful face, looked up and said in a solemn voice, "This is done by human beings." Hearing the words, all the people on the scene could not help but look gloomy. At last, their eyes all turned to Chen Mo. From Moriko, they already know that when Chen Mo was in Sydney, he reminded Moriko that there was a huge conspiracy under the control of the pioneers. If it was only Chen Mo's guess before, the body of the monster in the obsidian cockpit is now furious, which undoubtedly confirms Chen Mo's statement. According to their previous research on monsters, these monsters have a strange sense of insect nest, and the brain thinking of all monsters are connected and controlled by the pioneers. Even if humans clone monsters, they would not be able to completely control them, let alone command them to attack Sydney and the Northern Islands. It is the Forerunner who controls all these things behind, but it is the human who makes the furious obsidian and the cloned monster. It turns out that humans and pioneers have really collaborated and mastered the technology of integrating monsters and mecha. Judging from the strong power of obsidian, it is undoubtedly a great threat to human beings. But they still don't know about the monster worshippers controlled by the pioneers and the huge conspiracy that is brewing. Who made the obsidian and who cloned the new monster to control the obsidian, and what was the plot they were planning? It seems that only Chen Mo can give them the answer. When Dr. Herman saw that all the people were looking at Chen Mo, he also turned his eyes to the past, but he was puzzled. Why do they all look at him? Does he know who did it? Dr. Herman could not help shaking his head secretly, throwing the absurd idea out of his mind. Just then, General Quan's communicator suddenly rang. "Report to the General. 4 mecha cadets sneak into the body of the furious Obsidian. One cadet is burned by the blood of the monster. General Quan's face was heavy when he heard that. Obsidian was involved in monsters and secret forces behind. It was listed as military secret by the base. No one was allowed to approach except relevant personnel. The behavior of these cadets has violated the regulations of the base, and some people have been injured. General Quan is very angry. Jack's face couldn't help changing when he heard that. With his understanding of these students, most of them are very disciplined, except for Amala. Other people have joined the Hunter College through many layers of selection and hard work. They are still in great awe of the base and will not easily violate the rules of the base. Amara is different. She was parachuted in by Moriko together with him without systematic selection and training. Before that, she often broke into the scrapyard of retired machine armor to steal machine armor parts and assembled an illegal small machine armor. Her rebellious and reckless character is very similar to him. So when he heard the news, the first thing in Jack's mind was Amara. He was almost sure that she must have led the others in, which was in line with her character. According to the rules of the base and the Hunter Academy, others may be just a warning, but as the leader, Amara is likely to be fired directly. Just now it was determined that there was a collusion between monster worshippers and pioneers, and the heavy-hearted General Quan immediately asked in a stern voice towards the communicator, "Is everyone okay? It's just a skin injury. It's being treated in the infirmary." General Quan's face was a little slow, but there was still some ugly deep voice. "Put them all in the cell after the wound is treated and do it later." Looking at General Quan's face, Jack cried in his heart. "Look at this situation, Amara. The punishment they will face will never be too light." This is not what he wants to see. Amara and he steal the parts of Mecha, are chased by Ajax in winter, are caught together, and are recruited into Mecha Hunter College by Moriko. Jack is very fond of the little girl who has a strong talent for robot driving and manufacturing, and whose character is very similar to him. Just as Jack was looking at General Quan's ugly face and worried, Chen Mo's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Since they broke into Obsidian, it's better to see what they found first. Jack turns his head to look at Chen Mo and then at General Quan. If other people say so, General Quan will not pay attention. The senior mecha engineer team of the base has checked the Obsidian inside and outside for many times and found nothing. What can several mecha hunter students find? However, in view of Chen Mo's words, General Quan nodded at random and ordered by the communication device on his chest, "Take them to Lab 3. Soon 4 young mecha hunters in uniform came to the lab. One of the Chinese male students, who was very strong, had gauze wrapped around his arm. It was obviously the unlucky guy who was injured. Chen Mo's eyes fell on one of the shortest, youngest-looking students, who was only 15 or 16 years old. Other people saw General Quan and Sen Mazi and others. All of them could not help panicking. Only she was still calm, but her eyes still showed a little uneasiness. There was a little guilt and self-blame in her eyes. Needless to say, she was the leader who led several people into the Rage Obsidian, Amara. Amara also knew that she had been in trouble several times. She glanced at Jack, who was looking at her nervously. Amara looked at General Quan and said firmly, "I don't blame them for this. I took them. I'll only punish myself." General Quan turned his head to look at Chen Mo, then lowered his head and said to her in a deep voice, "I'll talk about the punishment later. Now tell me, do you have any discovery when you enter the furious Obsidian?" Amala was stunned when she heard the words. She didn't expect General Quan to ask her that. Noticing that General Quan had just looked like Chen Mo's eyes, Amala could not help but look at Chen Mo strangely, and then put his eyes on Jack. Seeing Jack nodding to her eagerly, Amara looked at General Quan and said what she had found. Obsidian Rage should have something to do with Xiao's industry. General Quan can't help but look at Mori pockmarked. According to what Sen Mazi told them before, Chen Mo's first suspected target is Xiao's industry. This student seems to have found something. At that time, General Quan took a look at the female cadet recruited by Sen Mazi and immediately asked, "How do you know?" The technician scanned the obsidian for several times but found no clue. Amara said earnestly on hearing the words. Obsidian has the technology of Xiao's industry. The insulating super materials in parallel cables are wound anti-clockwise. Only Xiao's industry can do that. Are you sure? General Quan looked at Amala and asked seriously. I'm sure. I stole a lot of things when I was building a boxer. I can't be more familiar with these things. But when Amala had finished speaking, he found that the people had not paid any more attention to her, but Ziki turned his head to Chenmo. Chenmo's previous judgment was confirmed again. First, it was the conspiracy of the pioneers to control the monster worshippers. Now it is Xiao's industry, and it also includes the prediction that the furious obsidian will go to the northern islands. All of Chen Mo's judgments were proved to be completely correct in the end. This makes Chen Mo's position in people's minds rise to a new level. But this does not include Dr. Herman and Amala. They were puzzled by the reaction. Dr. Herman said directly. Xiao industry. They don't even have the biology department. It's impossible to make such a monster. When they heard Dr. Herman's words, they all frowned. Although they believe in Chen Mo, it doesn't mean that they have lost their ability of self-judgment. They will blindly believe anything Chen Mo says. Dr. Herman's words do have some truth. Xiao's industry has always focused on heavy industry such as machine armor manufacturing and has not involved in biological research. Jack nodded and said. As far as we know, it is. Nate frowned too. The cable may be stolen just like the one in the Armara armor. If we want to connect Obsidian with Xiao's industry, we need more evidence. Dr. Herman thought for a moment. Suddenly, he looked up and said, How about Newt? He's the head of research and development at Shaw Industries, who has access to internal information and may be able to find evidence. To Dr. Herman's surprise, however, people once again looked at Chen Mo. Dr. Herman obviously didn't know that Chen Mo had already asked Xiao Liwen, the boss of Xiao's industry, to investigate the matter in person. Seeing Dr. Herman look at him with others, Chen Mo looks at him and says slowly, I don't think it's a good idea, asked Dr. Herman, puzzled. Why? Although Dr. Herman is obsessed with research, he is not a fool. Although he does not know the identity of Chen Mo, he knows that his identity is not common only by looking at the attitude of General Quan and others towards him. Like most of the people who have seen Chen Mo, he also regards Chen Mo as the top of the Committee of the Pacific Rim Military Defense Forces. Chen Mo looked at the puzzled Dr. Herman and said in a deep voice, According to the information we have, the monster worshippers controlled by the pioneers are hidden in and at the top of Xiao's industry. Senmazi, General Quan and others all know that Chen Mo's, refers to the Shield Bureau, while Dr. Herman and Amala, who don't know why, think he is talking about the Joint Pacific Rim Army Defense Force. Both of them were shocked by the amazing news he said. How could it be that the pioneers controlled the monster worshippers? The shocked two couldn't help but turn around and look at the other people in the lab, only to find that other people did not show surprise except for the two of them. It was obvious that they had known about it for a long time. When they were shocked by the amazing news, they heard Chen Mo continue. There are not many people who have the ability to use Xiao's industrial equipment to secretly make obsidian, and Dr. Newt Jaisler is the most suspected one. Dr. Herman's face changed when he heard the words, and he was stunned for a while before he said in a hurry, You mean Newt did it all? It's impossible. I know him, he is a good man, and we found a way to go through the wormhole together at the beginning, which finally succeeded in blowing up the wormhole. Newt is with us, he can't do this. Chen Mo took a look at Dr. Herman, who was a little excited, and then said to him, How did you find the way through the wormhole? Dr. Herman did not understand why Chen Mo suddenly asked this question, but he replied, We used the robot hunter driver's mental synesthesia system to connect with the monster's brain, and read the way through the wormhole from their brain. This is the way Newt came up with. Hearing this, Chen Mo looked at Dr. Herman and said in a serious voice, Then you should know that the driver's sense of mind is bidirectional. You can read the monster's thoughts, and the pioneer can read or even control your thoughts through the monster's nest consciousness. Here, when Dr. Herman heard this, he was a little dumb, but then he quickly responded and said, But I have nothing to do with it. We used to have synesthesia with the monster brain. If the pioneer can really control us, why am I okay? Chen Mo gave Dr. Herman a look and said coldly, "You've only been in touch with monsters once, but what about Newt? As far as I know, the brain of the monster you used to synesthesia is still in his house and still alive." Speaking of this, Chen Mo looked directly at Dr. Herman and asked in a cold voice, "Don't tell me, you don't believe he's had any empathy with monsters in 10 years. This." Dr. Herman wanted to deny it but didn't open his mouth. He has worked with Newt for many years. He knows nothing about him. He is a monster fan. He is addicted to the research of monsters. At the beginning, after the base commander denied his synesthesia plan, he still secretly communicated with the monster brain. Plus the one with him, there have been two. And as Chen Mo said, he did bring the living monster brain back to his home. With his understanding of Newt, it's impossible that he didn't have a synesthesia with the monster brain in the past 10 years. One side of Mori-san also can't help frowning, which is not the result she wants to see. She and Newt have been friends for more than 10 years. They worked together to blow up the wormhole. She didn't want him to be the monster worshipper who was controlled by the pioneer and betrayed human beings. But for Chen Mo's words, she also can't question and more inclined to believe. Mori Mazzi is very clear in his heart. 9 out of 10 what Chen Mo said is the truth. Just when Moriko and Dr. Herman were struggling, Moriko's mobile phone suddenly rang. Under the eyes of all the people, Moriko took out her mobile phone and called Xiao Luan. Mori immediately turned to look at Chen Mo and said to him, "It's Xiao Luan." All the people in the room heard that they had different looks. Dr. Herman and Amara were all weird. They were suspecting that Xiao's industry was related to Obsidian, and they were discussing to find someone to investigate secretly. The boss of Xiao's industry called. Jack and others, who know that Chen Mo has asked Xiao Luan to investigate secretly, can't help but have some expectations. Seeing Chen Mo nodding to her, Sen Mazzi immediately pressed hands free and Xiao Luan's excited and angry voice came from the loudspeaker. "It's Newt Gassler." When people heard Xiao Luan say the name of Newt directly, they could not help but change their faces. It was actually him, but listen to Xiao Luan's voice. He took advantage of the regulatory loopholes in the company's automation system to secretly create a furious Obsidian, not 1, but 4. Hearing this, General Quan and others can't help turning to look at Chen Mo, but he said it again. Obsidian Rage is really made by Newt, and the number is consistent with the number of nuclear power cores they found secretly made in the Northern Islands. Although Dr. Herman is not clear about the relationship between Xiao Luan and Chen Mo, he can roughly guess some points from her words. He also understands that what Xiao Luan said should be true. Knowing that Newt really betrayed the human race, Dr. Herman could not help but be stunned, and his heart was even more sad. He didn't expect that the comrades in arms who had fought against the monsters together now became the accomplices of the monsters. Xiao Luan's angry voice continued to ring. "In addition to Obsidian's rage, he has made a lot of moves in my company. I don't know what he wants to do at the moment. Do you want to catch him first?" When Dr. Herman heard this, he immediately went back to his senses, looked at Moriko and said eagerly, "Newt is under the control of the pioneers. These are the pioneers. He was infected with his brain when docking with monsters. He must have been forced." Moriko did not pay attention to Dr. Herman, but turned to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo raises his hand and reaches for Sen Mazzi. The mobile phone in Sen Mazzi's hand immediately flies up, and in an instant it reaches him. All the people in the lab stared at the magical scene that suddenly happened in front of them, but only the Mori-san, who had seen Chen Mo exert his mind, was still calm. General Quan, Jack and Knight have heard Sen Mazzi's description of Chen's ability before, which is a little psychological preparation. Although they are surprised, they can also accept it. But Dr. Herman and Amara and others have never seen this magical ability. They can't help but open their mouths and look at Chen Mo with a monster's eyes. Chen Mo ignored the reaction and said directly to Xiao Luan on the other side of the phone, "Don't act rashly. As if nothing happened, don't disturb him." Seeing Chen Mo's direct order to Xiao Luan, General Quan and Jack are no less surprised than the scene when Chen Mo just took the mobile phone out of thin air. When Xiao Luan last came to the base of Mo Yulan, most of them had seen her, and their memories of her pride were fresh. Even in the face of General Quan and Sen Mazi, Xiao Luan didn't have much respect, but she refused to look at people thousands of miles away. Chen Mo even spoke to her in an ordered tone. They were very curious about Xiao Luan's reaction. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Luan, who was just very angry, quickly calmed down when she heard Chen Mo's words. With a little respect in her voice, said softly, "Well, I'll keep an eye on his movements and try to find out his real plot." A few people who have met Xiao Luan before can't help but be shocked. Is this still the domineering female president of Xiao's industry in their mind? How arrogant she was before, but at this time she was totally like a subordinate in front of Chen Mo on the phone. If it wasn't for Xiao's industry, most of them knew Xiao Luan. Maybe they thought she was just the president of Xiao's industry, and Chen Mo was the real boss behind the scenes. After hanging up the phone, everyone fell into a brief silence. It was Dr. Herman, who had the best relationship with Newt, who first broke the silence and said with a puzzled face, "Even if obsidian was made by Newt, how did he make such a monster? Xiao's industry should not have the ability to clone monsters." Others also temporarily let go of their doubts about Xiao Luan's attitude towards Chen Mo. Instead, he turned his attention to the questions put forward by Dr. Herman. Chen Mo glanced at the confused people and said slowly, "Newt is not the only one who worships monsters in the world. He is not the only one who communicates with the brain of monsters." Hearing this, people could not help but think of the monsters who were just like fanatics. General Quan realized the seriousness of the matter and said with a frown, "You mean that some of those monster worshippers are controlled by the pioneers?" Sen Mazi thought for a moment and said slowly with a dignified face, "Among the monster worshippers, there are many senior managers of biological companies, and even some companies specializing in monster and cloning technology. With the help of the pioneers, they really have the ability to create monsters." When Dr. Herman heard this, he suddenly said, "It makes sense that Newt secretly produces obsidian by using the technology and equipment of Xiao's industry, and those who master the biology company are responsible for making obsidian to control obsidian." At this time, Jack said with a frown, "But what is their ultimate goal? Attack humans with obsidian. Against the joint Pacific Rim force. They have only 3 mecha left now, which is not enough to compete with the mecha hunters in major bases." Hearing the words, all of them fell into deep thought but failed to come up with a result. Instead, Pockmarked Sun looked at Chen Mo thoughtfully, but he did not speak at all. As for what the conspiracy of the pioneers was, there was still no clue among the people, and they soon dispersed. Although Amara and others broke into Obsidian, they did find important information, and General Quan temporarily exempted them from punishment. Rao is so, 4 people leave the laboratory when the expression is still some trance. It was thought that they would be severely punished for breaking into Obsidian without permission. Unexpectedly, Amala's unexpected discovery helped them to get rid of the punishment temporarily. It was a fluke, but several people were still afraid. And in the laboratory, they heard a lot of amazing secrets beyond their imagination. Up to now, they still can't slow down. Few people don't know how to get back to their dorm. After leaving the lab, everyone left quickly. Sen Mazi walked to Chen Mo and confirmed that there was no one else around. He immediately looked up at Chen Mo and asked seriously, "Is the pioneer's plot related to drone armor?" Looking at the smart woman, Chen Mo didn't deny it but nodded directly to admit it. "That's right." His guess was confirmed, but Sen pockmarked his brow and looked at Chen Mo's puzzled question. "Then why not stop the deployment of drones directly?" Chen Mo did not flinch in the eyes of Sen pockmarked Sun, said in a deep voice, "Remember what I told you before. Our goal is not just to stop the conspiracy of the pioneers, but to completely destroy the pioneers and fundamentally eliminate the threat of monsters." Sen Mazi remembered what Chen Mo had said after saving her and suddenly realized, "So you're going to take care of it?" "Yes." After that, Sen Mazi did not tangle up the problem anymore. Obviously, he agreed with Chen Mo's plan. After that, everything seemed to be calm. There was no attack, No unidentified armor, no monsters. It seemed that the so-called pioneer plot did not exist at all. However, some people in the base feel as if they are covered with a shadow. A sense of unease is brewing in their hearts, and it becomes more and more intense as the deployment time of Mecha approaches. But Chenmo has been very relaxed, and even some expectations. Because the polar base itself is the manufacturing center of the Hunter's mecha, and the main server of the base stores complete mecha technical data. In the Pacific Rim world, in addition to machine armor and weapons and other military aspects, other technologies are not much more advanced than the Earth, and artificial intelligence is not much developed. Jarvis easily intruded into the server of Moyulan base before, and obtained all machine armor technologies, including various machine armor design drawings, ion swords, gravitational slingshots, plasma guns, arc whips, and other weapons technology. Chenmo's main purpose of coming to the world has been completed, so he can do it according to his own ideas. Before that, he had driven the Revenge Ranger to fight against the furious Obsidian in the Arctic Circle, experienced a fierce battle between machine armor, and then it was his turn to fight monsters. Only machine armor without monsters is not perfect. However, Chenmo is not just for his own play. As he told him, Chenmo will help the world completely eliminate the threat of pioneers and monsters while satisfying his desire to fight monsters with mecha. So on the afternoon of the next day, 48 hours before the end of the emergency meeting of the United Forces around the Pacific, Chenmo finally took action when the deployment plan of the unmanned aerial vehicle began. After confirming with Xiao Luan that all the unmanned aerial vehicles have left Xiao's industry and been transported to 19 bases of robot hunters, Chenmo immediately asked Mori Mazzi to inform all the bases to be ready, and all the robots to enter the combat state, and at the same time, to raise the alert level and be ready to deal with possible accidents at any time. Jack and Knight also enter the Revenge Ranger and guard the square of the base of Magnolia with 5 other mecha. With the powerful combat power of these 6 hunter mecha, mainly the 6th generation mecha, even if 3 or 4 or even 5 level monsters attack at the same time, they have the ability to withstand it. Chenmo, Shensen Mazi, and General Quan stood in the command center, waiting for the arrival of the unmanned aerial vehicle. The console of the command center shows the location of an unmanned aerial vehicle that will be deployed in the base of Mo Yulan. Due to the 48-hour deployment time limit stipulated in the previous Sydney emergency meeting, the unmanned aerial vehicles dispatched to the 19 bases are set out in the order from far to near. In addition to Newt's special arrangement, all the unmanned aerial vehicles will finally arrive at the 19 robot hunter bases at the same time when they arrive within the 48-hour time limit, so as to make a comparison with the 19 robot hunter bases at the same time 3 bases attacked. The heavy transport helicopter of the transport mecha is very fast and soon enters the sight range of the Mo Yulan base. The Avengers and Rangers guarding the square and other pilots of 6 machine armors have been able to clearly see the 6 heavy transport helicopters flying in the distance and the white unmanned machine armor hanging below. As the drone is getting closer to the base, the white one can be seen through the glass of the control center. Just as the transport plane was about to arrive over the square, the holographic projection screen of the console suddenly lit up a red alarm. The female officer behind the control desk changed her face and hurriedly reported, "There's something wrong with the drone armor outside. We have to stop dispatching immediately." With the voice of the female officer falling, the unmanned aerial vehicle armor in the air suddenly twitches all over the body, and its hands and feet are shaking uncontrollably. Then there was a shocking scene. As a monster comes alive in the body of the UAV, with the rapid spread of a blue light on the UAV, a bone thorn suddenly emerges from under the armor, some from the gap of the armor, some directly pierce the top of the armor. Many small pieces of armor on the arms and palms were jumped directly, revealing the blue light-covered ugly tentacles growing rapidly below. Drone armor is changing to monster armor. Command the helicopter to release the drone immediately. General Quan looked at the mutated drone armor outside and ordered. Soon 6 heavy-duty transport helicopters with unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, were hoisted. At the same time, the hook of the steel cable was loosened, and the mutating UAV fell directly into the seawater below. But in the process of falling, it also completely completed the variation, stopped the random convulsion and swing, fell straight into the sea, splashed the huge waves but stood steadily in the sea and did not fall. At this time, the UAV frame has completely changed. Although most of the original white armor is still there are ferocious bone spines all over the body. A large number of monster organizations with blue luster are exposed between the gaps of the armor, and the hands are completely turned into horrible and strong claws. All of this marks that this drone armor has become a more thorough monster armor than obsidian. At the same time, a similar scene is being staged at the major mecha hunting bases around the Pacific Ocean. Under the command of Mori Mazzi, the major bases of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force have been well prepared. All the machine armor are ready to be on standby at any time, and the alert level has also been raised to the highest level. In the first time when the UAV is abnormal, they respond quickly and directly command the transport aircraft to release the UAV in advance. Finally, like the base of Mo Yulan, all the mutated drones were released into the sea in advance, and there was no time to attack the base. In the command center, General Quan looks at the monster armor falling into the sea and hears the alarm from other bases. All the UAVs being deployed have changed. General Quan couldn't help turning his head to look at pockmarked Sen and Chen Mo and asked in a solemn and urgent voice, "Is this the Forerunner's plot?" Sen Mazi didn't speak. Chen Mo looked at General Quan and said slowly, "This is just the beginning." Just as General Quan watched the monster machine armor striding towards the base in the sea not far away, and her eyebrows were locked, Xiao Luan's communication request also appeared on the console of the command center. As soon as the communication was connected, Xiao Luan's urgent voice began to ring. "All the drones we're sending are out of control. Newt's in the control center. He's running away now." Senmazi did not speak when hearing this but turned to Chen Mo. General Quan knew that he could not command Xiao Luan and he did not speak wisely. Chen Mo said directly, "Let him go. In addition, you should have a way to turn off these drones." After receiving Chen Mo's instructions, Xiao Luan calmed down a lot and replied immediately, "I can try, but it will take a little time." "It doesn't matter. You have enough time." Chen Mo's voice is still calm, without any confusion due to the current situation. "Don't rush after you find a way. Wait for my order." Xiao Luan was also influenced by Chen Mo and soon calmed down completely from the panic of this incident. "Good." Xiao Luan hangs up the communication, and even if he starts to find a way to shut down the drone armor, General Quan looks at the monster armor that is getting closer and closer outside, and orders directly to the robot armor that is on guard outside. "All drivers, be ready to fight, be ready to fight." In the square in front of the base's dome fortress, 6 machine armors, such as Revenge Rangers and Phoenix Guerrillas, stand in a row and display their weapons one after another, ready to attack at any time. To General Quan's surprise, however, the situation from other bases was different from theirs. Most of the monsters dropped into the sea did not continue to attack the base, but all turned to escape to the sea. Because Mari Mazzi had started the wartime command regulations before, in addition to the defensive base, she had to approve the dispatch of aircraft armor to fight, so the major bases sent battle requests and applied for pursuit. Moriko ordered directly, "Keep on guard, no pursuit." Although he was puzzled about the order of Moriko, in view of Moriko's prestige and wartime command regulations, as well as Moriko's anticipation of the incident in advance, he made them react in time to avoid surprise attack. The commanders of major bases did not act recklessly, but continued to keep vigilance according to Moriko's order, and did not pursue the escaped monster armor strike. The orc mecha released from the helicopter into the sea ahead of time did not know the order from Moriko and still made a quick evacuation away from the deep sea of the base. Compared with the number of mecha in the base, they do not have an advantage in number. If the raids can be carried out smoothly according to the original plan, they may destroy the base before the start of the base's mecha. Now it's obviously too late. At this time, attacking the base will only be killed by the hunter mecha who is waiting for it. What they need to do now is to open the wormhole and lead the monster before the base's mecha arrives. This is their most important purpose compared to destroying bases. However, not all the monsters gave up attacking the base and fled. Due to Chen Mo's intervention, the number of drone armor deployed has been cut in half, so there are only one drone armor deployed in a few bases, including Mo Yulan base. To open the wormhole, at least 2 monsters need to work together to generate enough energy to crack and open the wormhole. So these monster mecha with only one can't open the wormhole alone, so they can only continue to attack the base. But the end result is obvious. In the face of many hunters' machine armor, even though the monster's machine armor is more powerful, it is still not the opponent of the hunter's machine armor which has the absolute advantage in quantity. In the face of the initiative to attack the monster machine armor, there is no need for Mori Mazi's attack command. Several machine armors on guard in the attacked base immediately swarmed in. These few single monster mecha did not cause much damage, and they were all destroyed soon. The Revenge Ranger uses the chain sword on his arm to personally cut off the head of the monster mecha that attacked the base of Mo Yulan. The blood of the monster with blue fluorescence gushed out and spread all over the square in front of the base fortress. As the headless body of the monster's machine armor fell, a large number of thick blue blood gushed out of the broken neck and soon flowed to the ground. And the evacuees didn't leave too far. After they opened a distance from the base and determined that the base's mecha couldn't catch up in a short time, they stopped and stood in a circle in the sea. Then a dazzling blue beam of light came out of their chest and went down into the sea water in the middle of several machine armors. Under the irradiation of this high-energy ray, the sea water continued to boil. The blue light beam converges on the sea bottom, reflecting the sea bed into a dazzling blue. Under the continuous illumination of these blue light beams, a strong yellow light suddenly bursts out from the center of the light beam and continues to expand around along the sea bottom, like a slowly opening space-time gate. At the same time, there was a harsh alarm sound in the command center, and red warning signs appeared on the holographic screen around a dozen locations in the Pacific Ocean. The female officer's face immediately changed, and she quickly and loudly reported. Many wormholes have been detected. It's the drones. Other bases have also sent reports, asking to fight to stop these drones, but all of them were strictly vetoed by Sen Mazi. In fact, Sen Mazi is also under great pressure. Although she agrees with Chen Mo's plan, she also knows the huge risks involved. Once the plan fails, the final consequences will be devastating. The conspiracy of the pioneers has been brewing for 10 years. It will never be so simple. If we don't make it right, the whole world will be destroyed. But Sen Pockmark's heart is still firm. Turning around to look at Chen Mo's tall and great figure, the slightest uneasiness and worry in Sen Pockmark's heart gradually dissipated. Chen Mo has guarded the Earth for thousands of years and fought off the invasion of extraterrestrial forces. She believes that this time will be no exception. Under the leadership of Chen Mo, they will defeat the conspiracy of the pioneers and completely eliminate the huge threat from the extraterrestrial world. With the expansion of a blue beam from the center to the periphery, the area of the wormhole becomes larger and larger, and there is a blue light flash in it from time to time, and the sea water above the wormhole forms a huge vortex, which continuously rotates and boils. Since the deployment of drone armor has been cut in half, the speed of opening the wormhole of these monster armor is much slower than originally planned, but the nearby base's robot armor has not come to stop it, so after a period of time, they have successfully expanded the wormhole to the size that allows the monster to pass through. A huge claw stretched out from the wormhole and grabbed the bottom of the sea outside the wormhole. Then, a huge and ferocious head emerged from the wormhole. Like a giant beast climbing out of the abyss. Just the head of this monster is about half the size of a machine armor, and its size is conceivable. With the continuous expansion of the wormhole, the monster finally climbed up from the wormhole. The huge body stood in the sea water. For the monster robot, the water was not as deep as its thigh, but just reached its knee. Its height is more than 1670 meters. At least it's a powerful level 5 monster, or even a level 6 monster that never appeared. With the giant beast drilling out of the wormhole, the detection devices of major bases have sounded the alarm. Mo Yulan Base, the female officer behind the console, immediately anxiously reported. There are monsters climbing out of the wormhole. From the perspective of energy response, it's even stronger than the 5-level monster Poison Woman 10 years ago. It's the strongest 5-level monster ever appeared. General Quan and pockmarked Mari could not help but change their faces. The original 5-level monster Poison Woman can survive the explosion of the nuclear bomb, and finally was killed by the Vagrant Avenger in the same way. This is only the first monster to appear so powerful, and now the entire Pacific Rim has been opened more than a dozen wormholes. If not as soon as possible to close these wormholes, there will be more monsters continue to appear. At this time, Xiao Liwen's communication was connected again. I have completed the self-destruct procedure of the robot, and can close the robot at any time. General Moriko and General Quan are all relieved at hearing this. As long as they can destroy these drones, the wormholes in the open will be closed. Even if some monsters climb out, they can send them to kill them one by one. However, to General Quan's surprise, Chen Mo didn't directly ask Xiao Liwen to shut down the UAV but said calmly, "Good, wait for my order." General Quan asked Chen Mo with a puzzled face, "Why don't you just shut down drones?" Chen Mo looked at his eyes directly and still said slowly with a calm face, "Not yet." Although General Quan was worried, he took a look at the Moriko standing aside, remembered what she had said to him before, hesitated for a moment, and still didn't continue to talk. But his eyes were still tightly fixed on the situation displayed on the screen of the whole seat, and his expression was extremely solemn. With the first monster crawling out of the wormhole during Chen Mo's talk with Xiao Liwen, 6 more monsters appear one after another, and the number is still rising at a very fast speed. 8 heads, 9 heads, 10 heads in just a minute. The number of monsters has rapidly increased to 20, and almost every wormhole has at least one monster crawling out. With the increasing number of monsters, General Quan's forehead is filled with sweat, and the major bases send out war requests, but all of them are rejected by Sen Mazi. But she knows that she can't continue to suppress for too long. With the increasing number of monsters, the pressure faced by the major bases is also growing. Once the number of monsters near the base exceeds the limit that the base's hunter mecha can cope with, the situation is likely to get out of control. So even if her prestige in the joint forces around the Pacific is higher, if the situation continues like this, sooner or later, there will be pressure on the base to send out armor to attack the wormhole against her order. The number of monsters increased to 30. The female officer's voice trembled. Chen Mo, however, was still standing there as quietly as at the beginning, and never ordered Xiao Liwen to shut down the UAV. If Chen Mo had not won the trust of General Quan and Mori Mazi, they would have doubted whether Chen Mo was with the pioneers. With the number of monsters climbing out of the wormhole reaching 40, even if there is the suppression of pockmarks, finally, there is a base that can't help disobeying the order, sending mecha to attack the wormhole. 6 of Lowe's Angels base's fighters went out in violation of orders. There are 5 fighters at the Anchorage base. The female officer rushed to report. Senmazi's brow was wrinkled, but she didn't say anything. This was what she expected. She just hoped that Chen Mo's plan would not be affected. Mori can't help turning to look at Chen Mo, but finds that his expression has not changed, and he is not angry because of the attack of the 2 bases. He is relieved. Although the 2 bases sent mecha, the location of the wormhole is still some distance from the base. In the process of their mecha going to the wormhole, the number of monsters continues to increase. 50 monsters. The female officer continued to report, but there was an irresistible flurry on her face. 50 monsters have now reached half of the total number of machine armor serving in the Pacific Joint Military Defense Force, and there are quite a number of level 5 monsters among them. Even if the wormhole is closed at this time, it is not easy to deal with the 50 monsters with the strength of each base. But the reason why Chen Mo released so many monsters to the Earth is not just to fight monsters for himself. For these monsters, he has other uses. Now the number is enough. If we continue, it is estimated that everyone will go mad. Chen Mo immediately gives an order to Xiao Luan. Turn off drone armor. Xiao Luan, who has been waiting for a long time, immediately launched the self-destruct procedure in the Xiao Industrial Headquarters building and detonated the control center of the UAV. A dozen of wormholes around the monster mecha, the head immediately exploded. Located in the cockpit of the mecha head, monster brain was directly destroyed. The mecha of monsters was out of control immediately. Between the body shaking, the blue high-energy beam from the chest strayed randomly. Some of them were directly scratched from the monsters crawling out of the wormhole. The blue beam with strong energy was like a laser-cutting knife. The skull and claws of the monsters were cut off directly. Even the hard, big angle and bone knife of the head were like tofu, it's usually cut easily. However, the high-energy laser didn't last for a long time, and the monster machine armor whose brain was destroyed soon fell one after another, and the high-energy laser on the chest was also turned off. Without the energy support of the high-energy laser beam, the open wormhole quickly shrinks and closes, while those monsters that have not yet fully climbed out of the wormhole are directly cut in half by the closed wormhole. Whether it's a level 4 monster or a more powerful level 5 monster, they are all killed on the spot. Half of the huge body and the fallen monster machine armor float on the sea, and the blood with blue fluorescence slowly spreads out in the sea. The two bases that disobeyed Sen Mazi's order went to war. Just when the mecha sent out reached half, the unmanned mecha around the wormhole in the distance fell down one after another, and the wormhole was closed. However, the monsters that came out of the wormhole did not attack them. Instead, they swam towards the deep sea after a roar. When these mecha arrived at the original location of the wormhole, these monsters had already entered the deep sea. In the sea, the speed of mecha was far slower than that of the monsters, and it was impossible to pursue them. Looking around at the fallen monster mecha in the sea, the mecha drivers couldn't help but look at each other. They fought against the orders, but before they arrived, the mecha of monsters exploded, the wormhole closed, and even the monsters they were going to fight for the First World War fled. The commanders of the two bases were also a little silly when they received their reports. That's why Moriko won't let them fight. It turns out that everything is under her control, but the 50 monsters climbing out of the wormhole are still a huge threat. What is she going to do? For the commanders of the two bases who disobeyed the orders, Moriko did not hold them responsible for the moment. With the biggest crisis of wormhole being closed, though temporarily relieved, the threat of monsters is still unprecedented severe. Once the 50 heads of monsters are not properly handled, human beings are likely to face the disaster of extinction. Since there is only one drone armor in the base, no wormhole is opened and no monsters appear. Jack and Knight rush to the command center after killing the robot armor and walk in with Dr. Herman, who hears the news. What about the rest of the world? As soon as he walked into the command center, Jack couldn't help asking. Unmanned aerial vehicle armor has been completely destroyed by Xiao Luan, but 50 monsters have climbed out of the wormhole. What? Jack and Nate couldn't help changing their faces. God, where are they now? Dr. Herman said and went directly to the console beside him and looked at it. Looking at the monster moving into the deep sea on the electronic map, Dr. Herman said with a puzzled face, "All these monsters have entered the deep sea. What do they want to do?" Jack looked at the direction of the monster's movement and couldn't help saying, "They seem to want to meet in the East China Sea. What attracts them there? or they want to concentrate and launch a general attack. General Quan and Moritsu frowned and had no clue. Just then Chenmo suddenly said, "Their goal is not the East China Sea but Mount Fuji." Mount Fuji. Just when they were puzzled, the female officer suddenly reported loudly. Tokyo Base sent a message that the two monsters crawling out of the wormhole are marching to the downtown area of Tokyo, requesting to send all 3 machine armor to intercept. Chenmo asked Moriko to stop the mecha from fighting before the wormhole was closed. At this time, Moriko immediately ordered, "Allow mecha to fight." At the same time, others have found problems with the Tokyo base. All the other monsters outside the base are moving into the deep sea. However, the 2 monsters of Tokyo base are moving towards the city instead, which is obviously different from what they had predicted before. Jack's eyes brightened up in association with Chen's words. "Yes, Mount Fuji. Tokyo is just in front of Mount Fuji. These 2 monsters are not going to attack Tokyo but to Mount Fuji." General Quan immediately turned to the female officer and ordered, "Track all monsters." When the female officer heard the words, she quickly operated data to home screen. As her voice fell, a huge hologram was projected onto the open space where everyone stood. On the electronic map of the Circum-Pacific region, 50 red miniature monster projections are distributed in the waters along the Circum-Pacific coast. An arrow points to the direction of Japan along their moving track and finally converges on a mountain in the southwest of Tokyo. A name is displayed immediately above the holographic projection. "Mount Fuji," Nate said in surprise. "It's really Mount Fuji, but what are they doing there?" They were also puzzled, but Dr. Herman said suddenly with a dignified expression. "Because of the rare metal," Dr. Herman said, walking on crutches quickly to a nearby console and operating it, explaining to the public at the same time. "Mount Fuji is a volcano with a lot of rare elements. The blood of monsters can react violently with it, which is the basis of my fuel thruster experiment." Nate couldn't help but say, "It doesn't look good," Dr. Herman said as he quickly operated the console. "Pretty bad. Mount Fuji is an active volcano and a geological pressure point. According to the mass ratio of monster blood, this reaction will cause an eruption event and ignite the fire circle around the Pacific Ocean." With Dr. Herman's operation, a line of complex calculation formula is displayed on the whole system screen of the console. With his final operation, a virtual Earth image is projected in front of the public. Starting from the location of Mount Fuji, flames burst out and spread rapidly to both sides along the Pacific Rim, quickly encircling the entire Pacific Ocean. Dr. Herman's voice was also heard. By then, billions of tons of toxic gases and ashes will be sprayed into the atmosphere, killing all living things on Earth, so as to help the pioneers achieve the goal of transforming the Earth. With Dr. Herman's words, a large amount of smoke on the virtual Earth image comes out with the flames, spreads to the whole Earth, and soon covers the whole Earth completely under the smoke. If the whole world is shrouded in volcanic ash and toxic gases, it will undoubtedly mean that human beings and even all creatures will perish. "They can't get to Mount Fuji," Knight said sternly. Jack looked at the monster data on the hologram at his feet, but couldn't help frowning. "But even if we have enough armor, but time waits for no one. These monsters move faster in the sea than helicopters." Others could not help frowning when they heard the words, but Chenmo suddenly said, "We can use Dr. Herman's thrusters." When Dr. Herman heard this, he shook his head a little flustered. No, they're not ready." Although the theory of Dr. Herman's flame thruster is completely mature, it has not been operated in practice, and he has no idea. General Quan asked with a frown at him. "No way." In the eyes of General Quan, Dr. Herman said haltingly, "In theory, if maybe it could," Jack said with a serious face. "Herman, what does that mean in theory?" Feeling the expectation of the crowd, Dr. Herman finally looked up at Jack and said, "It means no problem." Dr. Herman's reaction was earlier than Chenmo expected. In fact, when Jarvis invaded the server at the base of Magnolia, Chenmo had obtained the detailed technical data of the flame thruster that Dr. Herman was studying. After Jarvis's analysis, the technology of this new rocket thruster, which uses the blood of rare metal catalytic monster as fuel, is mature and can be put into practical application directly. Therefore, compared with Dr. Herman himself, Chen Mo is more confident about the flame thruster. His eyes swept over General Quan and Senmazi. Chen murmured, 50 monsters will land in Tokyo one after another in the morning. Only 6 mechas in the base of Mo Yulan are not enough to resist these monsters. We need to transfer all the active mechas to Tokyo and keep Fuji Mountain. See 2 people nod. Chen Mo direct order way. Senmazi, send Dr. Herman's rocket propulsion technical data to the major bases. Inform them to collect the blood of the monster mecha and the beheaded monster. Build the rocket propeller immediately. In addition, inform the governments of all countries on the monster's route, and evacuate all the cities on the route blocked by the monster. In Dr. Herman's surprised eyes, Moriko nodded to Chen Mo, then turned to him. Dr. Herman, please prepare the technical data of the rocket propulsion. Okay, Dr. Herman said. It's too late to think about why Senmazi, the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, would follow Chen Mo's order and quickly go to a nearby computer to log in to his account. Senmazi went directly to the console and began to contact the major bases and governments according to Chen Mo's requirements. After all arrangements were made, Dr. Herman also sorted out the technical data of rocket thrusters and sent them to the major bases. It has been more than 20 years since the appearance of monsters. In order to deal with the attacks of monsters, Japan and the countries around the Pacific Ocean have established a large number of underground fortifications, so as to quickly withdraw the civilians into the ground when the monsters come and avoid causing heavy casualties. Although no monsters have appeared in the past decade, the threat of monsters has always been there. The underground fortifications in these cities have not been abandoned, but they have been built more and more huge and solid in the past decade, just like underground fortresses, including Tokyo, which is the closest to Mount Fuji and is about to be attacked by dozens of monsters, and the fortifications are all over the streets and alleys. When 2 monsters appear outside the Tokyo base and attack the downtown area of Tokyo, many citizens quickly withdraw to the underground. After the Japanese government received Mori's notice, it started a comprehensive evacuation. The huge city was evacuated in a very short time. The originally densely populated and prosperous city turned into an empty city in an instant. Only in the underground of this city, there are tens of millions of people hiding in it. In 10 years, many of them have forgotten the days when they were threatened by monsters. At this time, they stay in the dark underground defense fortifications. The fear dominated by those monsters once again strikes their hearts. The whole underground fortifications are filled with the feelings of hesitation and fear. By the time Tokyo's civilians were evacuating the underground fortifications, 3 mecha units at the Tokyo base had already joined the mob. Fortunately, there are only 2 drones dispatched to Tokyo base, and the wormholes are very small, so both of them are level 4 monsters. With the concerted efforts of the 3 mecha, they finally killed all the monsters before they landed in Tokyo City. Although the 3 machine armors also have a lot of damage, but at last there is no casualties. However, they did not feel any relaxation. The 2 monsters killed were only the weakest in the coming monster army. If other bases can't come to support them in time, they will have to face a huge number of monsters on their own. They have no idea whether they can defeat the next group of monsters. Although there are no monsters in Mo Yulan base nearest to them, there are 3 monsters in Vladivostok base in the north, including a powerful 5-level monster. It's very difficult to defeat the 3 mecha based in Tokyo, let alone all of them are injured. So after killing the 2 monsters that threatened Tokyo, the 3 fighters quickly returned to Tokyo base for emergency maintenance, so as to meet the next battle that was destined to be more difficult. At the same time, other mecha hunter bases are also moving. Send a clean-up ship to salvage and clean up the mecha and bodies of monsters floating on the sea and collect the blood of monsters. At the same time, the base's mecha engineers also took action one after another, and began to build according to the rocket propeller drawings and data sent by Mo Yulan base. Each robot hunter base has its own ability to make hunter robot armor and has a very strong industrial strength. It is the core of today's Earth science and technology and industrial power. It is not difficult for them to manufacture several rocket propellers with a variety of top talents and equipment. The mutated mecha and the carcasses of monsters killed by wormholes provide them with enough monster blood as energy. Chenmo contacted Xiao Liwen, who is still located in Xiao's industrial headquarters, when the major mecha hunter bases began to prepare for the construction of rocket propellers. Now, we are fully engaged in the production of unmanned aerial vehicles. How many can we produce in 24 hours? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Xiao Liwen was very surprised and asked in surprise. Production? What if it gets out of control again? This group of deployed drone armor has all changed into monster armor. Xiao Liwen is really upset about the construction of drone armor again at this time. She had made an in-depth investigation of what Newt had done in the company before, but only found that he had secretly built 4 obsidian machine armors. However, she did not find any clue about the abnormality of the robot armor, which was not suddenly discovered until the robot armor was out of control. So far, she doesn't know what Newt did to these drones, but she didn't know that didn't mean Chen Mo didn't understand either. Seeing Xiao Liwen, Chen Mo said immediately. With the help of others, Newt moved his hands and feet in the control center and implanted the artificially bred monster embryo. As long as all the control centers were checked once, it would be good to confirm that there was no monster embryo. Xiao Liwen didn't want to lose all her years of hard work. When she heard Chen Mo's words, she immediately let go of her worries and said directly. Originally planned to produce 120 unmanned aerial vehicles, but it was cut in half by the PPDC emergency meeting, so the remaining 60 did not complete the final assembly. But the basic structure of the robot has been completed, and the rest is only the assembly work. At the speed of the automatic production line, it does not need 24 hours, and it can be completed in 16 hours at the most. Good, start assembling now, Chen Mo immediately ordered. These 60 drones are already in Chen Mo's plan, and they will play a very important role in the future. Hang up the communication. Xiao Liwen immediately reopened the automatic production line of unmanned aerial vehicle of Xiao's industry. In the underground of Xiao's industrial building, a huge and incomparable underground factory is located in it. An unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, which has not been assembled, is arranged in order. With Xiao Liwen's instruction, the huge production line immediately runs. The lifting device hoists a huge steel arm to the shoulder of the unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, and a large manipulator with amazing size is distributed in the production line to assemble and weld the UAV flexibly and rapidly. Under the powerful industrial force, a huge UAV is rapidly forming. At the same time, Xiao Liwen began to thoroughly scan and inspect the control center of unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, and found the secretly implanted monster embryo in all the standby control centers. Fortunately, these control centers have not been installed in the UAV, and the monster embryo has not been activated. After clearing all the dormant monster embryos and conducting a thorough inspection again, Xiao Liwen began to install the control center into the UAV. Although it was late at night, the bases of both Xiao's industry and the united forces around the Pacific were all well lit. On the contrary, a dozen cities on the route of monsters are almost completely in darkness and silence after they are completely staffed. The unmanned aerial vehicles of Xiao's industry are being manufactured on one platform, and the rocket thrusters of more than a dozen robot hunter bases are also being rapidly manufactured. Under the great threat of 50 powerful monsters, all of us put out 100% of our energy. After working all night, we finally completed the production of all rocket propellers before dawn and installed them on the hunter's mecha. When the dawn came, in the square outside the base, a huge machine armor stood in the golden morning light. The huge body cast a huge shadow on the ground. The cold, heavy armor reflected the sun, and the whole body revealed a sense of awe. Two long rocket propellers are fixed on the back of these hunter mecha. Although the appearance is a little rough, there is more powerful power inside than the regular rocket, which is enough to send the heavy hunter mecha to the high altitude. In the whole Pacific Rim area, except Tokyo Base, all the mecha hunter bases, totaling more than 80 hunter mecha, are ready. They are about to rush out and help Tokyo. Moyulan Base, in front of the gate of the Dome Fortress, General Quan, Sen Mazi, Dr. Herman and all the students of the Mecha Hunter College are seeing off the Mecha Hunter soldiers on the expedition. Other mecha pilots have already begun to prepare for boarding, but Jack and Knight do not act, but look to Chen Mo, who is standing with General Quan and Moriko. Two people look at each other, and finally Jack comes forward and says to Chen Mo with a somewhat complicated expression, "It's up to you to drive the Avenger." They witness the whole process of driving dangerous vagrants to kill the furious Obsidian before Chen Mo. They have to admit that the power of revenge vagrants in Chen Mo's hands has increased to more than one level, and the force has changed from being completely suppressed by the furious Obsidian when they were driving, to easily killing the furious Obsidian. Compared with the two of them, it is clear that Chen Mo can play a more powerful role in driving the Revenge Rangers, which is more beneficial for the next fight in Tokyo. General Quan and Sen Mazi didn't say anything when they saw this. Obviously, they also thought that Chen Mo was the best choice to drive the Revenge Wanderer, but unexpectedly, Chen Mo shook his head and refused. "No, I have my own mecha." Jack can't help but be stunned when he hears the words, and then he says with a surprised face, "You mean your 2-meter-high mini-robot? Are you kidding?" Chen Mo's black steel warsuit also came to mind. Even compared with the 4th-level monsters, its body size is very small. Even though its speed is amazing and its combat effectiveness is very strong, it is difficult to compete with monsters with huge body size differences. Jack looks at Chen Mo with a complicated face, thinking that he didn't want to rob them of the chance to fight. But Jack naturally knows the priority of the matter. Although he is reluctant to part with it, he still looks at Chen Mo and says it seriously. "It's up to you to drive the Revenge Ranger. It will play a greater role in your hands. Remember to kill more monsters for us." Chen Mo can't help laughing when he hears the words. He looks at Jack and says slowly, "Who says I have only one mecha?" At the moment when people were puzzled, Chen Mo's voice fell, and a huge sound like a falling meteorite suddenly came from the sky above them. They couldn't help but look up and then one by one opened their eyes in shock. Jack opened his mouth directly and looked at the sky. He was stunned and forced. In the sky above them, a huge and incomparable black figure is falling rapidly, like a huge black sword piercing the clouds and falling straight towards the base. What is that? Is it an alien ship? Is it a pioneer ship? Aliens are coming. Sen Mazi and other people and many base staff in the square all saw this amazing scene. Facing this huge spaceship which obviously does not belong to the Earth, many people cannot help connecting it with the Pioneer. But when its huge figure was completely revealed from the clouds, Sen, pockmarked, looked at Chen Mo with a shocked face. The huge figure in the sky falling towards them like a cross blade is not the dark elf warship she saw from the holographic projection. Although Chen Mo had believed in the dark elves for a long time, he saw this huge dark elves warship with his own eyes, and Sen Mazi's heart was still greatly impacted. This warship appears at this moment. It's obvious that Moriko is not like other people who think it's aliens. However, she never thought that this powerful and advanced alien warship should be captured by Chen Mo and them. With the help of this alien warship, their victory in defeating those monsters will be much greater. Is that what Chen Mo has been doing? Looking up from the base, the dark elf battleship, like a falling sword, hurtled down to the ground. In the process of falling, a blue light suddenly came out of the warship, completely wrapped its huge body, and its shape like a giant sword also changed. However, as the blue lights became more and more dazzling, the figure of the cross warship was soon completely submerged by the lights and turned into a huge lightning falling rapidly. It was amazing that it could not see the changes on it. The huge sound of breaking the air accompanied by the mechanical impact of the clang sound, but with the rapid and violent approach, swept down from the sky like the wind and thunder attack, thunder and rage, which made the people in the base all change their faces, and the whole base also fell into a panic. However, the chaos did not last for long. The huge figure shrouded in lightning fell rapidly. In a flash, it came over the base. In the eyes of countless people in panic and despair, it fell on the square. Boom! Like a meteorite falling on the ground, the whole ground vibrated violently in the great noise, and a strong airflow swept around the ground. Under the action of violent vibration and strong airflow, people in the square are unsteady, their bodies shake involuntarily, and some people fall to the ground directly. Even in the interior of the dome fortress, the vibration is very strong. The ground shakes and the lights flash, which makes the fortress fall into chaos. In front of the gate of the dome fortress, General Moriko and General Quan bowed down and tried to stand still, raised their hands to block the strong wind, squinted and looked at the huge figure falling to the ground in front of them. Most of the twining electric light has disappeared, revealing the huge figure standing tall and full of a strong sense of oppression. To the shock and surprise of Sen Mazi and others, the shape of this figure seems to have changed a lot compared with that in the air before. Soon, when the warship fell, the strong wind subsided, and the electric light around the warship gradually disappeared. The huge steel body of the Dark Elves' warship was completely exposed in front of the people. But now it can no longer be called a warship. At this time, standing in front of all, is a huge and incomparable steel giant. A huge body over 100 meters high is a large section higher than the 6 hunter machine armors arranged in a row not far away. The body's surface is covered with heavy armor, reflecting the cold light in the sun. In addition to the dazzling red light from the eyes and chest, the whole body is integrated. Every part of the body is covered by dark armor. There is no huge gap and exposed mechanical structure on the hunter's armor. Compared with the slightly rough and bulky hunter machine armor, the steel figure in front of us is more like a giant in exquisite full body armor. At this time, all the people in the square looked at the steel giant from the sky with a dull face. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. If they hadn't seen it fall from the sky in the shape of a cross warship and be covered by dazzling blue electric light, they might have thought it was a new hunter armor of the 7th, 8th, or even 9th generation. Although they are similar in appearance, the differences between them are also huge. Not far away from the 6 hunter machine armor, the highest Revenge Ranger is only 80 meters. The shortest Phoenix Gorilla is just 70 meters. In front of this huge steel giant, which is more than 100 meters long, they are not only short. It feels like a couple of primary and secondary school students who are only 1 meter 4 to 1 meter 6 are standing in front of a big man who is more than 2 meters tall. The original mighty Phoenix Gorilla is like a little fat man in front of it. Even his chest is not there. It is similar to obsidian, but it is more thick and streamlined armor, which depicts its huge body in a majestic and vigorous way, and at the same time, it is less mechanical and rough and hard, but more violent and ferocious as the giant warrior in the myth and legend. The special cement floor with cracks and depressions at the foot of the foot is more powerful than any other. The strong feeling and strong oppression brought by this steel giant are far from the hunter's machine armor. It seems that in its huge body, it not only contains more powerful terrorist force than the machine armor hunter, but also has unparalleled speed, flexibility, and explosive force. Although it stands there quietly, it seems that it may launch a thunderclap at any time, completely destroying the whole base. Originally, as the ultimate combat power of human beings, the 6 hunter machine armor cannot bring them any sense of security at this time. The appearance of alien spaceship has already shocked people, but now the warship has become a powerful steel giant in the process of being entangled by lightning. This undoubtedly brought another strong impact and shock to the people in the square. What happened just now under the twining of lightning? Mingaming is an alien spaceship in the shape of a cross blade. How can it turn into a giant robot like a robot hunter in an instant? This magical deformation technology has gone far beyond their imagination. In fact, even Tony Stark, a gifted scientist who has a deep research on deformation technology and can make steel battle clothes undergo complex deformation, will be shocked to see this. Needless to say, the world's deformation technology is only limited to extending a chain sword from under the arm, ejecting several missiles and artillery from under the armor, and the transformation of Revenge Ranger's palm into iron cannon is the limit they can achieve. The conventional deformation is usually to fold and move the external armor and some simple structures, so as to achieve the change of shape and the ejection and recovery of some originally hidden functional structures or weapons. But whether it's steel or machine armor hunters, the main function and structure have not changed. The driving device, transmission system, shock absorption device, missile launcher, chain sword, iron gun, and other weapons are all original. They are only deformed to a certain extent on the basis of steel and machine armor. Only the appearance, core functions have not changed. The steel giant in front of us is obviously quite different. It is from an alien warship. From the inside to the outside, it has completely changed into a giant machine armor which is totally different from its function and structure. This kind of change is not only the change of appearance, but also the change of core function and internal structure. The original Cross warship obviously does not have the movement structure and transmission system of the machine armor. These structures seem to be created out of nothing in the process of change, which is not what the deformation technology they understand can do. In fact, even the Zetas and Dark Elves with advanced extraterrestrial technology can't achieve the complete transformation from the most basic infrastructure level. Chen Mo is the only one in the world who can realize this extraordinary transformation, from alien spacecraft to giant robot armor, because he holds the sacred things of the Transformer family, the Fire Source. Under the transformation of the Fire Source, the Dark Elves' warship has become the giant armor with a height of 100 meters in front of everyone. After coming to this world, Chen Mo released the Dark Spirit warship from the space and let it stay in the space above the Pacific Rim. As a detection satellite, he monitored the whole Pacific Rim at any time. Chen Mo, who has long thought of transforming the Dark Spirit warship into a machine armor, put the miniature transformer transformed from the holographic smartphone on the Dark Spirit warship together with the Fire Source. However, Chen Mo did not directly transform the warship. Instead, he drove the Revenge Rangers to kill the furious Obsidian. Through personal experience, he had a deep understanding of the fighting mode, structure, and performance of the mecha, and obtained all the mecha technologies of the Pacific Rim Joint Army Defense Force and Shao's industry. After that, he had a clear transformation direction and related weapons technology, which let Jarvis according to his proposal, purposeful transformation. The Dark Elf warship itself does not have a very strong weapon system, and although the automatic transformation of the Fire Source will add a few laser guns, electromagnetic guns, and other weapons to it, according to Chen Mo's experience in killing and contacting a large number of Transformers, these weapons have strong and weak power, which are uneven. Instead of the automatic transformation of the Fire Source, it's better for him to design the weapons first set it. The transformation process of the ignition source is more like the reconstruction of the things to be transformed. Not only the basic metal material performance has been strengthened, but also the basic internal structure, basic components, and various functional structures have been reshaped by the ignition source. In this respect, the ignition source is more like an extremely advanced machinery manufacturing factory. As long as the technology is stored in the ignition source, it can be created in the process of transformation. Although most of the Hunter's machine armor and weapon technology obtained by Jarvis from the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Expansion Force and Shao's industry are not as advanced as the technology contained in the Fire Source itself. But in many places there is merit. After Jarvis implanted the Hunter's machine armor and weapon technology into the Fire Source, according to Chen Mo's plan, combining the advantages of Transformers and Hunter's machine armor, he transformed the Dark Elf warship into the giant machine armor in front of everyone. 10-meter-tall Optimus Prime and 11-meter Megatron are already huge in Transformers, but they are less than half the height of its calves compared with this 100-meter-tall giant. Despite the huge size difference, in fact, this is a giant Transformer. However, it is not as gorgeous and complicated as the Transformer, but more similar to the simple Hunter machine armor, but more refined and fluent than the simple rough Hunter machine armor. Although the shape of the Transformer is cool, it doesn't meet Chen-Mo's requirements. What he needs is a real fighting machine, which is based on the combat performance. All the fancy things were cancelled, and the armor continued its style, covering the whole body without any holes. The proportion of all parts of the whole body is also completely different from that of the Transformer. It is similar to the Rage Obsidian and Steel War clothes, and more close to Chen-Mo's own body shape, long and vigorous. It combines the technology of Transformers and Hunter's machine armor, and has a huge size far beyond them. The fighting power of this steel giant is far from any Transformer and Hunter's machine armor. When the staff in the square were panicked by the giant robot that had fallen from the sky, Moriko looked at Chen-Mo with a shocked face. She is the only one who has seen the Dark Elf warship among all the people on the scene. According to Chen-Mo's words before the warship appeared, Mori can easily find out the relationship between the giant armor and Chen-Mo. This is your mecha. Moriko looked at Chen-Mo and said incredulously, "That's right," Chen-Mo said, but his eyes still fell on the giant armor with a satisfied look in his eyes. In fact, Chen-Mo, like other people, is the first time to see this giant armor belonging to him, but it is more perfect than he expected. It has to be said that the ignition source is really a perfect, mechanical transformation factory, of course, provided that like Chen-Mo can use Jarvis to fully control him. As long as we can grasp the transformation direction of Transformers, with the universe's cutting-edge technology and powerful transformation ability contained in the fire source, the Transformers finally transformed will never let people down. General Quan and Jack, who were standing by, also heard the conversation between Chen and Mo. Their faces were wonderful for a moment. This steel giant, like the divine soldier of heaven, is Chen-Mo's machine armor. Jack looked at the huge machine armor that was a large part higher than the Revenge Ranger, looked up at the big hole in the cloud that was pierced when the Dark Spirit warship fell in the sky, and finally turned to look at Chen-Mo with a suspicious look on his face. But it was clearly an alien ship just now. Hearing Jack's words, Chen-Mo took back his eyes from the giant machine armor, looked at the shock and confusion on the faces of all the people, and Chen-Mo did not hide it, looking at Moriko. "Remember the alien mechanical life I told you? I got from them the holy things of their race, and I can transform any machine into a mechanical life." "You mean it has life?" In Moriko's mind, she can't help but think of the monster mecha that attacked the base before. There is a little uneasiness on her face. If this giant mecha is out of control, she has no confidence to deal with it. Chen-Mo shook his head and said slowly, "Don't worry, I have modified the transformation program. It's just a robot, and it has no self-awareness." When Mori heard the words, he was relieved. Although others were confused, they also understood the meaning of Chen-Mo. Chen-Mo seems to have killed some alien mechanical life bodies before, and got a creature from them that can transform the machinery into a shape, and used it to transform the alien spacecraft into a giant robot. Moriko did seem to have mentioned alien mechanical life to them before. But what happened to that alien warship? Jack couldn't help but point to the big hole in the sky and ask Chen-Mo, "That alien ship just now is yours too?" Hearing this, Chen-Mo nodded and said casually, "That's right. I captured it when I was dealing with the Dark Elves." Hearing Chen-Mo's mention of the Dark Elves, Jack turns his head and looks at Moriko. Moriko told them about the Dark Elves before and told them about the holographic projection video Chen-Mo played. They knew that the Dark Elves had an advanced spaceship. Under the eyes of several people, Mori nodded slowly and said to several people, "Yes, the one I saw then." After being confirmed by Mori Mazzy, people's eyes to Chen-Mo became a little weird. Alien mechanical life bodies invade the Earth, are killed by Chen-Mo, and take away the sacred things of others. The Dark Elves wanted to invade the Earth, and Chen-Mo killed them and captured their ships. None of these alien invaders came to the Earth just by hearing their names. Not only did they lose their lives, but also their own things became Chenmo's spoils. Instead of invading the Earth, they gave Chenmo gifts. In front of Chenmo, all these powerful alien creatures seem to be fat sheep to be slaughtered. They are still the ones who send them to the door on their own initiative. People can't help but sympathize with the aliens who died in Chenmo's hands. They don't know if they regret coming to the Earth. Imagine that a group of powerful aliens came to the Earth. They thought it was just a backward human planet, and they wanted to conquer and rule the world confidently. As a result, Chenmo and his shield bureau suddenly emerged and killed them all in a more powerful and horizontal manner. It's like a few gangsters robbing the house, only to find that they broke into the house of a top killer. Not only did they not get the money, but they lost their lives. Even their money was robbed. How miserable it can be described. Feeling the strange look in the eyes of all the people, Chenmo did not feel uncomfortable at all. What's the good heart of the enemy I killed and the loot I robbed with my own strength? In that year's anti-Japanese war, we relied on killing the enemy and constantly developing and expanding the weapons and equipment. No guns, no ships, no mecha, no enemies. It's very complicated for people to look at the huge machine armor built by Chenmo using the fire source he robbed and the dark elf warship he robbed. Like Chenmo, there is no one who armed himself by robbing aliens. I don't know how many extraterrestrials broke into the Earth and threatened the safety of the Earth in Chenmo's thousands of years of guarding the Earth. It is estimated that this is also the reason why Shendan Bureau, an ancient organization, can exist to this day and continue to grow. It is precisely because of Chenmo's hard work that he has accumulated enough powerful forces step by step to protect the Earth, and human beings can survive and continue safely on the Earth in the successive invasions of numerous alien forces. After the beginning of the strange past, people soon understood Chenmo's hard work. As a Chinese soldier, General Quan looked at Chenmo with a reverent eye. It is worthy of my Chinese children, who have inherited the glorious tradition of our predecessors. However, General Quan suddenly remembered that Chenmo seemed to be more than 1,000 years old. He was really a senior and had been fighting against the alien invaders for thousands of years. Find out the origin of this giant robot. The confusion in the square gradually subsided, but instead it was excited. The Dark Spirit warship, from the appearance to the formation of giant mecha, crashing down to the ground. The shock is too strong. Many people think it's aliens fighting. The heart has been desperate, but did not expect that this huge and incomparable giant mecha is their side. With the addition of this giant machine armor, which is up to 100 meters high and looks extremely powerful, people's confidence in defeating monsters has never been stronger. Jack and Nate never talked about Chenmo driving a Revenge Ranger. Chenmo not only has his own machine armor, but also is bigger and stronger than their Revenge Rangers. Although he didn't see it, his shocking appearance and amazing origin from the transformation of alien warships are enough to show its strength. Just as Jack and Nate were getting ready to board the plane, the communicator on General Wright's chest suddenly rang. Report to the General. 3 monsters in Russian waters have entered Japanese territorial waters and will soon land in Tokyo. 3 mecha of Tokyo base have set out to intercept them. The base commander requests us to rush to support as soon as possible. General Quan's face sank when he heard that. They had been working all night to build a rocket propeller with the fastest speed. Unexpectedly, they were still a step slower. General Quan immediately pressed the communicator. Tell them to delay as much as possible. We'll be there as fast as we can. Then General Quan raised his head and ordered in a deep voice. All the mecha drivers are in position quickly. Go now. A group of mecha drivers moved quickly and ran towards their own mecha. Looking at the dignified General Quan and Senmazi, Chenmo immediately said to them, "Don't worry, they can't get to Mount Fuji." After Chenmo finished, he took out the steel battle suit from the space directly and completed the dressing quickly. Without waiting for General Quan's response, he directly started the propeller to fly towards the giant machine armor standing on the square. In a blink of an eye, the steel battle suit flew to the front of the head of the giant machine armor. The armor in the middle of the head opened automatically. Chen Mo flew in directly at the same speed, and the opened armor closed again. A dozen of mecha drivers are running towards their own hunter mecha. Seeing Chen Mo wearing steel battle clothes, they quickly surpass the figure they put into the giant mecha. They can't help looking down at themselves while running. Besides the function of action collection and nerve connection, their battle suits and armor can only play a protective role. There is no way to fly in the air like Chen Mo. Look at the hunter's machine armor standing on the launch platform in front of us and the towering lifting device beside us. People are helpless. People put on their war clothes and fly into the cockpit in an instant. They have to run under the armor to get into the armor with the help of lifting device. Not only is the boarding way much more than Chen Mo low, but it takes longer. Chen Mo, on the other hand, did not know the loss of other people's hearts. After entering the cockpit of the giant mecha, he couldn't help but look at it. It's similar to the cockpit of Hunter Mecha, but it's also very different. The whole cockpit is a spacious circular space. The surrounding walls are flat and smooth, not as full of all kinds of equipment and doors as the Hunter's mecha, including the passage for Chen Mo to enter the cockpit, but also with Chen Mo's entry to restore the original, there is no door at all. The most similar to the Hunter's robot is a mechanical arm hanging from the top of the cockpit. Chen Mo flew directly under the arm and landed on the ground. At this time, the micro-transformer transformed from the holographic mobile phone also flew in front of him with the fire provenance, and was waved into the space by Chen Mo. At the same time, the mechanical arm above the cockpit quickly extended and lowered, and the device at the front of the mechanical arm directly extended behind Chen Mo, which was fixed together with the back armor of the steel battle suit like the previous external concealed device. However, this device is not the same as the feedback cradle of Hunter Mecha. Its function is only to fix Chen Mo's body, so as to avoid deviation and collision in the battle. What really plays the role of control and feedback is Chen Mo's steel battle clothes. When the base was busy last night, Chen Mo was not idle either. Referring to the neural connection system of Hunter machine armor, the consciousness control system of iron and steel battle suit was upgraded. Although iron and steel war clothes can also control consciousness, it is only a one-way external control and cannot receive feedback. It's okay to act in a steel suit. The body can directly feel the feedback of all actions. However, if you use the consciousness control system to remotely control the steel battle clothes, the body can't receive the feedback information of the action. At this time, you can only rely on your own fine control and Jarvis's auxiliary correction. Otherwise, taking a cup is likely to crush the cup directly. After Chen Mo's transformation, the control system of the iron and steel battle suit also has the two-way control and feedback function like the Hunter machine armor. It can not only control the iron and steel battle suit with consciousness, but also truly feel all kinds of feedback of actions, just like turning the iron and steel battle suit into another body. Not only in the remote control can be as flexible as in which the general fine control, wearing steel battle clothes when fighting, will become more flexible and free to achieve the real use of arms. At the same time, Chen Mo can directly control the giant robot through the new consciousness control and feedback system of the steel battle suit. After the mechanical arm is connected, the steel battle suit and the giant machine armor are also connected, when Chen Merton feels as if he has another body. As the connection is completed, a holographic projection is projected in the whole space, and the whole cockpit is completely changed. The ground becomes the square and sea of the base of Mo Yulan. Not far in front of it, the dome fortress crawls on the edge of the square like a tent. On the ground in front of the dome fortress, the figures of General Quan and Senmazi can be seen clearly. The surrounding walls disappear completely, showing the sky, mountains, and distant sea under the effect of holographic projection. The scene of the outside world is completely reflected in the cockpit, without any details missing, which is extremely lifelike. Chen Mo himself has become a giant robot standing on the square, and everything around him has become a tiny existence in his eyes. Compared with the rough terrain under the foot of the hunter's mecha, the 360 degrees panorama perfectly reappears the realistic projection effect, which is more powerful than the relatively limited screen angle of view in front of it. Chen Mo, who has experienced the hunter's mecha, naturally knows the huge gap represented. The panoramic projection of the giant mecha allows Chen Mo to fully control the surrounding environment and the battlefield situation. All the surrounding situations are clearly displayed in front of him, and he can see the side and back with a slight turn, which is not much different from his own fight. While the hunter's mecha relies on the huge screen in front of the driver to display the front picture, which is equivalent to wearing a motorcycle helmet with a very limited perspective. To observe the side and behind, you need to control the mecha to rotate the cockpit and body, which is much slower, and it is easy to fall into passivity when fighting. Looking at Jack and others running under his feet, Chen Mo turns his head and looks at the 6 hunter machine armors arranged in a row not far away. From the perspective of this 100-meter-high giant mecha, these 6 hunter mecha are much smaller. Slightly overlooking the 6 machine armors, Chen Mo cannot help but have the illusion that 6 children stand in front of him, including a small and strong little fat man. The running Jack and others felt that the eyes of the huge mecha had swept over them, and then turned to the 6 hunter mecha in the distance. They were embarrassed. Just as they were speeding towards the mecha, the dim red light on the chest of the giant mecha suddenly became dazzling. Then in the shocked eyes of all the people in the square, the giant mecha suddenly moved. Legs bent, suddenly jump into the air, huge body immediately off the ground, as if losing gravity to the air quickly. The Dark Spirit warship has its own anti-gravity system, which can fly on the surface of the planet at will. When the fire source transforms it into a machine armor, it naturally retains all the advanced functions it has and strengthens them. At the same time, the armor at the foot of the giant mecha is rapidly deformed, revealing 2 huge jet ports, from which 2 dazzling red beams are ejected, pushing its huge body to fly towards the distance at a very high speed which is totally inconsistent with its body shape, and then it disappears in the distant air in a flash, leaving only the huge roar of breaking through the sound barrier the square reverberated above. Everyone in the audience was shocked by the sudden departure of the giant mecha. The air flow from the propeller once again rolled up a gust of wind on the ground. The clothes of all the people were hunting. The drivers who were heading for the mecha could not help but stop and watch the giant mecha go away. Is this really a giant mecha up to 100 meters high? It can not only fly, but also so amazing speed. Even their fastest fighter is not as fast as this behemoth. General Quan and Sen Mazi stood in front of the dome fortress and watched the direction of the disappearance of the giant armor. They were shocked, but they were relieved. With its amazing speed, it must be able to arrive in Tokyo soon, and they have no doubt about its strength. Chen Mo can easily defeat the powerful Rage Obsidian when driving the Revenge Wanderer. This huge machine armor transformed from the Dark Elf warship will only play a more powerful role in his hands. A group of mecha fighters didn't delay too long. After Chen Mo left, they quickly boarded the hunter's mecha. After a countdown, the rocket propellers behind the 6 mecha started at the same time, and the blood of monsters erupted with strong power under the catalysis of rare metals, pushing the heavy mecha slowly off the ground and up into the air, a little slower than the giant mecha Chen Mo just now. However, they still fly higher and faster with the help of rocket propellers. Finally, they cross a long arc in the air and fly in the direction of Chen Mo's departure. At the same time, the same scene is taking place in a dozen bases around the Pacific. More than 80 mecha have been lifted up in succession, crossing the Pacific Ocean at a speed far beyond the speed of heavy transport helicopters and heading for Tokyo. Among the huge mecha transformed from the Dark Elf warship, Chen Mo is thinking about an important thing while flying towards Tokyo. All the mecha in this world have their own names. Revenge Wanderer, Phoenix Gorilla, Army Knife Athena, Heroic Protector, even the rogue mecha that attacked Sydney was given the name of Obsidian. So what's the name of his giant mecha? Gotha, Machine Zero, King Kong, Longshan Pill. Although these names are very familiar, it seems that some of them don't match Chen Mo's current identity or the shape of giant machine armor. And since the giant mecha was born in this world, Chen Mo planned to give it the same name as the hunter mecha. But I don't know whether it's hard to get the name or whether the mecha flies too fast. Until the mecha reaches Tokyo, Chen Mo still doesn't come up with a satisfactory name. Chen Mo had to put the matter aside for a while and turned his attention to Tokyo. At this time in Tokyo City, 3 hunter mecha are fighting fiercely with 3 huge monsters with different shapes, but all of them are ferocious. Heavy impact sound and missile explosion sound are constantly heard. From time to time, buildings are affected and collapsed, and behind them the bustling Tokyo city of tall buildings has opened up a passage full of fire and ruins, extending from their location to the seaside. From the destruction of buildings, we can see the intensity of their fighting. However, it is clear that the 3 mecha of Tokyo base is not the opponent of the 3 monsters, and they are not able to block them outside the city. What they can do is to delay the pace of the monsters at most. After all, one of the 3 monsters is a powerful 5-level monster. The previous 3 machine armors dealt with 2 level 4 monsters, all of which were injured. At this time, it's very rare to face these 2 level 4 monsters and 1 level 5 monsters, and still have no casualties. Fortunately, the whole city of Tokyo has been evacuated. Although the city has been seriously damaged, in fact, there are no civilian casualties. However, at this time, the situation of the 3 machine armors is not optimistic. One of the left arm of the machine armor has disappeared and can only attack the monster with one hand. The other 2 machine armors are also covered with scars. A large number of armor are damaged and fall off, and sparks flash from time to time. Obviously, they are also seriously injured. From time to time, the claws and teeth of the 3 monsters add deep scars to several machine armors. The biggest 5-level monster with the shape similar to that of lizard, which is full of sharp tail, easily draws a mecha out of the air. The huge power directly breaks a building in the waist and smashes it heavily on the back of a building before it barely stops. It's not easy to get up. This mecha doesn't stop at all and rushes up to the monster again. Although the battle effectiveness of the 3 machine armors is tenacious, if they go on like this, they can't hold on for a long time. It's only a matter of time before they are killed. When there is no one to stop them, they will drive straight into Fuji Mountain. If we wait for the mecha of Mo Yulan base to come to support us, it's really too late. Fortunately, Chen Mo came ahead of time. Seeing the following situation clearly, Chen Mo didn't delay the time either. He directly turned around and dived towards the battlefield below. After a tail took off a machine armor, the 5th-level monster rushed to 2 hunter machine armor that were fighting with the 4th-level monster on the other side. Rushed to the back of the 2 machine armors. It was strong and strong, longer than the body. The tail with bone spurs at the end waved like a whip and swept towards the 2 machine armors. One of the mecha found the tail and quickly leaned over to hide, while the other was not so lucky. It is fighting with the 4th-level monster in front of it, which is as strong as the variation King Kong. The attack on the lizard monster was found a little late. Although it also tried to dodge immediately, it still failed to completely dodge. It was hit by the end of its tail and hit a large building beside it heavily. And before he could get up again, the King Kong monster who had just fought with him rushed at him. The shape of this monster is like a strong gorilla, with strong and incomparable arms, and double fists are like a pair of hammers. The swing room can directly smash the building down easily. The body is covered with a thick cuticle shell. As if wearing a layer of armor, the defense is extremely strong, and the previous battle did not leave any scars on it. See, it has been tangled with the machine armor fell to the ground. It immediately rushed up, 2 strong and incomparable arms raised high, hammer-like fists towards the head of the machine armor fell to the ground mercilessly. If hit this time, the cockpit is likely to be directly blasted, but this machine armor fell to the ground and was blocked by the building. There was no place to dodge. The other 2 machine armors were still some distance away from it, and there was no way to rescue them. Seeing the huge arms falling down rapidly outside the cockpit, a trace of despair flashed on the faces of the two pilots. At this time, a loud sound like a shell falling into the air suddenly came from the air. At the next moment, they only felt a black figure flash in the afterglow of the corner of their eyes, and then a loud and deafening noise sounded around them. A strong vibration came at the same time, but the huge arms falling in front of them were not seen. Two people did not stop at this point, but took this opportunity to quickly get up, at the same time turned to look at the location of King Kong. At the next moment, they were completely stunned. Just now, the majestic King Kong monster has fallen to the ground. The whole head and neck and most of the shoulders have disappeared. Instead, there are scattered rotten meat mixed with blue blood. And a huge black steel figure is standing at its original head position, and blood-emitting blue fluorescence is slowly sliding down its leg armor. The King Kong monster that was about to blow their head just now was suddenly trampled on by the black giant mecha. Its thick cuticle shell, which is very hard and can easily resist the attack of machine armor, is easily crushed and exploded like an eggshell in front of this huge black machine armor. Standing up, the two men looked at the black armor in front of them, but found that the other side was even higher than they thought. In the face of the close black mecha, the 70-meter-high hunter mecha they are driving needs to look up and hard to see each other's appearance. While fully seeing the giant armor, both of them were puzzled. They are very familiar with all the active and even retired mecha of the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force, and the giant mecha, which is more than 100 meters in height, is obviously not within the scope of their knowledge. But it's a machine armor and it just saved them from monsters. Just when they were puzzled, a low and dignified voice suddenly sounded in the cockpit. "Give it to me, and you'll step back." Not only the machine armor that was saved, but also Chen Mo's voice sounded in the other two machine armors. However, unlike the two rescued drivers, the other two mecha just saw the amazing scene that the giant mecha came down from the sky like a shell and directly trampled on the King Kong monster. They have a more real understanding of the strength of this giant mecha. Although they have never seen this giant armor, and have just experienced the attack of obsidian and the mutation of drone armor, but judging from its action of saving people just now, at least they can confirm that this armor is to help them. However, the three mecha didn't leave directly as Chen Mo said. Since this giant mecha is with them, they can't leave him alone to face the two monsters. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't say any more and rushed directly to the 5th-level monster. When Chen Mo falls from the sky and kills the King Kong monster, the other two monsters stop attacking other mecha. Chi turns to look at the giant mecha Chen Mo drives. Although they also realize that this giant machine armor, which is bigger than them, poses a greater threat than the remaining two hunter machine armor. Seeing that the giant mecha rushed towards it, the 5th-level lizard monster opened its huge mouth and roared to the sky. At the same time, it waved its huge tail full of sharp spikes and drew it towards the giant mecha head-on. At the same time, the other head is like a giant lobster, with two huge pincers and a monster covered with hard shells. It also roars towards him like a giant tank. The huge tail of the lizard monster, full of spikes, took the lead to draw in front of Chen Mo. Instead of dodging, Chen Mo stretched out his left hand and grabbed his tail. Compared with its huge size, the lizard monster's attack is not very fast, and the hunter's mecha's response is also relatively slow. Compared with the normal human's movement, it's much slower, so it's difficult to dodge. Chen Mo, a giant machine armor transformed from the dark spirit warship through the fire source, is much faster than the hunter machine armor, though its action speed is far slower than Chen Mo himself. The spikes on the tail of lizards and monsters are all distributed at the end of the tail, like a meteor hammer, while Chen Mo accurately grasps the position without spikes behind the meteor hammer. The lizard monster didn't do any damage to Chen Mo, but was caught by the giant mecha's tail. But Chen Mo's movement did not stop at all. His right hand grabbed the tail at the same time, and his arms and body worked at the same time. He pulled the huge tail and swung it towards the right side. Although the height of the 5th-level lizard monster is only more than 60 meters, its body length and tail are more than 100 meters, and its weight is more than 3,000 tons, which is heavier than the heaviest hunter's machine armor. But in the hands of the giant mecha, it has no power to fight back at all. Chen Mo directly grabbed the tail and threw it out. First, he hit the crustacean which came from the collision with Pang, then hit the nearby building heavily, and smashed the building which is more than 100 meters high. It's not over here. Chen Mo holds his tail in both hands and rotates it vigorously, just like a hammer player pulling the hammer to rotate and accelerate. Under the action of huge centrifugal force, the whole body of the lizard monster is stretched and straight, turning into a hammer in the hand of a giant machine armor, which constantly collapses a tall building around. Boom, boom, boom. There are lots of loud and violent sounds. The buildings higher than 50 meters within 300 meters are not spared. They are either cut off or cut off from the top. There is a shrill scream in the mouth of lizards and monsters. A piece of blue blood is constantly splashed out, and a huge circle is drawn around them. As Chen Mo finally released his hand, the huge body of lizards and monsters suddenly flew out. Along the passage they destroyed along the way, they flew hundreds of meters. The buildings that were damaged twice again. Many of the buildings that survived after all could not escape the fate of being destroyed. The lizard monster finally hit a building more than 50 meters high and stopped. As long as 100 meters of huge body soft lying on the top, although the efforts to raise his head issued bursts of roar, but has been unable to move. The huge body was covered with big and small wounds. A large number of blue blood flowed out of the wounds, which soon dyed the building blue, but these were not the main injuries. I can only see that its body bent 90 degrees along the outline of the building. The whole spine seems to have been completely broken, and it can no longer support its huge body. However, the strong vitality still keeps it alive, but it can no longer pose any threat to them. 3 machine armors in Tokyo base originally wanted to deal with the remaining 2 monsters together with Chen Mo, but found that the most powerful 5-level monsters were easily killed by Chen Mo in a flash, which made several people who had just fought with the 4-level monsters suffer greatly. No wonder Chen Mo asked them to back away. They really didn't need their help or even were afraid that they would get in the way. If they weren't just outside, when Chen Mo was holding on to the lizard monster just now, they would become obstacles. Chen Mo doesn't pay attention to the 3 mecha in shock, but turns to look at the 4th-level crustacean that was just smashed out by the lizard monster. Seeing that the powerful 5-level monster was easily killed by this giant machine armor, the crustacean, who just wanted to attack Chen Mo, got up from the ground and then directly turned around and fled to the distance. These monsters have very high wisdom. They will not only attack the key points of the hunter's mecha, but also cooperate with each other and launch a sneak attack. Even as now, they will run away immediately if they see the situation is wrong. The 4 thick limbs of a crustacean are moving rapidly and rushing towards the distance. Tokyo Collective's 3 machine armor's attention was all attracted by Chen Mo's easy killing of the 5-level monster, and there was no time to stop it. However, Chen Mo did not expect the help of the 3 machine armors. Seeing that the last monster wanted to escape, Chen Mo directly started to catch up. Although the carapace monster has 4 legs and moves very fast, it is quickly caught up by Chen Mo's giant mecha. At a distance of tens of meters, Chen Mo controlled the giant mecha to jump forward and directly over the head of the crustacean. Now in the air, the giant mecha flipped its body flexibly and was facing the monster when it landed in front of it. The crustacean saw the giant mecha suddenly appeared in front of it, but did not stop. Instead, he lowered his head and rushed towards him. The huge collision angle of the head shrimp pointed to the abdomen of the giant mecha. In fact, originally at the height of the crustacean, its collision angle points to the chest of the hunter's mecha, which is usually the location of their power core. However, when encountering a giant mecha with a height of more than 100 meters, it can only turn its attack target to the abdomen. At the speed of its sprint, If the ordinary hunter machine armor is hit by its collision angle, it will be directly thrust into the chest and rifled. Although Chen Mo has full confidence in the transformation and strengthening of dark elf warships and fire sources, he does not intend to stand there and let monsters attack him. When the crustacean heads down, Chen Mo takes a step forward. At the same time, he reaches out his hands and bends down. Touch! When the collision angle of the carapace monster stabbed in front of him, Chen Mo's hand seized it suddenly. The steel palm of the mecha and the hard carapace collided, making a loud noise. But with the arm, body, and legs of the giant mecha working at the same time, the collision angle which originally hit it rapidly stopped in front of it, no matter how hard the four thick limbs of the crustacean used to push forward. The two hands of the giant mecha are like two iron tongs. They firmly grasp its collision angle. Not only can they not continue to attack, but they cannot even escape. The carapace monster shakes its head desperately, but it can't break away from Chen Mo's grip at all. But its attack way is not only the angle of the head. Caught by Chen Mo, the crustacean, unable to move, suddenly stretched out two giant lobster-like pliers on both sides of his head and cut them towards the arms of the giant mecha. Just now, the left arm of a machine armor was clamped by its pliers, and Sheng Sheng cut it off. It can be seen that it has great power. When? Two huge metal and iron chimes sounded. This time, Chen Mo didn't dodge. Two giant tongs of the carapace monster were heavily cut on the arm of the giant armor, but they didn't cause any damage to the armor of the giant armor. The two giant pincers of the carapace monster can directly break the thick steel arm of the hunter's mecha, but they can't cause any damage to the giant mecha. Chen Mo nodded his head contentedly. The armor of the dark elf warship was strengthened by the fire source, and its performance became stronger than before. Although it's far from Edelman alloy, it can't be threatened by ordinary monsters and machine armor. And the transformer itself has the ability to repair itself. Even if there is a slight injury, can gradually repair itself. If the fire source is used, the repair speed will be faster. Chen Mo has a certain understanding of the defense performance of the giant mecha through the giant tongs of the crustacean. Next, it's time to try its power. Then, Chen Mo directly pressed his arms down hard, and the head of the crustacean was pushed to the ground by the giant mecha involuntarily, leaving its four thick limbs to struggle hard on the ground, marking a deep gully on the flat asphalt road, but could not move at all. The huge body bent down. A left hand pressed the head of the crustacean to the ground. Chen Mo pulled the right hand of the giant machine armor out of the giant tongs. The saw-tooth in the middle of the giant tongs made a spark on the arm armor, but left no trace. Instead, it broke many of its saw-teeth. Breaking away from the clamp of the giant tongs, Chen Mo grabbed the root of the giant tongs directly and broke them with force. Click! A thick and fat pair of pliers was easily broken down by Chen Mo in the sound of the crackle of the crustacean. However, looking at the blue blood flowing from the root fracture of the pliers, Chen Mo secretly shook his head with regret and threw the pliers aside. It's more than 20 meters long. The thick and incomparable giant tongs fell to the ground and just hit a bus. The huge weight directly flattened the bus and completely pressed it down. The giant tongs of the carapace monster are much bigger than the bus. Looking at the more fierce crustacean monster who was broken by a giant tongs, Chen Mo couldn't help but flash a sigh in his eyes. If only it were a real giant lobster, it would be a poisonous alien monster. You don't have to look like a lobster. Isn't that cheating? It's just unforgivable. With some resentment in his heart, Chen Mo stretched out his right hand and broke off another pair of giant pliers that had clamped it on his left arm. Click! The crisp voice rings again, but Chen Mo can only regret to throw out the fat tongs again. Looking back at the crustacean, Chen Mo secretly sentenced him to death in his heart. Both pincers were broken by Chen Mo, and the collision angle of the head was firmly controlled. The sharp-toothed mouth couldn't reach the giant armor at all. The crustacean lost its resistance completely. It could only lie on the ground and struggle in vain and kept roaring, echoing the lizard monster who had a breath left in the distance. It was miserable. If there is a monster worshipper here, he will be accused of abusing the monster. But for Chen Mo, his attack is just beginning. The left hand still presses the head of the crustacean to the ground, letting its big mouth full of sharp teeth, constantly biting and damaging the asphalt ground. Chen Mo controls the giant mecha to raise his right hand, clenches his fist, and smashes it down towards the head of the monster covered with thick crustacean. Touch! The hard iron fist and the monster's heavy shell hit each other heavily, making a huge crash sound as if the fist had hit the hard mountain. Chen Mo looked at the position where the fist hit, but saw that although the shell surface was slightly damaged, the whole shell was still intact, and the damage to it was not great. Chen Mo was not surprised. The carapace monster's defense was originally very strong. Its thick cuticle shell was even harder than the steel armor of the hunter's machine armor, and it had a certain toughness. It was difficult to break it by fist alone, and he didn't do his best. It's hard to see that this crustacean is more resistant to beating than the 5th-level monster. Chen Mo is just trying to use it to test how powerful the giant mecha is. Chen Mo didn't stop for a single blow. Instead, he kept hitting the head of the crustacean. Each blow was a little heavier than before, and the sound of fist hitting the crustacean was getting louder and louder. Touch, 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 click. Finally, with a crisp sound of the shell breaking, Chen Mo finally smashed the shell. The arm of the giant mecha directly inserted into the head of the crustacean monster, and a large amount of blue blood directly splashed out, spilling all over the ground. At this time, Chen Mo still hasn't used all the power of the giant mecha. Chen Mo feels that the power of giant mecha is at least twice that of Revenge Ranger, or even higher. To see the strongest power of the giant machine armor, Chen Mo obviously needs more and stronger opponents. Having solved the crustacean monster, Chen Mo stood up and turned his head to look at the lizard monster, which was collapsing on a building in the distance, and kept shouting. If it's not for Chen Mo's giant mecha, it's really hard to deal with it by relying on the strength and speed of this 5-level monster, especially the giant tail like a meteor hammer. It can't catch up in strength and avoid in speed. Unless it is besieged by quantity advantage, 1 or 2 machine armors are really not its opponents. But it's just bad luck to meet Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't want to take any more shots at it. He directly bounced off the armor on his shoulder and exposed the 2 missile launchers below. Whoosh, whiz, whiz, whoosh. 4 missiles shot out of the launcher in the firelight, straight at the paralyzed lizard monster. The pupils of lizards and monsters were suddenly opened, but they could only make a desperate roar and were submerged by a violent explosion. Boom! Although the missile of the giant mecha doesn't look much bigger than the obsidian, it's more powerful. The huge fireball created by the simultaneous explosion of 4 missiles completely enveloped the first half of the lizard monster's body. When the fire disappeared, the huge head of the lizard monster was completely gone, and only half of its body and long tail were left paralyzed on the ground. The building tens of meters high under the lizard monster was also completely blown into ruins by the explosion. The blue blood flowed from the huge section caused by the explosion, and soon the ruins were dyed bright blue. Put away the missile launcher. Chen Mo turns around and looks at the 3 hunter machine armors standing beside him.